seconds while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and fate may fall down upon you, while the devil is knocking right at your door. So while you restless, each night you hear the drums of war. Awaken, awaken, the voice begins to call you while you hunger. A taste of destiny you're searching for. Awaken.
나라가 아니면 이런
Shut off your light.
시기 바랍니다. 여러분께 모두 상당히
They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here. Don't let it run wild. They can feel you. They can feel you. Don't hold
자, 2022 파이널 젠지와 T1의
think it's the end. They cannot defeat you. They cannot conquer you here. They cannot conquer you here.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf once again. Of course, today was supposed to be Valdez and Chronicler's triumphant return to the casting desk. Unfortunately, not quite well enough to do so today, and so therefore we played it safe rather than sorry. And Wolf and I will be joining you here for this auspicious game.
It's going to be you and me together all 5 days this week, as we'll be doing
Indeed.
the next two. But you guys will be getting Valdez and Chronicler back on the casting desk tomorrow. Fingers crossed, of course, once again, relating to their condition. But today, match of the week, Gen.G versus T1. If T1 take a 2-0 tonight, they could take first place in the standings. Will Gen.G remain undefeated? This is going to be such a great series.
Yeah.
The only series Gen.G dropped a game in was against Damwon Kia. We expected that series to be good, and I think this one will also deliver.
Yep, I'm hoping so as well. Of course, that Kwangdong Freaks loss for T1 is the only reason why we're really talking about this in the way that we are. I think that probably stirred a lot in T1 as far as dealing with changes in the meta and things like that. Of course, that was the Seraphine incident where she made her debut. But let's get into points of the match here. Let's not beat around the bush any longer. This is, of course, the match of the week and a spring finals rematch. And yes, we've all been waiting for this one. This is absolutely massive. And yeah, T1 have definitely been doing very well against Gen.G, despite the fact that, you know, Gen.G has looked so good this season. They still haven't managed to conquer their biggest demon.
Yeah, and when it mattered most in the spring finals, you know, T1 was able to defeat them there despite some closer than expected games. And Gen.G look a lot more confident now, whereas T1 had a shaky start to the season. And I'm not talking about that Kwangdong series. They actually had looked good until the Kwangdong series then as they recovered. But we'll see how they perform tonight here, as a lot of people are favoring Gen.G, including the Korean side. So it's very exciting to see how this one does go through. Is looking at the record here between Chovy and Faker, which is a really exciting matchup between really strong mid laners here in the LCK. Corki and Azir, of course, very high prio for them.
I like that that's on the graphic. I'm very, very upset that we're like, we've broken Chovy and Faker down to a Corki Azir matchup. That is nowhere near the intensity and excitement that I was looking for between these two mid laners. But it may just be the reality.
It may be, but for me, another matchup that's very exciting is going to be the jungle matchup, where we will, of course, see Peanut and Owner clash. And which bot lane will outplay the other. As the world's best Singe, still his most played champion this season, tied with Renata, against Keria, who's actually played 10 champions in 14 games. His champion pool has been better.
It's just absurd. Yeah.
I actually have him down for playing 13 in my stats. So he played, obviously, the Yasuo. He's played a game of Bard. He played the Camille. Lots of depth in his pool. So lots of exciting stuff in terms of what these two are playing right now and how the bot 2v2 could go.
Yeah, and I got into a little bit of trouble yesterday as we are going to talk about the living legend Faker first up here as, 498 wins here in the LCK. He will be the first to hit 500 if they manage to beat Gen G here right now. Of course, he'll be the first to hit 500 if he then wins another game after this and doesn't win 2 games.
But it's so sick that he could do it here in the match of the week. And if he does it with a 2-0, he also puts T1 back in first. Notice also in his top 10 champions, how many of those are meta right now? A lot. So very strong champion pool just in general, it does Faker have, but also a very relevant one. As notice, the average soul time for Gen G is incredibly fast because they've had the most dominant games. Their win time isn't up here, but I believe it's still first here in the LCK. As well as soul percentage here, not very high for them because they usually don't need it. They usually don't need it.
Yeah, most of the time they're winning the game before that even has become a situation that they've needed to worry about. T1, very similar situation here, a lot of ignoring of the Drakes. But we'll see how things are going to go here as it is going to be Gen G with the home team advantage. They will be able to choose whichever side they would like. We'll keep that as a bit of a surprise moving forward. We're all giving everyone a bit of a wave here, but this is a Gen G looking powered up since the MSI break. This is a team that was able to build that synergy and step away from what was a lot of COVID issues and things like that plaguing them in spring, quite literally. And I'm hoping now that with all of that behind them, they're just going to be able to have the best possible game against T1, and we'll see whether it's enough.
Yeah, it's the, second true Gen G versus T1 that, we were robbed a little bit in the spring season of an incredible matchup, and now we're going to get the real one. We had, of course, that real one in the finals that we were really looking forward to. That was fantastic, and Gen G are looking to deliver again tonight. Of course, no substitutions or anything like that. What you see is what you get. This elite super team that Gen G put together is going to walk on stage against the team that went without without losing a single game in the spring season. And when you think about this series as an LCK fan, even though Gen G have the 6-0 to T1's 5-1, I think a lot of people still favor T1 because they trust in the history of this matchup and how T1 has very often had Gen G's number. You also trust in the legacy of this unit that has 10 LCK titles under its belt right now. And yes, a little bit of a rocky start to the season, but they still closed those games out even though they weren't clean. And I think a lot of people just trust that T1 will perform tonight and surprise a lot of analysts just because Gen G have looked on paper to be the cleaner team. But perhaps T1 is just the more clutch team when it matters most. And that's what we're all excited to see tonight is which T1 shows up.
No, exactly right. And I think that it's right to predict that Gen G are the better team going into this series because they didn't drop a game to Quandong Freaks, right? They've looked extraordinarily dominant throughout all of their wins. But if you think about this from a narrative perspective, these gentlemen right here on your screen have just always have had the better edge against Gen G. I mean, Faker against Chovy, it's not even close, that win record. And Peanut versus Owner this year has been all about Owner. Peanut hasn't been able to get the better of him, even though what we've seen recently is Peanut dominating the jungle against most of his opposition. And you can see that in the statistics, even if his kill participation isn't necessarily all that great.
Yeah. The counter jungle percent for both of these players is extremely high. Notice taking about, getting closer to 10% of the jungle away from their opponents is Peanut here, 8.6. That is an extremely high stat. And kill participation at 14, extremely high. You see Peanut then kind of moves away from actually ganking and then starts taking control of the jungle instead, and allows his carries, namely Chovy and Ruler, to take the gold he gave them by his early ganks and allow them to snowball and then carry the game. It's kind of a two-step process for both of these junglers, but Peanut in particular has looked so fantastic on it.
Yeah, Peanut does do the, I'm going to go help out in the early game, go grab a first blood, and now I can peace out and just farm forever, right? Whereas Owner, he goes and kills the entire map and continues to kill the entire map of all of the champions that are there. We saw him on his Lee Sin in the last game. It was absolutely incredible what he was able to achieve. And I think this is the biggest mismatch that we have in favor of T1. It is Doran taking on Zayas here on the top side of the map. Zayas is even just like having a drink. I don't know what that blue water was, but looks pretty exciting.
Maybe a blue lemonade.
Yeah.
It's the season for that.
Is it blue milk?
Oh no! Oh no! This series was getting hype. You just had to bring that up.
I had to bring Luke Skywalker into the situation. Well, I mean, you know, he might be the chosen one to bring balance to the Force, much like Faker was the chosen one to bring balance to League of Legends. And we'll see whether he can do so once again. Trying to claw it back, Wolf. I'm trying to claw it back as best I can. It's 3 days in a row, okay?
Gen G will choose blue side here, and I think this is a wise choice considering how valuable blue side has been for both Peanut and for Chovy's priority picks in the Azir and the Corki, his 2 most played. I think the same is, of course, true for Faker. He has the same 2 picks as his most played, as we talked about earlier on in that graphic. But I do think we will see whoever loses in this series is going to continue to pick blue side. I think this will be permanently selected, especially considering the Senna priority for both these teams too.
Yeah. I think it's a very interesting situation at the same time, just given the fact that it was Seraphine that was the downfall of T1 as well. We'll see whether that is going to hit the ban list very quickly, because Ruler is not an awesome dude player. He is a marksman through and through. But Lehens, he's a play-anything kind of guy. So you could imagine that a Senna Seraphine would kind of fit into their wheelhouse. However, they've decided it does not. They're going to ban that one away and look to see whether we can play some just honest bot lane.
Oh yeah, and
in this one.
With the Zeri and Lucian bans, I think the bot lane is just getting more and more honest all the time. We might even have a Jinx or a Felios game on our hands, and I'd love to see that, as we will see the Nautilus also taken away here from Keria in the bottom 2v2. A lot of resources on both sides here committed to the bottom of the map.
It's a very interesting Nautilus ban to come through here. I wonder what that means for Gen G as far as their first pick is concerned. Corki is looming and has been a big one for both Faker and Chovy, as we illustrated in our points of the match earlier on. And T1 are going to recognize it and ban away the Corki right away.
This allows Gen G to pick the Azir first, but this Nautilus ban does kind of lead me to believe they had a different idea in mind here. The
Wukong is available as well.
Wukong is also potentially going to be traded to T1 if they go for that Azir pick, but they will pick it up. And I've said this a lot, and I will say it one more time, maybe 2 more times, depending on how many times we see it this series, but Chovy's Azir has been absolutely dominant. It has been beautiful to watch. He's played it aggressively. He's played the Luden's build. He's played the Leandre's mask builds. He's played so well with the prio he's given in this meta, so I think it's a great pickup regardless of Wukong's availability here.
Well, Swain is going to be the answer here, and Faker has already dominated an Azir on this Swain pick. We'll see how the rest of the draft is going to shape up around the Swain. Of course, you need to try and bring your opposition towards you, right? As Owner is going to hover Bel'Veth. We'll see whether that is what he's deciding to go with here. As with Swain's AoE slow ability, having a champion that just wants to attack super fast kind of makes a bit of sense.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to lock people in place with Rylai's too, potentially, but just going to be the Wukong the more standard here, which is also great.
Like it way more. Yeah. I don't think Voidmaster Yi is the way.
We're just going to keep we're just going to keep teasing. But the Poppy pick here for Peanut is one that is obviously great into Wukong, and one that he has dominated the bottom 2v2 with so hard. And if there is prio for Gen G on bottom side, you could bet he's going to be down there. He's going to be trying to steal away that blue buff, steal away the Gromp from Owner. We'll be battling in the early parts of the game. These early game junglers that are rising in priority right now are so good for the 2v2. We don't know what that matchup's going to be yet. But Gangplank also available here.
Yeah,
Not a shock to see that coming through.
I think once again, the Gnar blind pick is just happening all the time, and I still hate it. I just really, it's so punishable It is so like, and Zeus is our best gangplank that we have here. Like, you just can't do that into T1. Dorian is going to do it anyway, and we'll see how it does go. But I have to be honest, Wolf. I don't like it at all.
I like your honesty, and I think it's truth that you're spouting right now in this, because it is going to give a lot of control to T1. It also works extremely well with Swain in terms of early objective control with the Cannon Barrage, and Swain's level 6. So first Herald fights, for example, you have that fire, great. Taking away Rulers, Ezreal here, great option in terms of the range that you can have with this already strong mid lane poke that you have with the Azir. And then the Ashe, we've also seen that he's utilized in several different ways so far this season, is also just taken off the board. The vision that Ashe gives for a team that's as coordinated as Gen G is just so valuable.
Yeah, I agree. I wonder what that means for what Gumushi is aiming for as his next pick, as Senna will be banned away. I like that ban. Would have been a pretty comfy lock-in here for T1 if they wanted to go there. And adding the extra sustain to a Swain just sounds like a real rough idea. But Gumushi, what is he going to bring to the table here? Tahm Kench available?
I think it's a support pick. Renata, yeah, because now he can feel very comfortable about if it's an Aphelios pick for Gen G, he could pick away the Jinx. If it's going to be a Jinx pick here for Gen G, he could pick something with a little bit more pushing power here.
And it also denies Tahm Kench, right? Because Renata handshaking the fish. Yeah, Tahm Kench doesn't really like it very much. So.
I would not mind to see just Jinx Thresh here, though, for Gen G, to be honest. I think it's still very strong.
Could be an option, and I do really like the Jinx. I think that is definitely part of it. And the Tahm Kench anyway.
So
fella hens.
Tahm Kench here feels greedy, you know, when there's a Renata on this side, but there's no Draven, there's no Kalista here, right? So some of these scary picks that you're a little bit worried about getting pushed in on are off the table. And I don't think Guma's going to play like a Varus right now this game. So it really does leave you with the only option being the Aphelios. Once the Renata was locked in, you've already got the superior range here as the Jinx. You feel pretty good about this 2v2 as the Gen G side. Plus, you have this early game Poppy that can use some of that power with Jinx, Tahm Kench in the 2v2. Now, Renata should be able to stave off that better than a lot of supports we see with the Aphelios, like when Aphelios has Tahm Kench on red side, or when Aphelios has that Thresh, not going to be able to push back as easily, but Renata will definitely help.
Yeah. I think there's sort of two glaring issues on Gen G's side of the draft. It's the Gnar and it's the Tahm Kench into Renata. I don't like Tahm Kench into Renata just generally, but Tahm is very, very valuable as a 5v5 tool, right? Especially when you have Azir and Jinx as sort of your main damage dealers that do a lot of consistent damage. You can definitely see that. On T1's side, it's just range. It's just trying to get to this Jinx that's going to be so safe with the Tahm Kench that they're going to be attempting to do.
It's going to be, I think, really about Faker here this game, about how well he plays this Swain and how well the Cannon Barrages are set up for him by Zeus. Because as you said, it's Zeus' best champion this season. He has just been so great at it. Chovy's best champion in the Azir is what we're matching up into here, which is actually so sick in terms of what the scaling aspects here. My concern for Gen G is who gets Jinx excited? You have to have a lot of control over the map to actually set up a pick here with the Poppy or the Gnar. When you're running into all the burst damage here and safety with the Renata ultimate, obviously Swain, the Wukong, and then Cannon Barrage, how does Jinx get excited consistently to do that damage? Is I think something that Gen G are going to have to solve here.
Yeah, and I think if they play to the beat of T1's drum, it will be very difficult to play out. But let's see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift. All right, and now even though Chronicler and Valdez cannot be here today, I at least can hear from them via the internet. And so Chronicler has given this one a slight draft edge to Gen G. He's saying about 60-40, but it should be close, as Peanut might interrupt me before I get to talk about Valdez and what he said, as Faker will find the Never move onto the Poppy. Peanut, just back away, my friend, because I've got things to talk about.
Yeah, and that's going to be a lot of his health bar that is eaten away, but go on.
All right, thank you very much, Peanut, there for the interruption, but that's absolutely fine. Valdez has a slightly different idea. He thinks that Renata and Swain are just kind of busted at this point in time. And as play-by-play, I feel like we are in sync on this one, because I kind of agree. And he thinks the zone control that T1 do have with Cannon Barrage and just Swain existing should give them the edge if they can get fights on their terms, even against Gen G's range advantage. So he's going to go 55-45 in favor of T1.
I like how it's very close, though, of course, because I do think that this is not... We've seen a lot of draft kingdoms this week, and a lot of them have been like really significant, so much so that we're like, oh man, do we even have to watch how this plays out? But this one is not the case, right? This is one that's going to be very much about how the drafts are played by these two teams, and they both do face challenges, as we've kind of broken down several times here. So I like how we don't have a handicap, all right? And I'm so glad that Guma didn't pick Jin, because I was worried for a little bit that was just randomly going to happen, because it's happened a lot here in the LCK in situations like this, because you feel trapped with the AD carry pool, kind of choked out, and obviously playing Aphelios into Jinx doesn't feel great, but it is going to feel okay enough for him this time around.
And especially,
with Renata.
yeah, that's the thing. It feels fine when you've got the Renata there and you're into the Tahm Kench, because if it was sort of range support versus range support, and it was Aphelios Jinx, then yeah, maybe you're going to be able to pull it around, but this is with a Tahm Kench, so Carrier Gumayushi should be able to fight back. But as you can see, the Aphelios win rate here for Guma is actually higher than that of Ruler, even if the sample size is very different. Peanut's going to walk over a ward, though. Good vision here for T1 in the early game to deny this like extraordinarily early poppy gank that I feel has happened all week, Wolf.
It has, and it's very strong. And guess who popularized it? It's the man on the screen right here. Also, Owner started this part of the jungle, so with his pathing here, he's not going to actually have to duel Peanut for Prio there, and Peanut's just going to go to the other side of the map where Gangplank is lurking. That ward, though, gives so much information to Zeus so that he can actually push forward here. And Peanut's going to take the long way around us. Yeah, this has been a trend for the matchup, as Owner is lurking on the other side.
Yeah, as there's the Abyssal Dive, trying to get Lehens out of here. He's going to flash. Ruler holds on to his. Very importantly, but now they're going to have to both back away. Tahm Kench no flash means that a return from Owner is going to be very potent.
Yeah. And this is not going to be...
Oh, man, this wave is also pushing into T1.
So nasty for them. Peanut just left him out to dry after not having any opportunities. There was scouted on the ward, which was well placed. Pathing was great for Owner here, and he identified the Peanut left, so he comes down. Peanut also, when he's not there for the defense, alerts to Zeus, okay, he's probably towards the top side. Peanut just gives up on even going for that top side gank onto Zeus and just takes his blue buff, so isn't going to get anything for this. And yeah, the wave state here is really nasty. Look at these minions going down so far away from where Ruler and Lehens are. And they also have that ward there in the brush, as well as under Tri-Brush. They can see literally everything right now. So even though it doesn't show up in the gold numbers right now, T1 feeling very comfortable about how this exchange went.
Oh, they 100% are. And the thing that's a real worry about this whole situation is the fact that they will automatically lose top. I just don't think that there is a way that Doran's going to win that matchup. So this was going to be one of their pressure points, and I think Peanut playing around bottom lane is what Gen G were kind of relying on in this game. As you can see, Peanut once again in his bottom side jungle. We'll see whether he's going to be over there for that Krug respawn and possibly makes another visit. As you can see, Ruler is actually playing with the range very nicely, as Gumayushi thought he was out of the way of that zap. I kind of agreed with him, not going to lie.
Yeah, and you know, Peanut, he wanted to kind of cancel the plan and go topside, but he just took so long, and it was so apparent to T1. Zeus played that information out so well, and this ward is going to time out just before Peanut goes. If he goes down, of course, via the turret. If he goes next to the Tri-Brush, he'll be spotted by that other ward, which is still up for a few more seconds here.
Yeah, we'll see where Peanut is going to.
He might not even go at all, but like if he does,
yeah,
we're just showcasing what they can and cannot see, and he will be seen by this ward. So much vision here for T1.
Yeah, Peanut is just getting red this whole game.
And then he's done this so many games in a row. T1 just studied his pathing on this Poppy pick when they have Prio on blue side, and they're just playing this so well. Now Owner knows he's backed because he saw him backing on the ward, but luckily there's a ward there to at least see him.
The answering vision is going to be available here. Definitely both of these teams demonstrating that they kind of know exactly where the power points are. And I think that if Gumayushi gets ahead, if Ruler gets ahead, that is going to be a huge boon for either team. Which I guess, you know, is kind of obvious. But still,
yeah, I mean,
I think this bottom lane is very, very important for the win conditions of both teams.
Absolutely. I mean, they're both late game carries here of different types, but still accelerating that means that you get a lot more power in every subsequent team fight. As Peanut will return down here and look for this Drake. They get the control vision here on the river bush. And so this is absolutely going to go the way of Gen G here. So it's still very even. You know, obviously when these minions go down here for Ruler, he's going to shore up some of the CS he lost from that wave state earlier. But, I mean, this is about as even as it gets. And it's so refreshing to see two top teams in the LCK clash like this after what has been a week of a lot of mismatches in the 2v2s. We've had a lot of Lucians get through draft. We've had a lot of those Poppy ganks, those pillar ganks coming through from Trundle, just literally end the games in the first 5 minutes. Not going to happen in this series. Not in my match of the week.
And we've actually got a huge day of top lane as well, with Doran finding a bit of form here as Gen.G continue to win, but Zeus is by far the best top laner we have. And then Rascal and Keen are going to be playing after this. Keen having a very recent great performance. So very much looking forward to seeing how that matchup is going to go. So yeah, we're going to take a step away from some bottom side mismatches and move towards some more exciting top lane matchups instead, I guess. As Lehens moves on over towards this mid lane, Rift Herald going to be spawning in about 50 seconds.
Naturally, obviously, Azir having a little bit of prio here, but when the Tahm Kench comes up and deletes the minions with his relic, that just guarantees the Azir can get a little bit more vision here. It's actually trying to identify if anyone is set up on this Rift Herald because they don't have vision of owner right now. He puts a ward down, Faker does, in the pit, so knows that it is not being taken, so buying them a lot of time. And neither of these teams are really priced in with their compositions to force a fight here. Obviously, the level 6s we have on both teams are really incredible. I think it does slightly favor T1, as observers tried to give everyone a jump scare there. But
yeah, a little bit.
I think T1 with Cannon Barrage and the Wukong ultimate, there's a lot of power with Swain there, but he didn't have the prio, so they just don't pull the trigger.
Well, Gumushi's going to get sped up and going to do a fair bit of damage here to Ruler.
Also takes some himself.
Yep, Red White Guns though is definitely a powerful time to go aggressive. I like that T1 utilizing that. Noon Quiver is completed here for Gumushi. Also has some brown bags and Ruler item parity pseudo, but also he's cashing in that Cull.
Chovy
and just going to be chilling for now. Is okay. Flash out from Carrier, handshakes Lehens, and yeah, that was a handshake in agreement. As there's a flash forward, the flash tongue lash from the Tahm Kench, as there's the knock up onto Carrier. He's going to burn down, and he's not going to get bailed out from this one. Ruler wanted to pick up the kill, but Lehens, he'll take it, and first blood goes to Gen.G. Once again, Peanut with absurd first blood participation.
Yeah, once again. But, you know, the Herald is going to go over to T1 here. Will Guma actually get punished for being greedy here?
Yeah, that's the vision of Empire to come through as well, just to try and deter them. But Gumushi, with so many of these chakrams, is able to 1v2 away. The Never Move doesn't connect, but it is Faker that secures his blue buff. Peanut not able to get the smite. He had to use that, I think, to keep himself alive.
And all of this is predicated on the fact that T1 waited until Chovy backed to actually start up Herald, as Owner wants to set up for a gank here into Herald drop early on. Doran does have his Narbar, but he's so far forward in the lane.
He was playing around that ward. So cute was Doran. Just making sure that the ring around the rosy was being played, trying to give away as little as possible information about what he knew. It was very, very cute.
Yeah. So T1 get Herald for first blood going over to Tahm Kench. Still a very even game here, but Gen.G winning out in terms of the exchanges on the map and all that assist gold, putting them in a pretty decent advantage. That'll, of course, be shored up by Rift Herald in a moment's time. Still a very even game here, and it's hard to really quantify who gets ahead. I would give a slight lead to Gen.G in this exchange. So we're going to go back to this replay. Of course, Gumayusi not here. They know it, and they force the flash with the Chompers, and of course the first Abyssal, but it's the flash tongue lash follow-up here that seals the deal. And the bailout makes it so that, you know, the Tahm Kench Ignite is going to steal the kill away.
Yeah, so that does mean that Ruler unable to get there and get the last hit, but not the end of the world, as Carrier just come out, throw out an E towards Ruler. And T1 remain with a lot of control here towards the bottom side. Of course, Owner's presence going to be helping out here as he realizes that there's something fishy, and it's not just Tahm Kench.
Zoner just really desperately wants to get, I mean, the T1 way is to get Herald and then, of course, instantly gank and drop it and get the gold as fast as possible. Don't waste any time trying to look for Herald opportunities, force them instead. But because of that really well-placed ward for Doran on the top side you pointed out earlier and how safe Gen.G are playing bottom side right now, he just isn't finding his angle just yet.
These control wards are actually just fantastic. for Gen G right now to try and protect against this exact play. Peanut
They know
knows
it's coming.
as well
Yeah.
that he can move over this. Ona staying, thinking about a back timing, but he walks over Vision. Gumayushi going down relatively low. No flash on Keria, remember. Zap goes wide. And Keria looking for this one. Steadfast presence. The Vision of Empire is going to show Peanut as he walks towards this brush. And T1, they're just like, come on, guys.
Baker has Cryo, or rather, Toby has Cryo, excuse me, in mid, and is going to come over here with Emperor's Divide. You've got to be careful, T1.
Yeah. Okay. Going to interrupt that one. Great handshake. That guarantees the Drake here. Keria just taking matters into his own hands.
Chovy is going to maybe get a plate here, and the Vision of Empire tries to stop that minion from going down. He just barely will get it and get out. But that was a really well-placed ultimate there from Keria, and T1 was so confident that with that ultimate, they should be able to kind of fight away and take the Drake. So tying us up now 1-1.
Yep. And the interruption on the Poppycopter with the hostile takeover is actually really, really strong here. And I think that Keria will need to keep doing that if they want to actually win fights. As Moonlight Vigil's going to come down. That should be able to stun up Ruler, but the Flame Trump is in great position. Another ulti comes out as now Ona is going to get caught. The Steadfast Presence comes in. He does have Cyclone, but unfortunately, the Alcove Gaming's not working out. And in goes Chovy, manages to pick up Keria as well, and he will go down. Peanut wants to stop this Rift Herald, and oh my goodness, the heroic charge will deny the charge of Shelly. I guess Poppy's got a better charge than the Rift Herald.
There you go. That's just how it goes in this early game, and Guma is going to be forced away here too. He's not going to be able to catch these minions. Peanut's coming for another pass. He's got flash up. You've got to get out of here,
Yeah,
Guma.
we've seen this one before. The Abyssal Dive comes through as Peanut is going to say that he's okay with just a flash.
And Chovy just goes straight back to lane with the teleport, doesn't care, doesn't lose anything for this commitment over. Faker with Unsealed Spellbook could not actually match rotation. He switched it to teleport after the fight happened. He was waiting in base for that, you know, timing, the channel time on the switch of the Unsealed Spellbook, then just teleports back to lane where Chovy already is. So
Yeah.
Chovy loses nothing for this rotation, and it's just a really well-timed gank here. And roam from Chovy there, so well set up from Peanut, gets the double knock-up, and they just expected this so hard.
No, it was really beautifully done. Also utilizing the fact that when you interrupt Poppy's ultimate, she gets refunded some of the cooldown. So because he still had it, because Hostile Takeover interrupted it instead of him actually whiffing it or using it, it does mean that he gets to come over and do exactly this.
Yeah, it's a fantastic point you raised. Chomper placement forces a flash here out of Keria, but they're so far deep here that the Rift Herald gets knocked back. Now Owner's isolated, and look at how far down Chovy is. Faker gave up on the rotation. He backed, right? He's looking to get full health and to get that teleport back, but he's still in animation on that rotation of his Unsealed Spell, but you can see it there on the bottom of your screen. So Faker can't be here. It's not a winning fight. They push the Rift Herald away, deny it, and this is a fantastic swing of gold to Gen G, and so much farm denied from Guma.
Yeah, you can see Ruler just happily chilling out here. Vision of Empire. It does mean that Ruler takes a turret shot. Nicely done there by Faker, but this turret's not going to be long for the world. And Ruler will be able to do some of the Tristana tactics, right? You move your Jinx around and pick up as many of these structures as possible and really start this snowball moving. It's the classic Jinx Azir early game strat, as Doran does have Mega available, but Zeus has Owner available, which I'd say is a little bit stronger. Doran just going to tidy the wave there with his ultimate.
They want to force it back there to trade, you know, potentially a Herald and turret for this bottom push.
Well, that was a bit of a preemptive devour there from Lehens, but it still will guarantee. Oh, never mind.
And it's still going to
be Cannon Barrage. They are definitely going to do a ton of damage. The minions are definitely gone, though, as yeah, Lehens is going to survive. Never mind.
And at the top side of the map, it's a Herald taken here for T1, but they weren't able to turn that into turret and Herald, which is what the gank attempt for Owner was looking for.
Goodness.
Chovy he's doing a lot. He's got 3 stacks.
Yeah. Red, white, don't fight, but maybe don't fight Chovy, who is just, yeah, taking a lot of control here. Peanut thinks that it might be his opportunity, but Keria can just say no.
And this is another reason why Jinx and Azir, which has been a Gen G staple forever of all rosters for them, even when it was BDD and not Chovy, Ruler playing this Jinx with the Azir, regardless of mid laner, is so strong into Aphelios in neutral fights like this because the Aphelios is also outranged by good Sand Soldier placement from the Azir, and so Guma gets chunked down so easily when Chovy has these angles. And they were trying to maybe find that top turret. Were denied, of course, by good positioning from Doran and that Narbar. They get the Herald, try to find a pick mid there, and then just Chovy doesn't even flash. He actually wins the trade there, basically by himself, while there are 3 members of Genji on the bottom side. Genji are out-macroing T1 right now, which is something we very rarely say those words out loud.
Yeah, no, and this was after, I think the early game went very well for T1. Like, they read Peanut like a book. They knew once again exactly where he was going to be, but we're going to see another fight here. Ona, that's not the real one. So the monkey's going to be absolutely fine, but the first Infernal Drake is on everyone's mind right now. Genji with full control of the area, though, and there's no way T1 can even fight for this.
Zeus has no teleport, so
no ulti either.
He stayed down here because he thought maybe they're going to need my damage if we're going to contest. Because like you said, if he has no ult and no teleport, he can't be on the top side, so there's no cross map available here. So, yeah, Gnar just gets to go bottom and take that farm. And Zeus will push topside here, but it's going to be answered by Chovy. T1 are not able to make any cross-map play here. They just lose a Drake for free, essentially. Really unfortunate here for the squad. This game is not over by any means, even though it is a massive lead for Genji here. But T1 are going to somehow have to win a miraculous fight or set up some really awesome vision here on these next objectives if they're going to have any hope. Because otherwise, they're just starting to really fall behind. And when you're behind the pace of this Azir Jinx into a very low-range Swain Aphelios comp, you're going to have a lot of problems if you don't have the setup first on team fights. If Zeus doesn't have a barrel chain ready for you when you walk in.
And also, I mean, we saw what Faker was capable of doing against Closer's Azir. He really did make him look silly. The domination that T1 had in that game was very impressive. But I think this might be a different story. And we'll have to see whether Faker can land a few of these flashes over these Emperor's Divides.
Yeah, that's what
Jovi's going to be trying to put out.
Because, like, Faker hasn't actually had the opportunity to be relevant this game. He hasn't been able to be in fights because Chovy's Azir naturally gets you prio in this matchup, and I'd say most Azir players will be able to get you a little bit of that. But Chovy's decision-making, his rotations have been crisp, and Faker just hasn't been able to get any of that early game Swain power that you have with Cannon Barrage. And because the focus has been bottom side so much here for Genji, and Chovy got that early kill, didn't lose anything for it, Faker's just kind of been behind the curve this game, and he will have that opportunity to shine in later teamfights. Does have his stopwatch for the next one potentially here, but so far he just hasn't been able to actually use this Swain just yet. So let's not judge it before it actually happens, but he might not get a chance still if this map is just continually under Genji's control.
Well, if you out-tempo a Swain, it's actually really hard for him to find his way back in. However, teleport's going to come through. Shirley looking for a charge, and she will get one this time. Ulti comes through from Peanut just to deny the 5v5, but it's just Gumayushi, and he is going to run his way back. Doran throwing around some boomerangs and avoiding quite a bit of what Faker was throwing out here. Nicely done. Lightning Hands not quite working out.
I mean, even the Gnar creates somewhat of a range problem here for T1.
Ooh, Moonlight Vigil goes wide. Shifting Sand's going to be used there from Chovy, means that he can't use it anytime soon. However, this tower still goes down and Ruler gets excited. Keria taking a lot of damage. Good utilization of the package there from Ruler, understanding that he can just sidestep basically everything when he has so much movement speed.
I mean, the T1 are getting T1'd by Genji. This is just Genji being as oppressive as T1 was all spring season when they were on that perfect season tear, 18-0. Yeah, the siege is incredible. Keria has to ult defensively here to try to turn this around, but there's a Sun Disc turret here.
Peanut really didn't want to flash there. He was like, Lehens, devour me. And Lehens is like, just flash, man. I need this devour for Ruler.
It's true.
At least that's what I assume is what happened, because I think you can devour over that wall.
There is a 2-item Jinx here in Azir who's not going mass build this game because of the state of how much range they have and how ahead they are. If you're behind, you 100% wish you have a mask as Azir in this case versus the Swain that's so difficult to kill. But when you're dictating the pace of the game, the Ludens here is so smart, grabs himself the start of a Morellonomicon to deny some of that healing from Gumayusi in these team fights.
Yep.
And well, it actually finishes the Morellonomicon and picks up a needlessly large rod because he has so much money.
Well, I mean, Genji just have so much money. Yeah. Like, out of nowhere, it's like a 6.5k gold lead. Like, they've taken 4 turrets. And that's where all of this money is, right? Like, the inner turret going down in the bottom lane is actually just huge as Keria is here for a counter gank opportunity. But, I mean, this is nutty. I can't believe we just looked at the top of the screen and then all of a sudden, Gen G are making all of that bank.
They had about a 4,000 to 5,000 gold lead after that bottom side play from Chovy, and then they just turned it into oppressive map control everywhere, as Lahen's just going to use this to take the shield away. But I was going to mention, with all the items that Gen G have, at 21 minutes, they can do Baron very quickly. I think they're probably still waiting on Ruler's third item before they try to do any sneaks or anything like that, but that's the one last step for Gen G to be full-form T1 from Spring with the lead they have, is to actually sneak a Baron. That's the one thing they haven't done yet, but I think they're still trying to play it safe. Look at the line of wards they have across the river.
Yeah.
There's nothing that T1 could do. There's no flank angle. Not that they have anything outside of a Wukong who could really flank, but their options are so choked out. They're so limited. Gen G are really putting the noose around T1 here, and they're ready to kick the chair out from under them in this next fight. 5 seconds to Infernal. They have full control of that zone.
Yep, Infernal Soul going to be well and truly on the table here. That's going to immediately be taken. Lahen's rotating over as there is a turret taken. Bounties are available. Faker completes his Rylai's Crystal Scepter, so that is Imperial Mandate value well and truly online, but it's just whether or not they're going to be able to utilize it, right? Because range advantages are so much more pronounced when you're ahead. And Nevermove will connect, but they still can't get to Ruler.
Yeah, and every time this Luden's procs on Gumusi, T1 fans shed a tear because it just means that he has to back away. In this case, it's just going to fully back because he had no mana. It does pick up his Lord Dominic, so we were very close to Ruler actually getting a 2-item advantage against one of the most famous 80 carries of all time, or of recent times, I should say, in Guma. Yep. Still hasn't picked up his world title yet, but this turret is not long for this world. Cannon Barrage committed here defensively. It doesn't save the turret. There is no turn, and T1 are just so desperate for anything.
Yeah, and Ruler can still stand forward because that Devour is still available. Lahen's even has Flash if he needs to get over there in the nick of time, as Ruler is looking like an assassin with his positioning right now. Wants a Bramble back. Should be able to take it, and Nevermove not going to connect there. So the Jinx should just be able to move over to this inner turret as well. And this snowball is just rolling so quickly down the hill. Gen G are just not giving T1 any options, and this is not a game where, like, Zeus is sitting in side lanes. He was able to get that top outer turret, you know, but that is the only turret T1 have managed to get this game.
Yeah.
And Doran has been able to keep him relatively down.
And I think a lot of people will look at this, the game state here, the gold advantage is, I don't know if I'm going to have enough time to talk about this, as Zeus is looking for the flank here.
Yeah, there's the Flash hostile takeover, but Peanut just runs really fast. Ruler does have Flash, as now Chovy looking for Faker. Emperor's Divide is going to get rid of the demonically ascended Swain. And now Chovy's running for the hills because there is an angry pirate moving up towards the pigeon, but Peanut is there. Vision of Empire going to spot Chovy, but not going to land the damage.
That was one of the craziest attempts to flank we have seen in a while, and it was a really cool idea. If you get that Carrier ult to pop off, Zeus gets around the edge there with a barrel chain, maybe you can actually find this one place where you can punish Gen G, and they almost pulled it off. Then they were like, all right, this works twofold because then we collapse on top of the Azir, but Chovy was too safe, pushes Faker away, commits his ultimate, knows that he has just enough time to escape there, and even turretless on the top side, he will get out. But what I was going to say before this flank attempt was, I think people might incorrectly identify this game as, well, T1 just don't know what to do when they're behind. They're so very rarely in a position where they're the ones with 1 turret versus 6. But I think it's more about Gen G playing an oppressive game here. Look at the item difference here we were talking about earlier. Almost a 2-item spike advantage here for Ruler. He gets Infinity Edge just as the Lord Dominic's is completed.
And also he has the Kraken Slayer as well. Like, it's so much raw damage that this Jinx has available just because Tahm Kench affords you that, right? Because you have basically double cleanse, and the cleanse that Tahm Kench has with his ultimate is even better than the original because it gives you that gigantic shield of destiny. Zeus gonna get zapped. Ona over the wall.
Aurelius down.
Yeah, Ruler is very close to the Ruler position right now. This is dangerous for any Gen G fans. I could feel the blood pressure increase in this room.
Owner's just hoping for a Cyclone angle that he's just not going to get. 2 control wards committed. That's 150 gold to try to hope for a prayer, a dream here. Ruler, again, getting dangerously close just for a moment, but Gen G are very well aware of what T1 is trying to set up, and as a result, just playing very carefully around it. Even though Ruler has scared us for moments there, he's been very well far enough away.
No, absolutely. We're waiting a minute. I think Gen G not going to flip any Barons. I would not recommend that. As Peanut throwing a buckler around. I'm nervous even about that, you know? The blacksmith Poppy. Like, he's such a hipster, isn't he? Is like Lollipoppy or like, is this blacksmith Poppy?
I don't know. It's red
No, it's
Poppy. That's what I call her.
Yeah, this is the other one. Never mind. But it's another old Poppy skin.
I do want to point out that T1 have incredible pick potential here with all the CC they have and the Renata ult. If somebody makes a mistake, even the Poppy will not be safe. Like, T1 are really hoping for that error, that unforced error. If there's just one small mistake, maybe there's a window back in, and that's what they're hoping for so desperately and setting up vision for, but hasn't happened yet. His owner is once again trying to find any angle. Is Ruler going to greedily come up here to help?
Oh, it's Ragdoll Poppy.
Is that what it's called?
Yeah, Poppy's, like, she's had like 4 million skins, I think, is the approximate amount of skins that she had quite early as Super Mega Death Rocket, just to make Gumayusi feel nervous about standing close to this minion wave.
Yeah,
but it's not actually going to eventuate in too much.
Both the Ludens and the Ludens procs, we've seen Chovy proc on him so many times, and the Rocket are just starting to be a big problem. It's almost like we have a Ziggs here and a Jinx in one.
Doran, that's a little bit frightening.
He's got Narbar, and T1 don't have vision, so he can hold this choke.
Yeah, and Flame Trumpers are also pretty dang good at that, as there's the flash Gnar from Doran just buying space. They pick up the Infernal Soul, and he's going to get Handshake back. So that's a dead Gnar. First kill goes over to T1. And now Gen G are just trying to get out of there. Chovy, oh my god, the Sand Soldier damage is pretty nutty. He's got a Shadow Flame completed as well.
A little bit of a disconnect here, though, frankly, for Gen G.
Oh, man. Are they just going to walk over to the Baron and take it?
Looks
and then
like
Chovy's going to deny anyone doing anything? Because look at this burst damage. It's insane.
Shadow Flame getting so much value here as Gen G will just take this Baron.
This Gatekeeper is here.
Yeah.
He sets up the Sand Soldiers in front of the Baron and says, you're not allowed to come in here. And now he's looking for Gumayusi. Like, what is this conquering sands damage?
He has flash, too. Like, he almost could have just solo killed as the fans are going nuts here on the Gen G side of the arena as the Baron is taken. I think the one thing we criticize is Doran didn't need to flash forward there. I think there's a bit of a disconnect there between him and the rest of the team because he's hoping for a Jinx reset here as they get this Infernal Soul. And look, the Chompers are well placed. He's got such a long Narbar and has Lehens near him, so he feels pretty safe in this scenario. But like I said, there's so much CC here for T1. Don't want to be going that far forward, but he helps guarantee.
No, I love the play from Doran. I actually love it. Like, he knew that he was going to die and buy the space. That's fantastic. Let's see whether Doran can win this 1v1 as well, as Nevermove is going to go slightly wide. Doran chasing after Faker. He would have liked to stay in mini form, I think, as he would have been able to keep chasing. But now T1 have found the Gnar yet again. And I think he's just definitely dead this time. Faker kiting really beautifully here. And does have the stopwatch and mistimed Gnar.
This is a win for Gen G, though.
Goes wide.
Gen G's getting an inhibitor. They're like, yeah, cool, broke your stopwatch, you killed an R. I don't care at all, even slightly. I've got a prop.
Is that why you pick Gnar, Wolf? You pick Gnar so we can just be bait all game? Is that the plan?
I mean, that's how Doran's playing it here, and it's working out. He's made 2 great sacrifices now to get Gen G the lead.
Oh my god, Rule is that crit onto Owner was obscene. And they, so it is Gnar for, okay, Rule is getting excited. Zeus going to have to run. Rule now taking a lot of damage, though Moonlight Vigil goes wide because the Devour was there from Lehens. Faker now trying to frontline. Rule is going to have to flash to get out of the Cannon Barrage. But Carrier is chasing him down with a hostile takeover. It just barely is out of range as Gen G are going to be bullied out as somehow Azir kills Guma. I'm not sure how Chovy did that, but he did it. He has so much damage, and he's still inside the base. Faker goes golden, but the bailout is not going to be there for Carrier, and eventually the Swain will die, and Zeus finds himself outside of his base. These Sand Soldiers, the amount of damage that Chovy has done, he just stood his ground.
If Zeus could have bought time for a Cyclone, there's a chance here. He's level 16, but it's just going to be so difficult. Owner Cyclone coming up soon.
Yeah, and Peanut is fighting against Zeus here, and it's once again just buy time so that we can take down these Nexus turrets. There's that Cyclone that you were talking about, but Owner is just immediately destroyed. Chovy's damage is just way too high this game, Wolf. It's just insane. Nexus is going to go down, and Gen G will take game 1 against T1.
Very aggressive lead for Gen G, a snowball that comes with oppressive vision control and Chovy's non-stop pokes onto the enemy Aphelios, who was zoned out of CS by a successful dive bottom side that was also set up by Chovy's mid lane prio on the Azir. And the Swain pick was not a bad one by any means, but against Chovy's Azir, Faker didn't have any agency. We didn't see Faker in a single team fight. We frankly didn't see a single team fight that game because it was all about early leads and then oppressive vision, and T1 didn't make any mistakes. They were always, T1 were so good, even from behind, at trying to catch somebody, setting up vision. That flank we saw from Keria and Zeus that almost got Ruler was so well set up. They were being so diligent in trying to find one answer, one way, one turnaround. But Gen G were just better. They were just ahead. They were faster on the play. They had that choke point control with a Doran Gnar and a Chomper setup. Yeah, this was a great game of League of Legends, though, and the best part about this, I think, for Gen G fans is you out T1 to T1 on blue side here. Now, T1 100% will pick blue side going into game 2, and we'll see if the pendulum swings back. But wow, that was really felt like a passing of T1's dominance in Spring over to Gen G now, who are one win away from getting that 7-0 start.
My God. And look at that. This is exactly the shutout that we were talking about, and I don't think that you should be laughing at this these damage numbers, because T1 just had no access to this game. They had no way in, and Gen G, they snowballed their largest range advantage on the map, which was Ruler. They put a lot of resources into getting him ahead, and then as soon as they had control of the map, they never made the mistake that often gives away that control. And if T1's comp, like you were talking about, ever finds that window back in, then you lose the game. But Gen G this time, they never did. Ruler position has been removed from the map, Wolf. And that is a very scary proposition if you want to take down Gen G. We are going to go to a small break, ladies and gentlemen. When we get back, game number 2.
앞으로 가자. 앞으로. 이건 내 아지를 레드로 피 채우면 끝나거든. 이거 내가 갱플 쫓을 테니까 너네들이 끝내. 어때? 좋아.
나 레드로 피 좀 채울게.
나 궁 40초. 애들아 갱플 딜컷 못하. 이거 못 끝낼 수도 잘하면. 이거 갱플 바꾸면 되고.
끝낼만.
끝낼만해.
어깨 없지.
오케이 없어. 나 소전. 그냥 타워 치면 끝날 것 같은데? 갱플 치실래? 갱플 보자. 갱플 보자 얘들아. 갱플 노플이야. 뭐 한 개 없이 끝나네. 아 왜 이게? 나이스.
We've got a lot of League of Legends to look forward to. Round 2 is around the corner. We don't need to worry about it too much. Gen G and T1 is not over. Do not worry.
Comes out onto the jungler and they say, nope, here comes the Rakan, but a little bit too little, so a massive Gnar into the wall. Chovy gets it down. They were just waiting for the one moment. But this is a broken fight right now. As over the wall, that's a huge amount of new damage though. Faker's just raining hell from across the wall. As it is very broken up. Finally, Mega Gnar comes on in. King able to push a couple of them and deny a charm from Zeka. The Faker is still alive and well.
Back to the wicked game. Don't you know there's a price to pay? Eye for an eye.
Southwind, that's the Tamken. She's very tanky, but he will just start to get shredded down as the rest of TT just have to walk away as EDG just 5-man him. Hoya is going to go golden, but only for a moment as Viper picks up 2, and Viper is just tearing everyone on TT. Triple kill for Viper on the Zeri.
It's a
secure it with a bit of a rend. They're going to land a Sonic Wave. They're going to go in. They're going to try and secure it. It is given over to the side of B5, and now the fight can begin. There's going to be the ultimate coming out there from ZDZ to try and keep himself alive and ticking. The hostile takeover doesn't really hit a lot, but it doesn't need to. That being said, though, this Callista is just burning through these health bars. Nice little lick from Chocho to make sure he gets the kill, but that's a triple kill for Fotic.
Em cima do Grefta, o Reis ficou um pouquinho pra trás, pegou, encantado, o Crashiel pegou e garantiu outro abate pra Liberty.
Chiari Mega.
Olha o Titã, ele tem que sair, usou a translocação, ele volta com dano, o Crashiel tenta fazer o engage, Jojo parou todo mundo, já era pro Crashiel, Bom fecha por aqui, o Cavalo também eliminado, Bom vai aguentando muito dano, ele quer o Matsukaze, vai castigando ele, enquanto aqui embaixo a Red.
Contestando o que a INTZ quer, a INTZ mostrando, olha o pick-off.
Acharam o Ridan, ele pula pra longe, olha o dano! É ele!
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread, and
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, joined by Wolf here, and Gen.G just managed to take down T1. It was a game one that was pretty one-sided, to be perfectly honest, and I think that Gen.G relied upon that.
Yeah. Let's take a look at what the other casting team said about the draft. This was a Gen.G look for Chronicler and myself. I was leaning towards Gen.G, but Valdez thought that the Swain was going to be enough there, and Renata obviously is super busted right now, but I think this game wasn't about the draft as much as it was about execution, but some of the issues in T1's draft got exposed when they were behind. It was so difficult for them to fight. Like, Faker never got to team fight even one time.
No, and this is the thing, right? Like, actually, if T1 were allowed to play their game, I think that it would have looked very different. And, you know, Chronicler might have looked a bit silly, right? Like, oh, but how is this ever supposed to work? Like, the Swain was just there and slowing everyone, and it was just over. Let's check out player of the game, though. It will be Chovy. Not robbed this time around, everyone.
Doing almost half of his team's damage when there was also a Jinx in the game.
Yeah.
So, I mean, his roam here was just beautiful, and he just is able to identify Faker can't come over here. Comes over, takes a bunch of his health bar and damage just to push the issue so far. We're going to skip way far away, but he just repeatedly either threatened death of Guma or just straight up killed him at the end of the game. A lot of votes for Peanut. Wow, extremely split.
Yeah, I like the Peanut votes because I actually think that it was him hovering the bottom side of the map. Also, the denial of the Rift Herald to stop so much money going over to T1 in that moment as well. Absolutely fantastic. But Chovy will move up to top of the POG standings. Man, I feel like I'm back 3 years ago, you know, where we're living in a world where Chovy lords over all of the POGs. It was then Canyon that kind of denied that one after a little bit, but it does certainly feel like we're back in that Chovy time. That's going to continue because now T1 can move over to the other side of the Rift if they'd like to, practice out some of these blue side drafts that they have been vocal about being a little bit more comfortable on. And we'll see whether Gen.G can, as they have been comfortable in the past, navigate a red side draft.
Yeah, I also want to see how Gen.G changes the way they draft on red side, because they might allow the Seraphine to come through for Lehens, for example, or force that ban out of T1 and try to play a red side Senna draft. They also could just remove some of these early game junglers that are giving blue side so much strength, you know, like the Poppy, like the Trundle, and just prevent T1 from snowballing the same way with Owner.
Yeah.
Owner's champion pool is so wide, though, I don't know if that'll be the approach, but we could see it for sure, as we'll find out in just a moment here. Side selection, but my money is definitely on blue side here for T1.
Yeah, and you can see that Chovy is he's just ready for the next game. There's no celebrating, no nothing like that. He is just ready to get serious and get into it. And I am looking forward, would be an understatement as to my feelings about game number 2, because I just really, really hope that T1 strike back real hard and we get the game 3 that I think everyone deserves. You know, just take a look inside your heart. Today you've been a good person, right? And so therefore, we all deserve this.
I'm just like, yeah, everybody, you know, you've been having a hard week, haven't you, guy out there watching
exactly.
At home? It's been a hard week for you. It's been a hard week for everybody. It's, you know, I think we just need this. I think we all need this. We all stayed up late, you know. Oh, I didn't stay up late. I came here on time like I do every day. But everyone watching at home is probably like, yeah, we all stayed up late. Like, give us what we want. Yeah. Every T1 fan is like, we better get a game 3. They will make blue side. And of course, immediately Pult is shown on camera because he had that famous quote about MSI being lost over blue side, which was a pretty universally shared thought amongst Korean analysts as well. Like Bitdol, who's very outspoken, he's on the desk today about the blue side advantage for RNG being pretty massive in that series. I think it's something that, you know, we talk about a lot when we talk about T1 and blue side. They haven't had that many side selections this season because they have been very dominant, but they will have it here against Gen.G.
They will, here in game number 2 at least. And remember, if you're upset about the side selection situation, which was a bit of a tongue twister for me right there, if you're upset about it, don't worry. Second round robin, T1 come into it with side selection. So the rematch, I mean, already it's in my mind because this series It's only just starting to heat up, but I have a feeling it's only going to get better from here. Silas going to be banned away as T1, I think, might look for a Corki first pick, and that's going to be denied immediately.
Yeah, I love our format with double round robin and best of threes and all that.
Oh yeah, me
just had to say that, you know, even though everybody knows it. So this is what I'm talking about here potentially is how does T1 change the drafting against early game jungle prio, and they take away the Poppy. I don't think they'll ban the Trundle here, as Genji have actually banned Seraphine, so that's not going to be the lane they're looking for here on red side. See what comes third, because this Silas ban here also, you know, says, okay, I want the Corki, those bans are traded. This final ban for T1 is going to be, I think, the biggest clue as to what they're fishing for, because Zeri, of course, is still open.
Ooh, the Yuumi ban is really interesting, because, yeah, the Zeri is what they're fishing for, and they don't want to get Twitch Yuumi'd. And so they banned the Yuumi side of it because Lehens was, you know, our quintessential Yuumi player. And Genji now, it's the difficult choice, right? Like Lucian or the Zeri. I think Zeri needs to be banned. But it means then that T1, they can take away Azir or something like that. And now, oh my goodness, that is one heck of a trade.
But we've talked about this before. You know, usually the Lucian side of the trade has been very successful. Now our priority is here. Silas is banned.
That is very large Gnar priority. I guess if you've got both Zeri or Lucian available, Genji is not going to put, you know, Lucian in a solo lane, I do not believe.
The Zeri is slightly weakened by the fact that this Yuumi is gone as well. So T1 are like, don't want to necessarily prioritize that here. Let's see what Genji are planning, because Lucian has gone down quite a bit. So we'll be Renata here, and it might be a Renata pick without 80 carry, by the way. We might end up seeing something like the Wukong go over to Peanut now, because we don't necessarily want to pick this one up just yet and show your hand. You want to see if T1 is going to pick the Lucian or if they're going to take the Zeri route.
Yeah.
So this is exactly what I'm talking about. Genji, grab the Wukong. And now T1, you have to make a choice here. You traded those, you know, champions in draft. Will you actually pick up one of the two right now? With no Yuumi for, of course, the Zeri, but Lucian Nami still a strong option. Gumayusi and Keria played it so much.
Yeah, they did. And Renata Zeri is still on the table here theoretically for Genji if they wanted to play it. But it looks like Ashe priority here, potentially. But
I like Draven more.
Yeah, okay. And Gumishi's Draven was banned in the second half. Last time around, this guy has been a Draven player for quite some time.
His debut game in Worlds qualifiers.
Yeah.
Ever since then, everybody was talking about his Draven. Love to see it come full circle here. And what will be the choice of support with this is the next question, as I don't think you need to necessarily lock up a mid laner just now as T1. You've already got one solo laner. We'll just be the jungle pick.
Yeah, looking for the Viego, so that will be locked in. And so now Genji, thinking about, oh, do we want to... you're not going to pick Lucian, right? Renata Lucian is not necessarily the same power as we've seen when the Lucian's alongside the Nami.
I think it could just be Jinx or Ezreal here. You know, you have not as much survivability for Jinx, but you do have a Renata, which can help quite a bit. And you have, you know, pushing power with Ezreal in this lane.
I think Zeri's still fine, but you just have to be very careful in the lane. Instead, it is going to be the Ashe, so much CC in this bottom lane.
Plus a ton of information, which is going to give Peanut so much power in the jungle. That's something that is less talked about for Ashe, is the hawkshot power that allows your jungler, you know, whoever has the Ashe, to constantly be aware, usually on at least a 50-50 scale, where the enemy jungler is at any time to be able to set up for ganks. Blitzcrank is buffed on this patch.
Yeah, but does a bit more damage with his rocket grab and his ult.
Very strong into a squishy bottom lane like Ashe Renata.
Absolutely true. Well, Sejuani has been doing pretty well into Gnar, as you know, Noguri has consistently showed us.
I think Genji want T1 to play Ahri, and the ban of the Blitzcrank here even also is just kind of like, I hope you guys don't have a pick-based comp. Remember last time Chovy played Victor into Ahri and said, like, I played this solo queue game last night, I had such a great time into this matchup. We've seen Ahri Viego be such a strong duo. Faker is one of the best Ahri players, if not the best Ahri player in the LCK.
Yeah.
Maybe we just see the Victor scaling angle here for Genji. The Sejuani ban is strong. Might see an Ornn here to follow.
Yeah, the Gangplank could also be banned away. I think another thing that's kind of looming is the Gwen that we've seen picked into Gnar be quite successful. As Ornn, like you say, is off the board now.
I think Gen.G just want to have a stronger front line here for some additional scaling, but now that the Ornn and the Sejuani are gone, unless it's going to be a Mordekaiser pick here, something like that, I think we probably are looking at the GP to come through. It's going to give them a lot of power in the early objective fights with Cannon Barrage, and then later on he's going to scale up for a lot of damage.
Yep, I really like the GP. Gen.G now, they get to see what Faker is going to pick up. I think with this Gen.G composition, you could even consider a Swain once again, except on their side of the rift. But we'll just have to see where Faker wants to go with this, because Lissandra also works, right? Like, as far as creating space for Ruler to just, you know, kite with his Frost Shot and make stuff happen, certainly a possibility. Is Lissandra is going to be considered on T1 side and locked in. I love this. Faker has been experimenting with things like the Imperial Mandate Lissandra recently as well.
Yeah.
But not a whole lot of damage unless Gumayusi gets ahead early.
So final pick here, of course, will be for Keria. I don't know if it's necessarily going to be a cannon pick here. That would be a lot of extra CC, but not any real damage here. And it's very squishy into the burst damage that Gangplank has and all the CC. I like this a lot more.
Ah, here we go.
This is a super oppressive lane, and there is a lot of kill pressure here. So much damage. Now, Gen.G, do you take the slower Swain pick here, or do you go for the Victor, sort of scaling all in? I'm leaning towards Victor here for Chovy. You already have enough slows and CCs and setup for the Victor to be survivable and hit a lot of death rays that I like it more, but the Swain does have so much synergy with this composition in a different way in terms of slower damage. This is a completely different angle.
Whoa, yeah, you could maybe just pick Akali, I guess.
Into Lissandra as well.
Unless it's Akali into Nah. We've got Gangplank mid. I don't know. Which season are we going back to? That was like 2015. So like season 5. Good old Gangplank mid. I mean, it is in the mid lane right now, but it is going to be heading up towards top as Chovy is going to take Akali into the Lissandra matchup. That is not a lot of priority in the early game.
It's certainly not. And it is going to force a pretty carry-heavy performance out of Chovy, I think, to find value with this pick. Because Chovy is not going to have the lane control he normally demands in draft, and normally on red side he always gets, because he's like, yeah, I've got my R5 pick, I'm going to have the counter, I'm going to be able to do whatever I want. Lissandra, I think, throwing a bit of a wrench into the gears here of the mechanisms that Gen.G were trying to build around. But I do like, one thing I really like about Akali in drafts like this is, against something like a Pyke and a Draven that's really low range, you're always kind of running at Gen.G as T1. Lissandra's going to look to engage. You have the Narbar potentials there. But Akali can assassinate the backline when Keria's trying to flank. He's not going to offer any sort of peel or support. And if Zeus doesn't have his Narbar, you can also assassinate the Gnar in the backline when he's in mini Gnar. So if Chovy plays a Zeka-esque game, you know, where he's fishing for backline picks non-stop, they have some vision control here with Hawkshot, maybe this Akali pick works out.
Yeah, I think the Akali is a very interesting one. That's definitely caught my eye, but let's see how it goes. We hop onto the Rift for game number 2. Gen.G fans raising their voices here. Normally T1 absolutely dominate every single fan chant that we have here at LoL Park, but Gen.G fans certainly coming out in force here today. And of course, generally you have a one side that's for one team, another side for the other team, and then you've also got a middle ground where you can sort of be a fan of anyone. We do have some of the thoughts of both Valdez and Chronicler coming in here. As Chronicler says that it's pretty favored for Gen.G this time around. And just saying that T1's bot side is pretty flippy. If it does snowball, T1 will look like absolute geniuses. If it doesn't, things could definitely be dangerous.
And that's where the priority was put in the draft, and a lot of this early game is definitely going to be about that. I completely agree with him. I also lean towards Gen.G's draft about the same. He said 65-35. I'm kind of feeling more like 60-40, which for me is a pretty heavy lean. I usually don't lean that hard unless it's, you know, some sort of Fred Brion situation or something like that. But let's see how this one pans out, because the X factor is going to be Chovy's Akali, right? And
yeah,
it will be very feast or famine this game, I think. So that's the flippy part of Gen.G's. I think it's not quite as flippy as the bottom side, as Chronicler put it, but
Yeah,
It's going to
I
have to be a
think-
performance.
No, I agree. And I think that, Gen.G doesn't necessarily rely on Chovy as much in this draft. However, T1 will require Gumushi and Carrier to be in pretty good stead moving into the mid-game if they want to get any control.
Yeah, and once again, we see Peanut on, doing the same sort of start and pathing as Owner in the previous game, so there's no sort of really strong pressure here for Owner once he gets to this part of the clear, has that level 3 gank attempt with the prio, then he goes over and tries to steal camps. Like, he's not going to have that opportunity. As Carrier is so good at this pick.
Yeah, nice little handshake there, though, as Carrier's denied. Decent exchange of damage there as Gumushi goes aggressive, while Carrier picks up a lot of the aggro of the opposition and the turret.
Yeah, like when we think about Carrier's historic picks across his time, even this back on the DRX days, like this Pyke pick is one that has been pretty historically great for him and one that he's very known for. Almost like when people think about Barrel and the Pantheon era.
Yeah.
It's very similar where we've seen Carrier pick this against top-tier opponents. We've seen him pick it against bottom opponents. Some of us were like, well, he's just disrespecting him with the Pyke. We've seen him pick it at international events. We saw it at MSI. It's a pick he's extremely comfortable on, and I do think we need to highlight that this is, a heavy commitment and a big risk, but it comes at Carrier's comfort.
Yeah, and he's also made some of his greatest plays on this Pyke as well. We actually saw it this season. One of my favorites of all time that we had to slow down on the analyst desk was his play topside, where he got the beautiful E-flash stun just to deny a kill on one of his teammates and pick up a kill himself. It was really beautifully done. As we're checking in here on the top side, as GP in the early game, certainly doing very, very well. We saw Zeus do this last time around as well, and then the game kind of got away from the top lane a little bit.
Gnar has been so strong on this patch, and just generally this whole season across all durability. And I think part of it is because the builds of Gnar have changed quite a bit. Trinity Force and then Randuin's makes him be able to do a whole lot of stuff. Like, he has all the stats from Trinity Force, but then also is very difficult to kill and becomes this really amazing CC bot where he just kind of goes, if you focus me, we win the fight. If you don't focus me and I actually get my Gnar bar, I actually wall up everybody and we win the fight as a result. So some of his Gnar has been not about his laning. And I think with Zeus piloting it, remember this is kind of his debut pick as well.
This was his big one.
Even if he ends up losing the early game here, his functionality will not be crushing Gangplank and lane.
Well, there's Carrier looking for Lehends here. Decent little handshake, but Owner's going to come on through. That's first blood for T1. This is precisely what they needed, and it was beautifully executed.
So much burst damage.
Oh, that's a point-blank bone skewer, and Ruler's going to have to respect it. Throws out the flash.
So double flash down here for Gen.G. Lehends loses his life here. The kill does go over to the Viego and not the Draven, but that's okay. He'll be looking to cash in big time later on this game anyways.
Yep.
And this is what this lane wants to do. It wants to be oppressive. And basically only Carrier is our consistent Pyke here in the LCK to have these maximum range skewers. Flashes to try to get the double stun there onto Ruler as well is unsuccessful, but they still get his flash regardless a moment later when they commit further, as you'll see here. Point blank range, walks through the minion there, and forces Ruler's flash. So really nicely done here from Carrier on the bottom side. And Peanut expected this, and he was coming down just a few seconds too late.
Wasn't able to get there. His Wukong win rate is 100%. Only 5 games, though. So we'll see whether this is going to be his first loss, judging by how the early game has gone thus far. T1 ticking the boxes that are required of them. Owner 75% win rate, but far more sample size. Yeah. Very impressive one here. Of course, Owner hasn't done a whole lot of losing throughout his career thus far.
He really hasn't. In fact, that might be one of his worst win rates. But he's one of his most highly played champions. That with and the Lee Sin, of course, both meta champions. His Xin Zhao is very good too. And we had that kind of trinity of Gore Drinker champions that were being played in the LCK.
Yep.
The Wukong for Peanut, of course, a season exclusive because didn't play it before this at all. And Gen.G have only lost 1 game. He was not playing it that time. So
it does mean that it's likely to be, pretty successful pick. Chovy locks down the majority of that CS under the turret. Is only behind just a little bit on the Akali.
T1 got that early pick. They've taken a small CS lead down here as the wave crashes. A lot of that's going to be, of course, short up here for Ruler, so not the end of the world. Didn't end up dying there.
Yep.
But T1 now need to snowball this into early Drake and Herald priority as well. They need to keep that advantage rolling, and they need to play a game that's very similar, of course, to the one we just saw from Gen.G, where you're constantly trying to push your advantages, because just one kill alone isn't going to do it for you. It's a pretty massive lead they have early Dirk and Vampiric here for Guma. As once again, Carrier roams.
Yeah, and Doran just going to sidestep absolutely everything. I guess that's how you do it. Just be a pirate and walk around in circles, guys. It's that easy.
Yeah, it does give a lot of control to the bottom side. As soon as Carrier shows, they commit. Doran, scared they might actually come for a second pass here, just drops this cannon barrage down and is going to walk away. Knows how much respect Doran is showing while they don't know where Carrier is. Chovy, on the other hand, will spot him in the mid lane.
Yep, and so that's going to be pinged out. Doran should be able to make it back to pick up some of this farm.
But when you do this play as Carrier and don't find success yet, you got Doran's cannon barrage, nice, but it does give a lot of control to the bottom side as Ruler and Lehens will push through. So there is a trade-off here.
Yep. Faker as well was roaming down towards that bottom side to potentially answer as Carrier is just going to come on over, hold this minion wave for Faker. Does so very nicely as, yeah, Carrier going to have to get out of there. His ex-teammate Chovy is lying in wait, threatening.
One of the best things you can do as early game Akali, I mean, she's only got her Merc Treads, is just always be unseen every time you have a chance when there's no minions threatening your turret and you don't have any CS to grab. Just be somewhere where they don't know where you are and you can find kills, you can threaten flashes, you know, you can do a lot. Chovy doing that with the control wards that are around the bottom side of the map for him.
Yeah, well, Lehens is going to be bone skewered back. And there's the flash forward from Gumayushi. He really wants this as the arrow is going to connect, but Lehens not going to be able to bail himself out. The kill does go over to Carrier. So Gumayushi not going to be able to cash in just this time. However, he doesn't go down.
Yeah, he doesn't go down and no bailout. And this means T1 with this really nice play, once again, set up from Carrier, will be able to grab the Rift Herald on the other side of the map. There's a lot of control vision, and Chovy's putting some pressure on in the mid lane, so they're not going to be able to turn this into Drake on top of it. Genji should rush over to at least cross-map that. They want to fight for this. They know Owner's alone.
Yeah.
I think this is pretty optimistic, though.
To say the least, and Peanut is going to recognize that. Eye is going to be delivered over to Owner. And now Chovy in this mid lane does need to be a little bit careful. Carrier back here once again. Lehens also available. But Lehens, you know, like, if this T1 squad gets too far ahead, I mean, he's just food for this Pyke over and over again.
He certainly is. And Carrier is now going to start to potentially add all that extra cut gold as well from his passive into T1's pockets. By the way, because Genji rotated towards a potential contest that they definitely could not do, unfortunately, given the control and the rotation also from T1, they lost control of the Drake. They lost control of their vision on the bottom side river, and now T1 can probably turn this lead into a 2-objective start.
Yeah. Just a matter of waiting a little while. Zeus going to come over and think about taking an extra plate, but decides he wants the reset instead. I can understand that. Carrier moves back towards his bottom side just to check in on Guma to see how he's been doing, and as it turns out, he's been doing absolutely fine.
Lots of pings here from Chovy saying he knows there's vision, he knows Carrier's nearby, he knows that they're going to be starting up this Drake soon. And I don't know if there's much that Peanut can really do about this. He has path now down towards the Drake, but T1 have full control. Owner's here. He has a Rift Herald he can drop to even further guarantee the prio. And with this back timing, if they're seen, really easy to actually just drop Herald here and guarantee plates.
That's exactly what it looks like they're trying to do. 4 members here on the bottom side. Carrier moving on forward. And he just wants to clear out any bit of vision that they have.
I like that control word to kind of deny any vision that they were backing there, to further delay potentially this take, as Peanut has wrapped around Chovy's with him.
Yeah, he's going to get stunned. Carrier moves over as well. Chovy back to the mid lane. Faker heading over. Has Claw at the ready, of course, as Chovy's going to get spotted. Carrier has to use the dash as T1 move towards the river, and it looks like the Drake is at least going to be started here for T1.
T1 just not really overcommitting anywhere, just being very careful about guaranteeing that vision. Not even starting Drake until they know exactly where Chovy is. There's the arrow angle from Ruler they have to respect.
Yeah.
I like how T1 are playing this measured lead really well, too, because they have certain scaling aspects, too. It's not just a better scaling Gen-G comp.
Well, there's another bone skewer as Cannon Barrage comes down. Doran's trying to keep himself alive. Ulti goes wide there, and Doran is going to live.
For now.
Yep, for now. As, okay, barrel comes through. Doran read that potential play there from Carrier, who is going to make his way out of here.
But still, this is a win for Keria and T1 because you're able to force a flash out of door and force him out of lane. He does have teleport, at least thankfully for him. So if he chooses to, we'll be able to come straight back to lane, and that's what he's going to do here. They might even be able to set up a follow-up gank here with Peanut if Zeus is greedy, but he's not. He backs away.
Well, Chovy looking for Faker here. 5-point strike, doing a fair bit of damage. Okay, Owner in position, and Chovy not going to follow that backflip. It's measured play on both sides of the rift here, Wolf. No one willing to overstep when they don't have the information.
Yeah. It's been Keria's proactivity, though, that has really led to the advantageous position that T1 find themselves in. And, you know, Chronica called it a bit flippy, right? And I think that's certainly true in terms of what it means if it works and what it means if it doesn't work. Like, that part is definitely kind of coin flippy in terms of the results, but the execution has been so crisp, it has been so dominant.
Well, Chovy, he's almost spotted there. That was a dangerous place to back, but it's not actually where he's going to be said backing. All right, it is Rift Herald thrown down in this mid lane. Lahen's possibly in trouble, but Chovy just wants to stop Shelly from putting her skull into the turret. She isn't charging just yet, as the arrow will connect here onto the pike, and immediately they just pick up the kill. And again, the Rift Herald will be denied.
Absolutely brilliant play, and they set this up for a long time. This was not just Lahen's trying to bait them in just because he wanted to maybe set something up for Chovy. He knew Renata was nearby, and they also had Peanut there for Cyclone follow-up. If anybody gets caught there, they are probably going down. In fact, if T1 had more members get caught there, I think there might have actually been more than just a single kill and the Herald denied. And Chovy picks up his first kill.
Yeah, Peanut wrapping around looking for Zeus here as Doran's just fighting him. Peanut will get in here. As Zeus looks like he should be able to make it out. Flash not available, however, they're not going to be able to move as fast as the Mini-Gnar.
Yep, he will get out of there, but this is a lot of control now going over to Doran for the first time in this lane. And as a result, Zeus is even going to stick around to try to defend this turret. No cannon barrage for Doran, and he knows that.
Yep. And Doran, I mean, Trial by Fire Parley is definitely a dangerous amount of damage, but Owner should be able to grab this first Drake, a very late one, however.
Oh man, this is so well baited from T1.
Yeah, Mega-Gnar comes in from Zeus as well as he doesn't quite find the boulder toss. The Gnar is going to connect though, and there is the death from below. And that will be the third kill for T1.
And this time extra gold going over to Zeus too because of it, and because of all the resources committed top side here to try to make that mid play into a top play success. It's going to be a lot of plates going over now to Faker in the bottom lane. Looks like they'll give that last hit to Guma. So 183 gold extra into his pocket. And T1 looked shaky there for a second with that really nice setup play with Lahen's, but can Chovy make something of this? Don't think so.
It's going pretty aggressive, but not going to find too much. I don't think that cannon belonged to Faker, unfortunately.
This was
we're going to see this play once again.
Set play between Wukong, Renata, and Ashe. One for the hit there onto Pike.
나이스 지렸다.
Nice. Got him.
야나 뭐냐? 박재혁 지렸다.
I don't know whose name that is actually.
Was that Prey's name? I hope it was Prey's name.
I don't know, actually. Could be. GSM will tell us for sure.
Prey is the guy. So, unless he was just saying Ruler's name, which is fine too.
This was just a really nice bait set up for Zeus. He just comes up to the top side of the map again and tries to defend the turret, and Doran's like, I think I can punish this, but Kerry was one step ahead.
Yep.
T1 should be able to get this Herald very easily here. Just none of the things that Genji need right now in order to set up a fight are really truly online. It is an Art Harvester build for Chovy here this time around, but that's not a spike that's going to win you these fights unless you have a better setup, and T1's map control is great.
Well, Doran going to have to get on those happy feet yet again, and he does so very nicely. Peanut's going to get that flash over. Another arrow connects, and it's just magnetic to this Pike today. Zeus will be able to make his way out, but once again, Genji answer beautifully.
Chovy's side laning on the bottom side of the map for free here, unanswered because of Faker's rotation up. Faker wanted to try to turn this even further, but is missing, of course. Guma still pressuring mid lane, but Lissandra losing out on some precious farm here as Chovy's going to take a 30 CS lead by just being on the other side of the map. Second Herald will crash into this mid turret, but Chovy himself is making a big dent on the bottom side. Finally, Faker rotates over to answer it, but this turret is already dead.
Yeah, this is actually fantastic for T1. They need to keep control of the map with the composition that they have, because they so far have just been able to get more, right? Yeah. And put on more pressure.
It's not a good sign when your only success is punishing a roaming Pyke with several ultimates committed. Like, yeah, it's great for Gen G that they're able to pick up that gold, but it shows that they're behind on the play.
Yeah, and it's looked cool. However, it hasn't actually resulted in success as far as the follow-up from Gen G, because T1 have had everything pushed. They've had all of the control, and so yes, you know, cross-map arrows, they're really cool. However, they're not going to win the game by themselves.
So Chovy bought a Hextech alternator and then undid it to buy a needlessly large rod instead. So it looks like he's building the...
Yeah, still going for Shadow Flame.
Shadow Flame second, yeah. And I like it. I think it's very strong into the composition that T1 is running, as Peanut is trying to set up for this with his Cyclone just coming back up here in a second.
Yeah, Doran doesn't have Cannon Barrage, but may not necessarily need it, as there is a control ward over that side. Let's see. Zeus pops out here. Nice barrel will connect, but there's another control ward.
Arrow.
Another arrow! My goodness. Ruler is just, he's really doing his best Prey cosplay today.
Yeah, he really is, as much as he can. That strong bad arrowed has definitely been the story of T1 here when those are coming through. As I mean, look, Gen G are not that far behind. It's 1,000 gold only, but it's the vision control that makes Chovy's playmaking so limited here on this Akali. Speaking of, he might actually just be caught.
Yeah, this is a dangerous time. Stem, yeah. Okay.
He's alright.
They're going to be totally okay.
But you can see he can't make any play here, and the blue buff is just going to be ripped away.
Well, Doran almost has ulti. There's Trial by Fire. Parlay comes in. Cannon Barrage goes down, and Zeus will answer the attempted solo kill from Doran. Both top laners now off the map, though.
Zeus has teleport. This is a huge win for him. This is definitely more valuable for T1.
Yeah.
And now T1 are just going to straight up push mid. Chovy's got that lane that he's going to deal with bottom side here. He could try to flank, but look at the positioning here of Owner. It's like we're watching game one flipped.
Well, another bone skewer going to connect here as Ruler has to flash. Frozen Tomb comes in, and Gumayusi picks it up with the Whirling Death. And that is the cash-in. Finally, he had so many stacks, and look at the grin on the man's face. T1 looking brilliant now.
And that's going to be a Drake that comes with
2.4K now in the lead. Oh my God.
1,000 gold he picked up from that. 1,115 actually, to really let it sink in.
Yeah.
That was a really nice ultimate from him. And they just pushed mid. They sieged up a turret that they will be able to take on their next pass over because it's so incredibly low, down to less than a fifth health there. This is looking like an almost insurmountable lead here now. Obviously, a lot of it on one player, but it's the player you want it to be on. And this is what starts this off here. The barrel chain is denied the first time. The second time gets the slow. And Doran actually commits the flash here to get the trial by fire. And Zeus just trades back, gets a hyper proc. And ult is committed. He does not have teleport, so not going to be the trade you want, as that didn't look like it hit, but the game says it did.
Yeah, that was very nicely done.
He said, I just got 1,000 gold.
Yes, he did. 1.1, to be exact. As Ruler gets the bad news that there are a lot of enemies in this area. And this means that this tower will go down. Gumayusi very comfortably collects it. He has his Eclipse now complete. I think he may have just gone back and put that together all in one go. He now has so many items. You can see he's a full completed item ahead of what Ruler has right now, and that's basically what Ruler did on the other side of this matchup, right?
Yeah.
In game number one.
He uses all of the damage that he has with Eclipse and the Essence Reaver so incredibly well, and now he's going to have a rapid fire cannon behind it so he can just put that damage in from even safer of a distance, so Chovy won't be able to threaten him as well. They're trying to come over here and defend this turret here and set up for another Ashe play. Look at the positioning here of Ruler. He has an angle with the Renata ult, but T1 are wise to this time around.
Well, Gumayusi also in the area, and he is very frightening. There's a lot of damage. He's going to move back towards the mid lane.
I love that T1 are like, you know what, it's not worth actually losing our tempo lead for this turret. We're just going to walk away. I know Ashe could arrow us. We know the angle. We see him in the mid lane. We're just not going to play around that. We don't know where Renata is.
Yeah, don't give them the ability to answer. Value it, and then just wait for this minion wave to come back, and Faker just comfortably picks that one up. Luden's Echo completed. This Lysandra will be doing big damages as another arrow is going to fly through just to stop it back here onto Faker.
Can they turn this into something? There's a Peanut nearby.
The stun definitely does last a long time as Chovy is going to get ulted. He does have the perfect execution. as Peanut not quite in the area.
Just one of the hardest champions.
Oh no, ruler position.
Uh-oh.
As Keria has found him, the point-blank Bone Skewer is going to come through there as the stun doesn't land. And now Lehens is just going to get obliterated. So much damage, has to flash to get himself out of the way. Volley comes through just to try and slow them down. Peanut, can you get out of here? He gets Nard back. He'll have another Cyclone, but I don't think it's going to save him. His flash is now on cooldown, and he is way on the wrong side of this. And Gumayusi picks up yet another kill.
So 2-0-2 now on this Gumayusi pick. The signature Draven, as Faker is able to pick up his Shadow Flame with the extra gold he got there top side. And the commitment to gank Faker there was a half commitment, but it's just so difficult to pull that off against Alessandra of all champions. You know, she's just going to get out no matter what. This is a very T1 Baron
That
start.
is a very T1 Baron. As Doran picks up his Collector, does now have to put his Cannon Barrage on cooldown. And so T1 not exactly wasting anything. You may as well just see whether you can win the game off the previous play.
So yeah, speaking of previous play here, Keria is so far forward here and is just fishing for Ruler because look at the wave state. Ruler has to be this far up if he wants to actually successfully get these minions. And Keria's not alone. He knows Zayas can come over. And Lehens just gets two-shot basically. It barely survives. And then Genji have the audacity to try to turn here with this Wukong against the full Narbar. Not going to happen. Renata also just going to, deter T1's chase, I guess you could say, but it's not going to save Peanut.
Yeah, stops them from killing more than Peanut, I guess, but shows a little bit of a disconnect on the Genji side, as now Rapid Fire Cannon and the makings of an Infinity Edge have been put together. Keria, another Bone Skewer. Peanut not going to worry a Trickster yet, as barrels are being put down, not actually baited out. And T1 just going to collapse back to where this Drake is going to be spawning. 35 seconds on that one, and their soul point is on the line here.
I think Genji just are not set up to fight this, unfortunately for them. You know, look at the Ashe items versus Guma. 2 items down. Like, it didn't show the item spikes this time on the graphic. That might come up later, but with that cash in, it's just not even fair.
Yeah, since we did the last comparison, Ruler has purchased a dagger, and Gumayusi has purchased a pickaxe, a crit cloak, and finished his rapid fire cannon.
Yeah, so it's looking very bad for Genji's chances of even grouping for this Drake.
I would hazard to agree.
And unlike, remember last game, T1 had a comp that could turn so well and punish so well what Genji were running if they made even one mistake. T1 aren't making mistakes, and yes, Genji have the Ashe Arrow and they have Cyclone, and yes, a Renata ult, but the coordination that's required and the time that's required to force a punish is a lot harder, I think, to pull off than what T1 had defensively in that game that we just watched, where Genji's lead was even bigger. But T1 doesn't even have to show the same amount of respect because they can also pick. They can also, of course, catch people with Bone Spears and the big ultimate damage that Gumayusi is going to be putting out with the items he has. So they can just be oppressive and then also have their AD carry chunking people down. Like, Gumayusi's job is the same as Chovy's in Game 1, where he's like, yeah, anyone near me, they're dead. You've got to stay away from the AD carry. It's usually the AD carry who has to worry. I don't know if that cleanse that Guma's holding is ever going to be used for the rest of this game. I don't think he's scared.
He can use it aggressively to avoid any potential CC that might come in afterwards. As, of course, pick and cleanse into Ashe is necessary, but he will never need to worry about it. He just walk towards the arrows and soak them for his teammates. As, yep, T1 in a phenomenal position right now. Still wanting to close this one out. 5,000 gold. The lead is very large at 25.5 minutes, though. Peanut is afforded at least a little bit of space here to come over and clear out some vision. But, yeah, it's looking real dire here for Genji. And we just don't know necessarily what the true answers are going to be as this game goes on, right? Like, it needs to be little picks, little ways back in here for Genji to try and build up some sort of way back. And you can see, you know, these barrels are starting to crit for a bunch of damage and stuff like that. It's definitely good news.
And the Shadow Flame done for Chovy. Obviously, it took him a while to put that one together, but he got a lot of extra side laning done. He has a stopwatch. The problem is that we're at a state in this game where Gumayusi is level 14, by the way. If Chovy tries to assassinate the Draven just like looks at him and kills him, actually. Doesn't even care. And Chovy could play it very perfectly and use the Shroud well, but generally speaking, he's never going to be alone anyways. So what's Chovy's opportunities here? That's one of the scary parts of this lethality Draven. as an assassin. Whether even if it's like a LeBlanc that Chovy was playing here, his chances of just killing this Draven are so rough because now he's got an IE as well.
He still has no shoes.
He doesn't.
No shoes, just swords and a scythe and a gun, I guess. Oh my goodness.
And a little totem.
This man.
A little totem he can use to keep himself safe.
Yeah, there we go. To spot his enemies, his next victim.
If he gets barreled by a barrel chain from Doran, you know, that's on T1, but I just don't think it's going to happen.
Yeah, Frozen Tomb comes down as Chovy is looking for the Draven. He goes golden, and Gumayushi is going to get taken down. They didn't have an answer for that as Faker gets perfectly executed by the Akali.
Well,
Teleports to come in, and Genji are looking for a Baron.
Can't be that far up when the rest of Genji is there and they can chain CC, and probably should have pressed the cleanse this time.
Oh, Carrier, that was a very nice alley-oop to yourself, my friend. Lovely stuff. That should stop Genji from being able to very comfortably take this, but Carrier is still in a whole host of trouble.
Yeah, Zeus had an R-bar, so if he was able to kite towards him, could have been a different story. Teleport now from Chovy.
Yeah, this is another one. He picks up his Zhonya's Hourglass as well, as there was a big shutdown onto Gumayushi, and it was Chovy that picked up the kill.
He's still down for 10. Genji should be able to do this. Zeus is trying to hold on to this Narbar as long as possible here to look for and engage a turn. There's just not enough damage here. It's a Viego and an R.
I mean, it's still going to be a potential 50-50 if Ona can get himself in here. Doran is trying to play bodyguard as there's the Whirling Death. Does a whole lot of work here as Ruler's going to have to flash away. Zeus now taking a bunch of damage. Oma getting... Oh my god, Faker! He just gets in the backline and smites it away. Chovy now trying to punish him, but I don't think it's going to be enough as T1 picking up the Baron is huge in this moment. Gumayushi now wanting to flash on over and look for Chovy, who once again goes golden. But trying to get out is he now, as good handshake there from Lahens. He still has flash available.
So T1 do get the Baron here with that fantastic steal. The flank from Faker was amazing. And also, the ultimate for Gumayushi. He wasn't up in time to be in the fight physically, but he was there. As we're going to watch the end of this one more time. The real problem here, we're going back to the very beginning. In fact, I saw that the Draven was here and I was like, wait, where are we? But this is the early part of this where he's picked because he's so far forward and Chovy actually has an amazing play here. But in this take, they have Faker obviously looking for the flank. Look at the ultimate, you can see it from the base. Faker teleports in the last possible second here. Whirling Dervish hits, Peanut super low here, then the Gnar follow-up, and then Faker over the wall. Ruler's looking for the arrow here on the Zeus. But bam! Fighting it away.
480.
No, this is so necessary because otherwise Genji win this fight and get so much extra gold.
Well, speaking of fights, there's another one that's happening here. Stand aside comes through, Whirling Death, massive damage as, oh my goodness, Doran not going to be surviving now, but does get bailed out for a moment. Peanut is going to try and go golden, but it does not work. Cannon Barrage looks like it's working for T1. Instead, as Chovy's just going to get absolutely eliminated, and that was a wipe of Genji. T1 will now march down the mid lane and look to bring us to that game 3 that we all deserve.
We all deserve it, Atlas, and we're gonna get it as heroics from T1, from Gumayushi and Faker, turn that Baron fight, that take that looked so free for Genji. It was not, and also the Gnar from Zeus that comes in on top of it all. Otherwise, T1 lose too much gold there, lose the Baron, and the game completely turns on its head, but it does not. Faker shuts the door with that smite, and we are going to that game 3. A team effort here across the board, but the bottom duo investment we saw for Guma on the Draven, Carrier's Pike, this pays off so much. It's cashed out at 1,100 gold, and this Draven is just uncontainable. Carrier was everywhere on the map. He went topside to shut down Doran on this gangplank so many times, forced his flashes out, kept him under pressure, so it didn't end up being that successful counter pick to the Gnar. They also prioritized early. I mean, the composition of T1, it was risky, but when you see the players that are sitting on that stage, when you know this 5-man unit, the ones piloting it, you just have to trust, and T1's coaching staff absolutely did.
Yeah, it was beautifully done by T1, and I love that they had a plan that was so face-up, and they're still just like, no, we got this. We will just outskill them. And that is precisely what Carrier did. Landed that first kill on that bottom side, and from there, I mean, it's so similar to what happened in game number 1, right? Like, Genji got a tempo lead, never let it go. T1 in this game got a tempo lead, never let it go. There was a slight hiccup around a Baron, but I mean, that's what we've come to expect and we know and love them for.
Yeah, and very similar to game 1 also, Chovy on his pick here of the Akali, I mean, he tried his best, as Faker did in game 1 on the Swain. Ended up being mostly invisible just simply because of the game state and his lack of ability to actually execute anyone in the backline. They got that one CC setup onto Gamusu where the Shuriken was amazing from Chovy, and he blows him up. They get that shutdown gold. But Guma's ult still makes it back in time for the Baron there with Zeus and that Faker flank. I think we'll probably see a split vote here because Keria set up Guma. Faker's smite play was actually super important. I mean, there's a lot to break down and talk about here in terms of POG votes, but I'm just glad we're going to a game 3.
No, absolutely. I think that is 100% the main thing. We'll see whether T1 can ride this momentum or whether Gen G with side selection are going to be able to come out on top. I have no idea which way to call it. We'll have to find out right after the break.
W
천천히 갈까? 다리 좋긴 해.
갈만한데.
빨리 와, 빨리 자, 빨리 자.
오고고고.
들어간다 쟤. 아칼리 밀어줄게. 아칼리 밀어줄게. 아칼리.
오고고고.
아칼리 아래 여기.
나 이거
바로
바로
밀어줄게. 아칼리. 미드. 나이스. 미드.
와 쉣.
내가 민석이 죽일 뻔했다. 그러게.
세대 때려버렸어.
이거 원딜 맞으면 안 돼, 저때.
영화 쓸까 말까 고민 엄청 많이.
Running low on mana and things like this is Humble Life trying to get in here, but it's going to be a 50-50 at best here for these guys. 3 versus 3 right now as Rascal's getting on amongst it. Dudu does have his Narbar at a decent spot, but Karis dives on forward. He doesn't ult himself, and therefore he's just going to go down. On Fleek, I think, was able to take the eye as, well, no, he wasn't. He was able to kill the Rift Herald, but couldn't take the eye.
안에 봐줘, 안에 넘겨주던가 해줘.
넘길게요.
좋다. 좋아. 못 먹게 할게. 오케이, 전령도 못 먹겠다.
As you can see, Liv Sandbox know what's going on.
They have such great turn too. They are so ready for this.
I don't think you should flip it though, as Bubble is going to connect. Definitely high value target. Is Zeka going to get exhausted as well? The bailout comes on through. Can he get a kill? The answer is absolutely not. The Renata's also dead as Kingan's over the wall, and it's a disaster for TRA.
야 이거. 다 죽여.
Genji will respect it, but now there's no Meganon. As the arrow comes out onto the jungler and they say, nope, here comes the Rakan, but a little bit too little, so a massive dart into the wall. Toby gets it down. And they were just waiting for the one moment, and they get it done perfectly.
네이스. 와, 나 진짜 이것만 보고 있었어. 인정.
Now everybody's over here, and this is Kalista as well.
Oh, no, KT. I don't know about this one.
Very risky, and it's Lissandra! Showmaker gets in, and he's going to be the hero once again to pull off the fight. KT, they take a risk, and it's absolutely not going to pay off. Someone will wipe the floor with them all.
5,000원, 1,000원, 1,800 쓰마. 바로 빼긴 했어.
days of pain. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Cold and empty, lifeless remains. Vi sörger, vi sörger. Fields of the fallen and blood washed in rain. This cannot be all that will be. So you have torn this world apart. You came for our suffering. So we'll bleed, cut us deep, find the death that you seek. But just remember, we retreat, but we'll live on. Those that die aren't forgone. Just remember.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're up to game number 3, the deciding match between Gen G and T1. T1 evening out the series with some Pike and Draven magic starting from the bottom side, and then a stolen smite to steal a Baron.
Yeah, I mean, the fight there was definitely in Genji's favor until the Draven ult came through. Then you see Zeus layer on top with the Gnar there with the extra damage coming through. And Faker teleports, has the flank angle to go over the wall and smite with Lissandra. Unsealed Spellbook for Lissandra has actually given us now 2 big Baron steals here in the LCK. And I think Faker will get a vote or 2 just because of that play. The rest of the game, he was just putting Faker down in the lane and didn't have too much of an impact in team fights because like game 1, there weren't very many team fights because of the oppressive control that Guma and Keria set up. Not only in the bottom duel, but around the map.
Yeah, and I actually respect, you know, the draft votes going over to Gen G. I would hazard to agree because I think that if Keria and Gumayusi don't smash the bottom lane, then it's over. Keria is going to pick up the POG. He would have been my vote, 450%. I'm a little bit biased towards Keria just in general because he's a cutie. But still, if he doesn't make this play, if they don't win this bottom lane, then the game is over.
Yeah, they don't end up winning the game. Now, the critical stats there were he was 100% kill participation at 14, but he was also 25% duo procs, which means he spent 3/4 of the first 14 minutes in other lanes away from Gumayusi. So like this, where he's punishing Doran again and again and again. He did this. He set it up several times. Very split vote here, actually. Guma getting 3, and the Faker votes as well, tying here. But it's the analyst desk who breaks the tie. They also were 2-1 there, so...
I actually spoke to Rapid Star and Bitdol during the break, and I said, you better vote for Keria. And so I'd like to say that I helped. I didn't actually do any of that. I did speak to Rapid Star before work, but otherwise I didn't. But I still think that this is, it's definitely a validating vote. I think that he was absolutely fantastic. Keria just really did land the bone skew as necessary. But we need to talk about the fact that the draft wasn't necessarily a win from T1, and now they have to move back to the red side, which they were a little bit shakier on. So we'll have to see whether they're going to be able to perform the same sort of in-game magic to pull themselves back in, or whether this red side draft is going to be the good one.
Exactly. Because I loved how Game 2's drafting from T1 showed that maybe it's not meta, maybe it's high risk, but it's comfort in its own very unique, specifically Gumayusi Keria way, where you have this bottom side duo of 2 players who love these picks, and it's so high risk, like we've all talked about, like if it doesn't work out, you lose the game. But it worked out so hard, they played it so well, and this goes to show even at the highest level here at the LCK, sometimes what you like to pick and what you enjoy to pick is the best option.
That's exactly like why I probably shouldn't get as upset about these Gnar blind picks as I do, because there are so many players, Doran and Zeus, perfect examples, that just absolutely love playing the Gnar. They feel very comfortable there. They understand how to win so many different lanes and what they need to do in order to do so. And so therefore, you can understand why they're going back towards these picks over and over again. I'd prefer it if they didn't. But I do understand why it's happening. And we hop into the draft here for the deciding game.
Yeah, I think Gnar priority going to be very high in this game too. as Gnar is a strong pick in general in the LCK, but when you have the ability to pull the resources bottom side with the Draven and Pyke, then obviously you're not worried about the Gangplank counter pick as much, especially when it's a 2v1 top, because the Pyke is up there half the time. So we see the Poppy ban once again towards Peanut. Peanut's blue side Poppy is the scariest one, as we will once again see Seraphine and Kalista removed by Gen G.
Yep. I actually think Poppy just in general is pretty scary.
I just wonder if Chovy gets his Azir again, because Gen G could just ban Corki here and be like, do you want to give Lucian? You want to give Azir?
Yeah, it is a good question. Because also, if it's Corki and Azir that are both banned, Draven going to be banned. I love this, because this sets Gen G up for a potential Lucian first pick, if they want to. Because the Draven, a fantastic answer to the Lucian. One of the reasons why we didn't see Lucian or Zeri last time around. T1, recognizing this, will ban it away immediately. But that means Corki and Azir are both left up.
I think if I'm picking for both teams, I think Gen G wants to have Azir. I'd rather them have Azir, and I think T1 would rather have Corki, and we might just have that handshake here. Even though Faker
Renata as well.
Yeah, Faker is such a famous Azir player himself, but this season it's been all about Chovy's Azir. See if he does lock it in here. Will be the Corki actually, so Gen G are gonna pivot there.
Okay. Very interesting. Now T1 can look at a, potential Ahri angle if they want to. It's a lot of Ahris into Corki recently. As Gnar going to be picked up, and looks like it might just be Lissandra again. Faker going to go back to it. And what ain't broke, don't fix. They won't have access to the Draven this time around.
Yeah.
So that snowball potential of the bottom lane, not going to quite be as prevalent.
So I think the Gangplank pick here makes a lot of sense for Gen G, because you're going to have a lot more resources to work with, and it's not just going to be, I'm going to take a pause on that possibility, because they may just simply give over control to T1 here if they're going to go for the Senna lane. Senna, Kench, of course, both available right now, and this means that T1 with Renata also will have a lot of options for Gumusi and Keria in the bottom side. So I think T1 now just grabbed the Renata, and no matter how many 80 carries Gen G try to ban away, they're still going to find something that can lane well into this. Now, Kalista and Draven are the strongest ones, but they're banned away. So I think this is why Gen G is prioritizing the Senna like this now on blue side, which we talked about so much even before we got into game one.
Well, it's made Faker bored, as you can see. Still thinking about what he wants to block away. I think Renata is sort of the obvious choice, as Faker's going to hover the Nidalee, as Owner does like to do quite often. But Owner's going to go back to his favorite. So we've got Owner on his signature pick, Zeus on his signature pick, and Faker on his Lissandra that he stole a Baron with to help win them the game in game number 2.
Gangplank is gone now.
Gangplank, Gwen both being banned would make a lot of sense here.
Yeah, because now you're... As Gen G, this is the priority you chose, and you will have to pay for it with this Gangplank ban. It's almost a tax you have to get with this. And
that's a lot of doubloons.
See how many of these bottom side picks get banned away here, as we see the Bard banned so much when you're running the Senna Tom Kench, because he can push the lane very well and also can set up flanks, and it's very frustrating to deal with. Can also chase the Abyssals when you're trying to retreat.
The Sejuani ban, I think, is quite interesting, because Gen G's comp with an Ornn looks like the most terrifying thing in the universe.
Yeah, I mean, next to Gangplank being in it, I think that it's the next best thing. And you won't be able to deny that anymore, so they're just going to take away the Pyke too. It's not allowing any playmaking here for Keria, but this does leave open the Renata.
That Renata that you were talking about is definitely one that I'm a bit curious about. Respecting the Bard and the Pyke a little bit more. Gumushi is just going to
Ezreal,
think about locking away the Ezreal. Yep.
But Karma also still up too. That's a strong option here for T1.
Yep. They just want to get that pushing lane,
Yeah, like even Yuumi is also open here for Keria. If that's what they want to go with, they'll see what Gen G's comp is first.
T1 fans just got a whole bunch of PTSD. Just there, Wolf. Just be careful.
It won't be Yuumi Jin, okay? So like, let everybody relax.
This is Gragas potentially for Doran. One of my favorite picks into the Gnar, but we've seen it not necessarily work as a counter pick.
It's very safe. It's very boring in that regard, but I think as Gen G, you're just trying to bore T1 to the late game where you actually are relevant and scaled and very frustrating to play around. As it will be the Yuumi, it looks like here. I mean, there were 3 great options, right? The Renata pick that was most common and is very strong into dive. But guess what? Genji's not really running at you ever with this comp. So not as strong in this case. Good for the lane, but Yuumi gives you both attack and defense, gives you heals and extra sustain. The Karma can block with shields and obviously can run you around the map very quickly. It is very difficult to escape that if you're a poorly positioned Corki player, but that's not Chovy, that's not Ruler on this Senna. I think the Yuumi is great because, yes, her healing is somewhat nerfed, but if she builds Moonstone here, which she almost definitely will, you're always going to be able to somewhat match that sustain from the Senna Qs that are coming through. And this has been a very common response to Senna when you're running the Ezreal. Of those 3 picks we commonly see in the bottom lane with Ezreal. So I like it a lot here. I think it's a very smart adaptation, and I know it's not everyone's favorite pick to see Keria on, but I think it does make the most sense.
It's definitely going to give them a strong lane once again. We'll see whether it's going to be enough to get them enough ahead of this Senna Tahm Kench, which does, scale into infinity and beyond. And speaking of scaling, that is exactly what Gen G have. I think the Viego is the only thing that's a little bit out of theme when it comes to the composition. I would have personally loved a Trundle, but you can't get everything that you want here. As T1, comfort across the board, right? And
absolutely.
Mid-game domination is what they're aiming for here, and I think that they definitely have a lot of avenues to get there. We'll see how it goes as we hop onto the Rift for the deciding game. All right, yeah, T1 fans, they heard the fact that Gen G were quite loud last time, and they're like, no, we can't have that. They were booming in Moorpark here.
It is such a exciting draft here, I think, because of the comfort for Keria, for Faker, owner on his Lee Sin. He's got 2 losses in his career on it. One of them was this season, 4-1 on the pick right now, and it's just T1 once again crafting a draft that makes a lot of sense, but also really accentuates the strengths of their players.
Yeah, it's a lot of comfort, and for game number 3 in our match of the week and honestly match of the round robin, does make a lot of sense as Keria floating around on this cat on a book, having a good time.
Did you get the word on Chronicler's thoughts and perhaps Valdez's
Yes, I did.
thoughts?
So Valdez and Chronicler both sent in their thoughts, and they do believe that Gen G's draft is a little bit superior. Valdez has given it a 55-45 in favor of Gen G, saying that T1, there is just a little bit too much of an onus on them to get control in the mid-game, and Gen G should just be able to comfortably outscale. But he says that if Gumayusi manages to pop off, then it should just be T1 walking away with it. And Chronicler has said something pretty similar. 60-40 though, in favor of Gen G on his side. And yeah, it's a little bit more about that needing to get the mid-game snowballs rolling for T1 to find the victory. And I think I'm on the same page.
I think so too. Like, the mid-game here is so strong for T1, but they have to get to a place, obviously, where they have strengths enough to use those advantages well, obviously, because Gen G has a comp that scales, but it doesn't mean that it just has to default, sit around. It can be very oppressive, and they have a lot of engage options with Tahm Kench. They have the Gragas, right? And can be very snowbally with Viego in team fights. And Lissandra is not going to be able to just put on free pressure here in the lane, and Lee Sin is not going to really be relevant until level 6 this game, unless something crazy happens here on the bottom side, which seems unlikely. For me, I just don't think, a lot of people discuss the Senna versus Ezreal, whether it's Ezreal Karma or Ezreal Yuumi, etc. The Senna has handled this pressure all season very well. This is a nice trade.
Yeah.
So I'm not as worried about that as I am worried about how much Zeus can do in this matchup, where Gnar has traditionally been a counter to the Gragas, at least this year, and actually even last year as well. And this Gnar is going to be so powerful at actually setting up for Faker and Gumayusi to pop off. You could see obviously huge True Shot barrages if combos are well set. Faker's going to have a lot of power in these mid-game fights before Chovy starts to really get those items online. I think Zeus might just be the real hero in this game, once again, with his Gnar priority.
Yeah, potential linchpin here is Chovy taking a lot of damage from Faker here in the mid lane. The Lissandra power
in the laning phase, working out very effectively as Peanut is looking for this. Body slam. Ooh, flash, not quite in range, but that stun will land, and the barrel's going to slow down Zeus. His flash is on cooldown, and that means he's dead. Peanut going to pick up that kill, and Genji off to a great start.
Yep. Looks like there was some debate for just a second there whether it should have been Doran or Peanut who ends up picking up the kill. I think both is great, but I'd rather the Viego have it to further snowball some of the advantages that Genji can play around to stave off pressure in this early game. As yeah, this lane is going well CS-wise. You can see a pretty significant lead here. About 5 to 10 is going to be the advantage here for Guma and Keria on the bottom side.
Yep.
But I like this gank timing. They not only get the flash, but also the kill there. And it was Zeus' best effort, to try to dodge that stun coming through from the Viego. But it's just too much damage, Conqueror procs, and now your Gnar power in this lane is somewhat neutered. He is obviously just going to be able to teleport back to lane and start putting on that same pressure, but it's not the same strength that he had moments before.
No, I'd agree. I would 100% agree. Definitely a good start for Genji. Not the end of the world for T1, though, as we have a look at this gank one more time from Peanut's perspective.
Yeah, from
이렇게 타고
Peanut's
가는 거다.
perspective, gets the speed
가볼게.
up.
가자.
I'm gonna go, let's do it, let's do
해야
it.
돼.
Looking for the, waiting for the flash for the
안
stun.
써도 맞을 듯? 잡은 거 같은데?
I think we got him.
잡았다.
Got him.
야, 개꿀. 좋았다,
Basically
현준아.
sick. Is the best way to describe what he said in Korean. There's no real translation, but he was like, that was pretty nice.
G-Sun's addition is like, it was easy. Easy. And looked like it. Definitely pretty elementary there. See whether Zeus can get some revenge, as Doran didn't even need to use flash in that moment.
Nope, and Genji will get bottom side control here too, as well as this Drake. And the first few levels, Ezreal Yuumi can put some pressure on, but it really fades quite quickly as Faker's coming over here without 6.
Yeah, Valkyrie comes on through. Peanut is going to be able to secure the Drake as Owner is only level 4, so no kickback's going to be happening here as Chovy doesn't want to use his flash to get out of here, but he's going to have to. Snare is going to connect, and Owner is going to go the wrong direction, so Corki will survive, at least for now.
They get the Drake, but they expend 3 flashes for just Owner's 1. So, without 6, I thought this might be the wrong call here for Faker, and Owner tries to go in for the Heroic Steal, isn't successful, but is able to escape, and then Faker can use his Claw to come back in. That was a really nice turn there from T1, so arguably in the Summoners aspect of this, they do come out ahead. Genji take a pretty significant lead with that kill they had earlier on the top side. Doran loses only a few minions up here top side when he returns back to lane.
Yep.
And, at the end of the day, that solo Drake can be very important for the pacing of this game because that means at worst case, Genji has bought themselves 5 minutes.
No, precisely. And I think that that's the main thing, right, that Genji are going to be looking at. And I think that we got a glimpse of what T1's comp is going to be capable of, right? Like, if Owner, had his kick at that stage, then that is, team-wide situation.
Oh yeah, Fake
Genji,
he has ult, 100% you win that so easily.
And that is what we're staring down the barrel of for this potential Herald fight that will be coming up. So Ruler is looking to flank Gumayushi here, was predicting the Arcane Shift, and Gumayushi's counter to that was not Arcane Shifting. I like that a lot.
Yeah, definitely as the Ezreal, you have the agency here to, if you're patient, just wait and then react instead of just blindly arcading, shifting, and panicking. So really nice job there from Guma to not do the panic move, and we'll just get out for free. So scary moment potentially there. Did, of course, have Flash available too, but probably would have died if he did get snared there with Yuumi so far away. Yep, but I like how Lehens and Ruler are going to try to hold this wave here, deny Cannon, do what they can. Doran is very happy to just sit up here in this lane and play weak side. He got an assist earlier. Chovy.
Yeah, Owner's going to make his way in. There's the claw as Chovy doesn't have cleanse. Faker's going to find it, and yeah, this is a really dead Corki. Nothing he can do about this without flash or cleanse.
Owner doesn't even have to kick.
Yeah, that holds onto it.
The power post 6 against this Corki is massive. Will be the kill going over to Owner, which, like the Viego pick earlier, I think is the right call. Lissandra doesn't need that money to be relevant in this laning phase. She's already so significantly ahead in CS, and that will continue with Chovy losing quite a bit here. Doesn't have teleport. So this is absolutely the right call to try to snowball this Lee Sin. Ruler can deny it back.
Yeah, it does so, and that might actually give Genji a bit of priority here on this Rift Herald that's already down relatively low. Sole possession of Vision is going to be there, and yeah, T1
Not actually going to be fighting for this one, I don't think, as Owner is going to spot out that it's happening, but it isn't actually going to move over to the pit, and it's just Gumayusi taking as many plates as he can bottom lane in response. 2 of them already going over, I think so that means the Rift Herald value answered already.
Yeah, and it's possibly going to even be a third one here because they True Shot Barrage this wave, so it's just so easy to clean up. They don't know where Peanut is pathing here. It could be rushing straight back down, and Lehens is on his way over, so they don't greed for it. But that teleport call from Lehens is what allows Gumayusi and Keria to actually heavily commit here, and as soon as they realize that the Tahm Kench is not going to be here, Senna is already showing mid, so you know the enemy duo is gone. You can just walk away from this as T1 and feel pretty happy. Now, how much Herald value is given could actually change this game and put it back into Genji's control. As we watch this timing here, Chovy
Peanut was just backing as well.
He doesn't have Peanut here. I think this is communicated better from Chovy, maybe Peanut tries to turn this, but it's just so much damage. And again, Owner did not kick.
Yeah, and also, I mean, I think Peanut was gone before Owner showed, so it was just, you know, unfortunate timing for Gen G, but fantastic timing for T1 to guarantee that kill onto Chovy. Owner once again over here. Peanut in position as well, though.
He has both Summers this time, Chovy.
Yeah, Faker is just going to move on forward one more time. It is Peanut that's the target, but the Heartbreaker has been buffered, and that means that they're not going to be able to find it. Gumayusi going to get knocked up here as Lehen's going to flash after him. There's the Devour after the Tongue Lash, delivered into the snare, and it's all too easy here for the Gen G bottom lane.
Now, you have a lot of power here. You can push these minions in and look for plates. Look at Viego rotating down. Now, Owner is here with a cat. But this is basically a 3v2 that we're looking at here. Faker trying to come over.
There's so many minions here as Owner's taking a lot of damage. Faker going to be blocked off here by Peanut.
Guaranteed charge, 100% here now for Gen G to drop down. True Shot Barrage going to try its best to deflect, but will not be successful. Will help clear these minions, but the Rift Herald crashes through. Lots of extra gold here now to the bottom side.
Yeah, it's 2 plates to come through. I believe that at least Lehens and Peanut picked up those. Otherwise, it might have just been Peanut, but that's fine. Body Slam going to interrupt the crush here. As Zaya's just going to walk on out. Doesn't have his ultimate. He's been using that on cooldown, as Nas generally do.
3 plates in total here, bottom side, as Lehens and Ruler really want to force a fight onto Owner early on to take his health bar away. But package is ready.
Yeah.
Doran has to take the long and slow path down here. Zayas, of course, also teleportless, but could just stay topside to get some plates pre-14. This is the tightrope that Gen G have to walk right now without massive control on the map. And they walk it well. Corki package is committed here, but you've got the choke controlled now, and there should be 2 Drakes to lead now for Gen G.
I keep hearing Lord of the Rings quotes in things that you're saying.
What did I say this time?
You have no power here.
Oh, okay.
I heard that one and I was like, Saruman? Is that you? I don't know. Maybe I'm losing my mind. It's the intensity of the series, I think. It's bringing out the Tolkien in me. As Chovy with the package. Going to try and get some damage down, but good wave clear here from Faker on his Lissandra. And Chovy's not going to be able to find that plate.
The package here looks wasted if you just think about what it did and it's in terms of the damage it got and how it didn't kill minions or anything. But actually, it was valuable because it was able to deter T1. So even though it didn't do the big boom,
that's a party cask.
Yeah,
that is in honor of his coach, as Score has had many a party cask in his time. He was also the best Gragas that we've ever had in the jungle. But still, sometimes you just want to have a party and celebrate.
Indeed. And if they had gotten a kill there or forced a flash on Zayas, would have been amazing. I don't think he would have died. It could have been a nice cask attempt there from Doran if it had. Well, it was a nice attempt. If it hits, it could be good. By the way, it's a celebration of the lead that Gen G have is what I'm getting at here. There's a reason to party because Gen G have taken a pretty significant lead with a Corki composition, with a Senna composition.
Yeah, I mean, they have a comp that sort of naturally will win late. So any sort of advantage that you manage to find at the beginning of the game is definitely a good one. As picking up the double Drakes as well. I mean, we mentioned how valuable the first one is. Well, the second one, as you may guess, is also pretty good.
Yeah.
Zayas gets himself another plate here on the top side. Chovy gonna Valkyrie.
So we talked about this yesterday, and I don't know, it just seems like it's almost like there is something deeper going on with the Drake algorithm here. Like, I don't know if these are really random. The Corki into no Drake Mountain Soul, where T1 could actually stack a 4 Mountain Drake Mountain Soul in the late game. Gives them actually a lot of late game power.
Ooh, I like that.
So-
Faker's going to switch back to teleport.
Yeah, he's going to switch back to teleport, and this is going to be a lot of plates going down that Ezreal is not getting in the mid lane. Doran has cast back up, does have flash.
Yeah. So Doran can throw that cask anywhere at any moment.
This is just a macro win for Genji on both sides.
Doran's just after Ona. He's not your lane opponent, Doran. You should be fighting the Nah. That's the gentleman's
turret.
agreement of League of Legends, okay?
That's first turret blood. And
Yeah.
Owner gets nothing here. Peanut comes over, and now they're under threat. And the whole time, yeah, there's a push here in mid. Chovy got all the wave. They don't actually, get, I believe, get an extra plate. There's the fadeaway right before as Unleashed Teleports come online for everybody. And yeah, maybe you get this turret, which I think they should.
Oh, 100%. And outer turret in mid lane is more valuable than outer turrets in side lanes.
Yeah, but in terms of gold trades, that's not what you want to be doing as T1. They wanted to make that dive succeed topside. They wanted to try to kill Doran and get value in both mid and top. And they only get value mid. It's traded for value here for Ruler, who's got his Umbral Glaive now, a lot of extra vision control.
Ooh, Lehens. Oh, dear.
Want to walk into this one?
This is not where you want to be, my friend. He is going to ward first. Definitely the right call. Not going to get engaged on.
Does have his ultimate and flash coming back online.
Yeah, and Owner is going to steal away that Rift Sculler. That was beautifully done. He might pay for it, though, as Faker decides that he wants to take matters into his own hands. The kick is going to be there, potentially, but Peanut is going to be devoured. The Tom Kench is taken down. Heartbreaker to get over the wall. The flash comes out as Owner was soaring after him, and it's just not going to be enough. T1 answer with a beautiful skirmish in the river.
That control ward there in the brush is the MVP of this play. T1 playing around it so beautifully there and setting a trap for Genji as they rotate in. And Owner gets so much value in this fight. He's now 2-0-1 this game, but also steals the Scuttle as he sets this one up. And that will be T1 getting picks right before this very critical second Herald to stop the snowball here of Genji with a composition that already scales so beautifully.
Yeah, this is the time when T1 want to be getting these advantages as well as we check out how this play went.
I'm going to use Lehens to get in here, then Safeguard out after stealing that away. And then the Yuumi ult comes through with Faker. It's just so brilliantly played. I mean, it's just that simple here is Genji didn't realize how many members were grouped up in this area, and the control ward allowed them to collapse in so easily. And Faker just keeps making these long-range engage plays. Lissandra used to be just a counter pick here in the LCK for the last few seasons. Now, just feels like on its own with the right composition, feels strong into anything.
Yeah, it's starting to go back to, what was it, like 2019, 2018? The era of Fly, where he would just win every single game if he managed to get Lissandra, and then teams banded against him, and then they didn't win anything after that.
Similar to his Aurelion Soul era, but
yeah. Rammus era. We heard about his mid lane Rammus. I never actually saw it.
Yeah, it was rumored to be quite good.
The rumors were potentially exaggerated.
Now, Genji cannot fight this without a package Chovy doesn't have. So unless there's a miracle steal here for Peanut, which he is going to look for, it's going to be tough. Doran wants to commit.
Yeah, Doran's diving into the pit here as Ona is just going to smite it before the cask comes down, but at least the cask hits a couple of people. That is back on the right track here. As T1 are going to usher this Rift Herald towards the turret. Peanut loves denying Rift Heralds. And he's going to be in position to do so yet again. Stun goes wide, and now T1, they're moving on in. Peanut's going to have to Heartbreaker away, and he is going to do so. Final chapter connects onto only the Tahm Kench as Peanut is able to survive, but Shirley will be able to get a charge, and that's the main thing. The team fighting force of T1 is now moving towards Doran. The Q's going to connect, and Ona finds another one. The kickback onto Peanut, right into the Devour, but will the Tahm Kench survive is the question. The answer is yes for now. But man, T1 are coming alive here in this mid-game.
Genji are making some really unusual calls here. They decided to try to contest this Drake, knowing that if they get a smite steal, not only do they get soul point, but they buy additional time. They prevent T1 from starting this track of getting mountain after mountain, which just obliterates their composition. It nullifies it completely. And then they chase down here to try to collapse on this Rift Herald drop. Ezreal has teleport, so that's, you're not going to be able to match that. As Corki, you're running cleanse. So this whole fight, Chovy is not here, and Genji are still trying to force it, knowing that Ezreal can come in and cannot be interrupted. So two two very greedy calls that end up getting punished here. At least they're able to stop this Rift Herald from getting an additional charge. But T1 just has so much control. They are being decisive, whereas Genji are very slow on the play. Could have maybe seen a turret traded topside. Speaking of, now that they had to all back, the timing here is great for Zeus, who will pick up an additional turret, and he's got his bodyguards, Faker and Carrier.
Yeah.
Toby's just having to wait for waves.
Absolutely is. T1 really picking up the pace of this game. They've claimed themselves the gold lead as well. It's just shy of 2,000. As Genji, we have to remember, you know, scaling is still absolutely a thing that we can talk about. However, their time with control of the map is now over. We'll see what they can do to actually wrestle this back, because they're desperately waiting for 2 items to come through for Chovy. They're waiting for Ruler to get those stacks online.
Thorin is pushing bot and does have teleport, so can come over here defensively onto this very turret. He's going to make that call.
Yeah, he's going to teleport in. T1 are going to back away and respect it. I thought maybe they could rush it down and then deny the teleport as well, but then did not have quite enough damage in order to do so.
And it's going to cost Doran that turret on the bottom side, this pressure here from T1. Can they get out? I think the answer is yes.
Yep, Claw on cooldown. Zeus here in the side lane. His owner, of course, is going to be able to steal away the blue buff. His Lee Sin smite's better than any other champion in the history of the game.
I mean, his Lee Sin just might be better than anyone's champions across the board. On every player in the LCK, he's just been so good at this pick across so many metas.
Peanut possibly caught out of position here. Does have his ulti available. He's going to use it. Faker didn't have to ult or anything like that. That was just a Circle of Frost.
And the one thing Genji had going for them before this was that Doran was getting bottom push there in a side lane and almost started to put the real pressure on that inner turret. Would have been some extra gold for Genji. But that push mid pulled him out, lost him his teleport, can't go over there in side lane. Now those minions are so far away, so he's really struggling to actually do anything cross map here. So T1 are pushing the edge all the way to this Baron spawn and the subsequent now Mountain Drake that's spawned here. Again, it feels like time has flown in these last 3.5 minutes since T1 got the last one. But they just took so much control over the map without a Baron. It almost looked like Baron levels of control with how deep they were into Genji's jungle. And they've basically just said, all right, we're just timing this out to the next fight, which you guys are still not ready for. Your items are not quite online. Notice the build here for Chovy. He's deviated for a little bit more wave clear. He's got the Tiamat here, but he's so far away from that Ludens. He so desperately needs to really spike hard.
Yeah, it doesn't actually have that one online yet. We often see that as the second option, but wants to make sure that he can get through these mini waves as quickly as possible and then come over and assist his team. And I can see the logic in it.
Yeah, I do too, and you know, this is a very Chovy move, right? He's like, well, I need to be like Flame Horizoning Faker this game so I can get those items online, because I'm not going to get them in team fights. I'm not getting gold in 5v5s. I'm getting it in the side lane.
Yeah. Well, he is doing it right now, moving towards this outer turret on the top side of the map.
And he's got a lot of vision to escort him here, knows all the line of words here. Ruler put one over the wall there as Chovy knows just when he needs to get out.
Yeah, Faker.
He's 2 levels up on Faker. That's how much side lane he's doing. His whole job has been, give me the money.
Yeah.
Because I'm not functioning in team fights. We have no vision for that.
Okay. Maybe it's just like don't get Ludens and still do bajillions of damage. Maybe that's the strategy.
They could potentially collapse on and kill Faker here. They don't have the ability to deny his back.
You can see Genji don't care about Drakes though. This second mountain will go down. So what you prophesized earlier on, Wolf, with the quad mountain soul is a potential reality here for T1. And that would mean that Chovy's going to need even more side lane farm.
And he's getting it. I think this is the right call for Genji. And we've almost gotten to a place in this game now with Genji picking up all this gold topside to where this game is dead even again, because of the scaling aspects of Genji's draft. Now, T1 2 ticks closer to Doomsday on the Doomsday clock, though, with those 2 Mountain Drakes that are left. Because if they get a 4 Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, it is basically unwinnable here for Genji. Their composition will do nothing with Senna's very limited damage. Chovy's poke will just be dodged by shields and all of the extra resistances they can start to itemize with it. Maw Malmortius already done here for Owner. So T1 have a nice advantage tempo-wise. They have these Drakes, but Genji's scaling is starting to come online. I think T1 needs to guarantee this next fight. Now, I like this attempt.
Yeah, this Baron.
No vision. And choke point controlled.
How do we find some vision on this Baron though, Genji, is the question, as they have yeah, wards all around it, but they don't actually have any. As finally, they will get note of what's going on here. Teleport to come in on the north side as Doran gonna belly bop his way forward. Gumayusi outside of the pit. It is going to be secured there by Ona, but can they find the team fate? Faker gets out with the claw. Peanut cannot find anything, and Genji are left with empty hands.
Now, if one more LPL caster tells me that was a bad Baron flip call from T1, I'm gonna lose it because look, they had control ward vision on both sides of the
I'm calling Lyric up to this.
because they had both the river rush and the entry point there to the south covered by wards, and they had a Gnar with bar available. Genji have to take this extremely roundabout path to come in. They even don't know the timing of this, so Ruler has to ult to see where the Baron's at. That's their only real, angle to get vision. And by the time Genji come over, Doran has a nice teleport angle for the cask, but T1 have so much mobility with Claw, with Owner on Lee Sin. They just get out of there. Ezreal also just arcane shifts away. Very free escape here for T1. They have the damage to back this up. This is not really a risky call. In fact, it's just calculated. As Doran, look at him on the angle here, looks for the bop onto Gumayusi, knocks him forward, but the fight doesn't really need to happen here for T1. They just retreat away. In fact, Guma doesn't even have to arcane shift out of the pit. He just arcane shift south and he's away. Corki Rockets need time to do that damage long term, so T1 just get to escape. Now T1's control of the map is uncrackable.
Absolutely. Gumayusi going to move away from this inner turret, but it is still going to go down. The Baroned up minion's going to be enough there. The base not broken just yet, but Peanut taking so much damage here from the one-man poke unit that is Gumayusi. And Chovy, can't get through these Baron minions quite as effectively, as he does have a package, so he's relatively safe standing over here, but not against 4 members. And T1 will take that inner turret as well. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, Doran does have that wave pushed out, and T1 not looking like they're confident enough to start sieging inhibitors just yet.
This is such a great game for T1, knowing their win conditions, knowing how much power this Baron is going to give them. It's going to delete, again, a lot of that time towards this next Drake, which they so desperately want to not only take, but actually win a subsequent fight for. T1 got the Baron and then got out. I think now they're going to need to win a decisive team fight with the gold the Baron gives them, the map control it gives them. Ow. I mean, these rockets are hitting hard. Chovy, he's not missing. It's just not a thing he really does on this pick.
No, he's doing pretty well.
And he's getting closer to Ludens finally. He's actually building the item now.
Yeah. Lost chapter is complete. Teleport to come through from Faker. Let's see who he's going to be able to find with this one as Chovy is over here. There is a big boop into the wall as Faker is just going to claw his way out. He's like, well, I tried. And he's going to suffer a fair bit as far as health bar, but otherwise not too much to worry about as they just tidy up that wave, and Zoomies are going to be there to get Faker's health bar back again.
One of the big questions I have here is package available? I think it is going to be available for this Drake fight. It's going to be so important. Zeus has his ult.
Yeah, the claw massively respected here by Genji. And they really do want to try and protect this one. Remember, there is no Baron. This is just T1 straight up sieging.
Yeah, Chovy, the fact that he took cleanse means it's so awkward for him in these timings. If T1 could just buy like 30 more seconds of time with this 5-man push, Chovy can't just go grab package and teleport in. He has to actually make a call to go back for it, and that's going to be so much wave clear they lose in that moment. So he's kind of stuck down here. This is so well played by T1. They're just trying to time him out. He's out of rockets, and he needs to go home and get that package for this fight.
True Shot Barrage, so much value here as well, as they at least do have a fair bit of wave clear. Of course, this is also AP Gragas, who does a fair bit of work to the minions when they're not Baroned up. So, they're now going to have a little bit of respite as they wait for a minion wave.
This is just so perfectly timed.
Oh, yeah, Peanut's just going to get completely altered to oblivion. He does get devoured, but that is a very long way away from this Drake that is just going to be secured here by Ona. So that is 3.
I hope Chovy's not holding a sad package right now, and I can tell by how he's moving on the minimap that he doesn't have it, because there is just no way. That hit onto him with the Mystic Shot was what caused him to go back, and that's the moment where T1, as the Drake spawns, fades away back to take it for free, resets and grabs items.
Yeah,
and
it's all right. It's not the Jury Duty package.
No.
Which is definitely not what you want to see in your letterbox.
Warmogs,
doesn't have it yet.
By the way, here for Lehens.
That is a tanky catfish.
It's a tanky catfish who is going to have so much regen. He's going to be able to, block a lot of these Mystic shots now, which is quite helpful. But we're one tick closer. We're at 11 o'clock, man. One more hour to Doomsday for Mountain Soul for Mountain Drake, Mountain Soul, for
Yeah,
T1
we're going to need to see some Void Stubs. That's what we're going to need to see. Ruler as well is going to be doing 0 damage because he's got lethality at the moment.
Yeah, and I mean, yeah, it's Night Harvester Gragas, but he's not really going to be doing a whole lot either. I mean, look at how much the 3 mountain stack already protects Owner in this moment. He's got a Malmo Radius. He's like, yeah, hit me with the rockets. I don't care.
Yeah, he doesn't. You can understand exactly why, as Gumiushi does do a lot of damage. As, yeah, Owner tanks another rocket. That wasn't a big one, and yeah, it was barely a one. So T1 already, with just these 3 Drakes, feeling pretty good. But it's only 4,000 gold, and there is a heck of a lot of scaling still to be done here on Gen G's side.
This next Baron, again, T1 could take it the same way.
Yeah.
AS gets a Narbar, they control choke points, they have vision set up, and they can start it basically at any time once it is spawned, because they have wave control here in mid. They have all the prio that you could ever want.
Well,
Faker
I mean,
doesn't have smite, but I mean, that's the only thing missing.
but he can go back and get it
Yep.
at any stage. He's got Ghost available as well as his Flash. And Gen G finally find themselves some access to this river as Faker will just walk his way out of here.
This is really important vision now for Gen G to set up here. They can delay the return here of T1 to the Baron pit.
Yep. Peanut and Chovy in the pit right now, but you can see T1 fresh off a back, and they know exactly what's going on. They'll just get back to this mid lane,
Gen G
start rotating around.
do not have great turn with this comp, so
Ruler possibly in trouble as Owner, yeah, he was thinking about it. You saw him move towards him as that prowling projectile landed. But remember, there is still a Devourer available, as Owner's going to look for another Q. This time it's going to miss. Of course, an invisible target there as Chovy going to Valkyrie his way out. He's got a blue buff.
Zeus is losing his Narbar here, so they won't have the same choke point lockup. Ruler, you gotta be so careful,
he can't be frontlining.
You're not the tank. I know you can heal yourself, but that's enough damage for them to say, you know what, I think we have enough time here. Doran is not here, but he has teleport and ult.
Yeah, Dawning Shadow flies through, but the Zoomies keep Gumiushi completely happy.
Faker.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage. Faker looking for that flank angle, and he is so important for this one. As Doran just gonna dive on forward, Gumiushi's just obliterated! And the fight may be over before it's even started as Zeus is trying to be a hero. But Peanut dives towards this Baron. He knows exactly what he wants of this situation. As Zeus, he does have the Meganar available. Belly Bob comes down. Faker's still got a fair bit of damage. They are going to respect the Meganar who wallops the Doran, and Doran's going to be taken down. This is huge if T1 can actually win this, as Chovy going to try and cleanse himself. Owner is chasing after the Corki, and he will take him down. He goes golden as well, as this cat is keeping them all alive. Oh my god, T1, how did you do it? The Abyssal Dive is not even going to be enough as he tries to teleport out, but it does not work. That's the ace, and T1 are just going to look to end the game.
They will just push it down. Unbelievable turn after Doran deletes the 80 carry. It doesn't matter. In a 4v5 fight, T1 do not care. They play it better. They play around Zeus. The Gnar priority for this player on his best season ever is just well-deserved as this guy pops off and wins it for him. T1, clean team fighting until the end, and they will win this series tonight.
Yeah, Doran trying to do what he can, but there is a naked Nexus, and T1 will destroy it and get their revenge, and Gen G will suffer their first loss of the summer season, and Faker picks up his 500th win here in the LCK. He has the most by a gigantic margin.
Yeah, Def took that small time in the LPL, but he is 129 behind the unkillable Demon King, who tonight had so many great games of Lissandra. I mean, those 2 games, he played games 2 and 3. He shaped so many of the team fights around Zeus' Gnar as well. And it was just clean in those final moments, the way T1 set it up. And they knew Doran was going to teleport through. The positioning there, weak from Gumiushi, he's punished, but they could still win the fight. They still have enough items. They have enough damage there. And unfortunately for Gen G's composition, it needs way more time. And the engage was so set up well by Zeus there once again. I think that when you see these moments, you realize T1 always has a plan B. There's always a backup plan. You don't need an 80 carry.
Yeah.
That's that MVP.
Well, Gumiushi wasn't even in that last fight,
yeah.
And T1 was still able to come out victorious. I think the Yuumi situation was definitely fantastic, but yeah, that was, oh man. What a nail biter of a series.
The Faker thumbs up, that's the one everybody's waiting to see.
Yeah, and that is the big one as well. When the thumb's really high up, that means you know that this is an auspicious day.
So, just to give some context to the standings now, because this was a 2-1 victory for T1, they are still 1 game behind Genji.
Yeah.
Not able to actually pass them, but that is about as close as it gets. As everybody's giving poses on the camera here, there's a moment where everyone deserves a ceremony for T1 with how well they played this final game, the tempo advantage they had, the drafts that didn't feel as meta as Genji's, didn't feel as clean. There were definitely some risks, there were some holes in the draft, but it was comfort that wins
it just
out.
felt like T1, right? It was a 100% T1 draft, and they styled on Genji exactly when the draft came online. And that shows just how much practice they have on this composition. Here was Ona starting things off against Chovy, and Chovy ended this game 0-2-1. The Corki value was just never really found.
And with Cleanse, too, that he chose because of the Lissandra pick, forcing the Cleanse meant that he couldn't teleport for packages. He could never back where he wanted to. When the map control went to T1, he had to be there for the defense. He then built Tiamat because he knew that he needed that extra wave clear to defend all the oppressive controls. This fight was beautiful.
Yeah.
I want to give credit to Keria for lining that one up, but it was the rest of the team that gave him the chance to do it.
No, absolutely. I think Keria's Yuumi really starting to prove itself. Looking real good, but when it's sitting on the back of Ona, anything's going to look good when he's playing the Lee Sin. He was everywhere he needed to be that game. I think Peanut was relatively invisible, like he kind of is now, given Viego's kit. But the Viego was also, it felt like a real mismatch of an option here as the game went on. And even though he survived in this moment, we got a bit of an idea as to the turtling that Genji's composition was capable of. It just wasn't enough in the end, and T1 were just able to keep their foot on the accelerator for long enough.
Yeah, I mean, this was just T1 knowing how to fight so brilliantly around these choke points. This was the one where I made the joke, right, about this is not actually a risky call from T1 because they had it calculated. The next fight, they don't have the same amount of control, but it doesn't matter. This is after Guma is dead. And look at Zeus with his Narbar here as he comes back into this fight. Just blows up the carry.
Oh my god, the kick as well.
Kick is fantastic. Then they come over on top of Chovy, who cannot do damage in this fight because there's no front line for him. And when the Gragas is the one who has to set up the fight and takes a ton of damage and dies first, Corki doesn't have any line of defense anymore.
Yeah. And Ruler's Senna just not really able to deal out enough damage after Corki was dead. He got the Devour, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Gumyushi also towering over everyone when it comes to damage dealt this game. But I'm glad that we got a bit of a closer one this time around, because I felt like Game 2 was a blowout. Genji was shut out of every single objective. In this game, T1 had to fight back.
Yeah.
Genji's early game was actually very strong.
I do want to...
they did so beautifully.
I do want to make a correction, because I saw the Gumyushi ring, and for a moment I thought it was an MVP ring because it just looked so unique and special, but it is, of course, he didn't get MVP that tournament. It was Owner who got the finals MVP.
He did.
It was just Gumyushi's championship ring he was showing, foreshadowing that maybe he's looking for a second one this season. I really enjoyed this series. I think of the big three series we've had so far, like we obviously had that really close one between Genji and Damwon, then the T1 Damwon series, which was very back and forth. We had that Nuggery game with the Mordekaiser. This one just felt like the highest level possible, though, of the three we had. It's the final one here. And T1, I think, really proved that they shouldn't be underestimated. They can make drafts work that don't look standard, which is, I think, what the LCK overall needs right now. So many of our teams are drafting the tier list, and T1 are drafting what's good for their players, and they can make work.
Yeah, and this is a thing that, T1 was actually a bit of a candidate of, as we bring up the standings. I'm really keen to check out these standings because I want to see where the lines are, right? Like, for example, Wolf, and hear me out for a moment, if DRX beats Genji, which is going to be their next match this week,
Genji will still be ahead because
they will still be ahead. However, the win-loss will then be like, and also if Liv Sandbox manages to, like, it's just nutty. It's nutty the possibilities that we have here at the top of the standings, because with Genji now not being undefeated, they're going to move back down towards the rest of the members here, and
critically, our next series, I've been trying to hype this one up for a long time. I know it's
another tiebreaker.
KT and Kwangdong for this next one, 3 and 4. Obviously, big game score deficit here for KT. I mean, it's 2 games, not the biggest ever, but it's what puts them ahead. That series is going to be so important as we're rounding the end of this first round robin for the race for playoffs for these two. Because if you look at the West side, it looks pretty clear-cut. Like, there's a clear line to be drawn there. And KT is at the top of the running right now for our 6th and final playoff spot. So that's such an important match for them if they can win it.
Yeah, and this is KT that was denied playoffs in spring by Fred at Brion. So they are desperate to make sure that that does not happen again. And of course, the threat is not Fred at Brion this time around. They've had a very unfortunate season, but creating some distance between themselves and Kwangdong Freaks is going to be very important. So our second match of the day is going to be a real big one. So, I mean, today is just a great day of League of Legends, to be perfectly honest.
T1, let's take a look at their schedule. Their next opponent is Fred at Brion, so tough times for Fred. But then they face off against Hanwha Life, so it gets a little bit easier here for T1. Then they hit, you know, some arguably lesser challenges in DRX, but DRX just had that upset win earlier on this week.
Yeah.
And then they hit Kwangdong, so it's going to be somewhat smooth sailing here for T1. Their stronger opponents are yet to come.
They absolutely are, and I think that, you know, T1, that loss against Kwangdong Freaks was largely a loss against a meta read and things like this. I think that a lot of people still place T1 ahead of Kwangdong as far as power is concerned here in the LCK, but I'm glad that that loss happened, right? To keep them honest, to make sure that they have to keep pushing the boundaries of what to pick, what to play, and how to be better moving further forward.
And on that 21st rematch, there's a revenge narrative there, as Gen G's schedule is a little bit tougher, actually. They face off against DRX on Sunday. That's going to be very hype. And then 2 Live Sandbox matches in a row. So, or not in a row. I mean,
there's some Nongshim in there.
But, like, 2 back-to-back very soon, only separated by that one Nongshim there. So, Live Sandbox, we talked about this in their last matchup. Like, they have the double Gen G test, so that's a very exciting matchup to look forward to in the coming weeks.
No, I agree. Live Sandbox as well were relatively tested by good old Hanwha Life Esports as well. They did come out with a victory, but Hanwha made them work for it after taking a surprising game number 1 last night. So maybe Live Sandbox will have you know, improved on a lot of that consistency as we look further on. But let's have a look at the player of the game and give it to Owner, I hope. Yeah, there he is. 6-0-3. His Lee Sin every time he picks it. I'm happy to just write down that that POG vote before the game's even
I don't
started.
even remember who I voted for. I hope I voted for him, man. I might not have. I just was like, it was one of those moments where I was doing the narrative thing and the POG checker was like right on me, and I'm like, I put an X somewhere down because I wasn't thinking about it, but we'll see what I voted for in a second here. I wanted to give an honorable shout out to Zeus, though, as well, who I thought had a fantastic game, and a lot of these fights for T1 around the Barons they took were set up by his control of the choke point. Faker also on this Lissandra.
Yeah, Faker was great.
He destroyed Chovy in lane and then was just all over the map all the time, using his claws incredibly aggressively.
Yeah, showing that you don't need to be super far ahead in farm to win the game. Because in fact, it's just the 50 gold in the Nexus that you require to earn in order to get a victory.
Yeah, I mean, Guma UC did get killed that one time, but he also had a really, really good game. What did I do? What did I write down?
We need to.
Oh man,
they
just
oh no, denied.
They protected me because I think I might have accidentally not voted for Owner in this case.
Oh no.
And I want you guys to know that even though you didn't see it, you should Wolf Keck W in the chat.
Okay, get those Wolf Keck Ws.
Maybe I did vote for him, but like I have this weird suspicion that I didn't.
Yeah, the sinking feeling in your gut.
Wow,
okay.
it's a 6 for 13.
6 for 13. Okay, never mind. It had to be tie broken by Chronicler.
Yeah, and Faker did pick up quite a bit of those votes.
I think I kind of like the Zeus vote in comparison to the Fake one. I just think that, you know, Owner's Lee Sin is just always worth a vote in my opinion.
He's what now, like 24-2 on it or something like that?
No, it's just absurd. And also, every time he plays it, he is just amazing as well. So let's hear from him. So let's throw it over to Ji-sun for some translation.
KDF 선수 오너 선수와 인터뷰 나눠보겠습니다. 승리 축하드립니다. 네, 1라운드 최고의 빅매치였습니다. T1이 결국 젠지에게 첫 패배를 안겨주고
Thank you very much,
승리를
guys.
가져가게
This is
됐는데요.
Season for the POC interview translation joined by Keria and owner of T1. How do you feel? We beat them all the time. We beat them one more time. It's not that special, you know. It's just natural.
와,
Just kidding. I'm so
너무
happy right now.
어떠세요?
일단
Yeah, I mean,
전 경기 인터뷰에서
in the previous POG interview, I mentioned that we're gonna give them the first loss, and I'm happy that I was able to live up to my words. And also, Peanut was doing a great job so far, so I was able to learn a lot from him. And I hope to have another banger matchup against Peanut in the rematch later on. And this was indeed one of the most hyped matchup of the first round robin. And Genji was on a great momentum. How did you prepare for this series? When you get to play against strong teams, especially me, I kind of think a lot of the gameplays and their play style. I kind of go through a lot of stuff by myself. I was like trying to pay attention to their kind of plays and strategy. And owner, just like you said, Peanut has been showing a lot of creative jungle pathing so far. Were you paying attention to that as well? Yeah, his early pathing is so on point, so because of that, I kind of messed up with my own pathing because I was too aware of his play early on, so that's a bummer, to be honest. In game 2, well, Lucian, Zeri were both led through and then nobody picked it. It was T1 actually going for that early Draven lock-in. Tell me about that draft. I think we were going for some, mind game where only blue side can try, but Genji didn't fall for it either, so they also went for the Renata. So it was a great draft strategy for both of the teams. Some people say Renata is a counter into Pyke, but you went for Pyke after seeing the Renata. Tell me about it. Well, because there's a lot more pressure in competitive matches, Renata cannot really counter Pyke because the hooks are so kind of intimidating when you're playing on stage. So I was able to actually make a great play on Pyke. And 2 out of your 2 POGs were both on Pyke. I mean, I don't know whether it's about me. It's more about T1 as a whole playing so well. And I think I'm just like decent and alright on that pick. Tell us how you can play Pyke well. Do your best, practice, and the main game is the key whenever you're using that, charging that Q. So watch where the opponent is like moving and dodging, and then let your hook come off. So this meta right now is about the bottom lane, but today we had even more action and mind game and tension down on the bottom lane. Tell me about it. So starting from game 2, we wanted to be a lot more delicate with the bottom lane performance, and we kind of figured that we actually need more communication during the pick and bend. And I think we had good draft and we were able to get the win. And owner, game 3 we had Quirky on the side of Genji, which means they can outscale you, but T1 went for a very dicey or risky Baron try early on. Did you kind of calculate all that play? Quirky was the only damage carry on their side, so I was like, it's gonna be 90% of probability for T1 to secure that Baron. And then we had another fight around the Baron, so let's take a look at the replay together. Right here, this was the game ender and the series deciding team fight. Guma was dead, but still all of the T1 players were very fed, so we wanted to take the fight. And then Quirky, just like I said, is the only damage dealer on the side of Genji's comp. So I had all eyes on that Quirky, and then somehow we were able to play out this team fight really well and got the victory. And that Yumi was, healing both Owner and Zeus throughout the team fight. Keria, how are you watching and playing that fight? You know, our top and jungle players were so fed, and just like owner said, Corki is the only damage output on the side of Genji. So if we can kind of pull it off really well, we thought we'll be still able to win the team fight. And Yumi was kind of the key counter into Corki because she was able to compensate all of the poke damage from Corki. As you head into the later phase, you know, Yumi definitely is really weak early on, so I think it comes down to how they play out the game. T1 managed to give the first L over to Genji, and your next opponent will be Hana, Life, and Bro. So yeah, round 1 is about to wrap up, and I think what really matters the most is, you know, winning the end, you know, winning the championship. So I'm so happy about the victory today, but I don't want to, you know, get ahead of myself early. Just like, you know, I said, you know, sometimes when someone has nothing to lose, they become even stronger. So I think we really have to prepare hard for the Bro series as well. And back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ji-sun, for the interview. Translation there as well, and great to hear from both owner and carrier after a brilliant series up against Genji.
And the end goal is always that trophy, that championship that they are gunning for, their 11th as an organization. I love to see that they're not going to rest on their laurels. Yeah, we beat our toughest opponent so far here in Genji, but that's not where this train stops. It's at the finals.
And you also have to make sure that you are careful about a wounded Frederick Brion. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a quick break. When we get back, Kwangdong Freaks versus KT, as you can see down the bottom there, and we'll see you there for that one.
쌤, 오늘 끝나고 한잔 고?
오, 캡쌤 좋지. 끝나고 소맥?
그래, 가자.
야, 잠깐. 야, 해링턴. 네? 뭐 하냐?
저 아무것도 안 하고 있었습니다. 뭐가 아니야. 야, 줘봐. 아, 줘보라고. 야,
얘 여자랑 연락하고 있어.
와, 나 진짜 미치겠네. 연애를 한다고? 나 때는 여자친구가 애니비아였어. 맨날 프렐류드로 배웅해줬다고.
너 데이트는 어디서 하냐?
카페에서 커피 먹습니다.
나 때는 협곡에서 미니언 먹는 거밖에 없었어.
맞아. 머리에 피가나게도 안 마른 놈이 뭘 알겠냐.
너 연애 열심히 한다니까 선물 하나 줄게. 이거 받고 이쁜 연애해.
아, 감사합니다. 역시.
아이 그럼 한번 열어봐. 이거 좋은 선물이야. 도란.
그거 받고 도란도란 잘 사귀면 되겠네.
해링턴 예쁜 연애하라고.
미친놈들.
아니 뭐 재밌는 일 있나 봐.
아닙니다.
네?
롱소 들어드릴까요? 도란 버블 드릴까요?
야 너 저번에 도란 달라니까 롱소도 받아. 롱소. 오늘 집도할 주제가 선수의 연애인데 연애가 도움이 된다 생각해? 안 된다 생각해?
근데 형 그거 지금 가기 전에 짚고 넘어가야 될 게 있어. 지난번에 우리가 이제 1화 영상이 올라왔는데 영상 길이가 논란이 조금 있더라고. 왜 이렇게 된 건지.
그게 어떻게 된 거예요? 저희 당구를 하신 건 아니죠? 아니 근데 진짜로 증거가 있어요.
증거요?
네.
무슨 증거요?
파일 출력할 때 분명히 1556이었거든요? 네. 그게 유튜브로 넘어가니까 뭐가 바뀌나봐요. 근데 왜 하필 56초예요?
56이든 57이든 58이든 오해 생길만 한데요?
원래는 이게 길이가 15분 정도밖에 안 됐었어요. 근데 사실 PD 입장에서는 헬리오스 뭐 생일이 그렇게 중요한 건 아니잖아. 네, 진짜 넣을 생각이 없었어요. 그렇게 넣을 생각 없었는데 작가님이 갑자기 그걸 넣자는 거야. 굳이.
그러니까 하필이면 그날이 또 얘 생일이었어가지고.
그날 태어난 내 잘못이다. 그날 태어난 내 잘못이다.
근데 결국 어쨌든 오해를 만드셨네요?
그랜저를 방송 한번 하시면 될 것 같아요. 그거 하면 모두 만족하지 않을까.
그래서 다들 이제 선수의 연애 찬성이야 반대야?
나는 선수 때 연애와 그런 걸 다 겪은 입장으로서 반대입니다.
근데 곧 결혼하시지 않아요?
니들은 이런 거 하지 마라. 결혼할 여자친구에게도 물어봤는데 자기가 생각해도 도움이 안 될 것 같대.
그럼 궁금한 게 정말 프로게임 때 연애할 때 도움이 안 된 적이 있나요?
잠깐 나 오늘 말 못한다.
아니 뭐 솔직하게 얘기를 하면은 선수 때 당시에는 뭔가 합리화를 하지. 야, 나 여자친구가 있어서 도움이 되는 게 맞아 이러면서 막상 잘게 잘라서 따지고 보면은 시간을 빼앗기는 건 맞다고 생각해.
아니 근데 나는 선수가 연애를 해도 된다고 생각은 해. 근데 확실히 이게 뭐 시간 뺏기는 부분이나 여러 가지가 있겠지만 프로게임 해봤으면 알잖아. 이게 멘탈적으로 진짜 너무 힘든 거. 근데 이런 거를 들어줄 사람이 있다는 데에서 도움 많이 되거든?
그 동료한테 말하면 되잖아.
꼭 여자친구여야 돼?
아니
힘들고
아니 지금으로 치면은 내 동료가 여기까지만 하자.
그러니까 그거 아니야. 선수 뒷땅을 까야 되는데 선수한테 할 수는 선수
나 자기야 나 오늘 너무 힘들었어.
형이 나 너무 때렸어.
그냥 쓰레기같이 아무것만 하고 나 너무 힘들어.
아니 잘 받아줬어. 징징대고 있는 세상이 필요하다.
저는 반대입니다. 있으면 안 돼요. 게임에 집중을 해야 되는데 어딜 연애를.
근데 본인은 왜 있었어요?
생각해보니까 프로게이머 할 때 거의 다 없었거든요?
맞아.
얘만 있었어요 얘만.
저도 돌이켜보면은 잘못됐었습니다. 그러지 말았어야 했어요.
아니 근데 그럼 뭐 너의 이유는 이제 시간 뺏긴다?
시간도 많이 뺏기고 만약에 갑자기 싸웠어. 또 연습하는데 집중이 안 되지.
근데 얼마나 심했던 거야? 우리는 잘 몰라.
네가 제일 심했어 네가 제일 심했는데 이 새끼야.
아니 근데 나는 선수랑 연애 얘기해가지고 막 엮어서 문제가 된다고 생각하는지 모르겠어. 연애뿐만 아니고 다른 거에 이제 관심을 둘 때 그때도 같은 영향을 미치는 건데 비트코인 한창 될 때 나는 게임하면서 탭보다 비트코인 참 더 많이 보는 일 봤어. 알트템 눌러가지고 비트코인 이거 차트 오르는 거 확인하고 근데 걔가 연봉보다 비트코인으로 많이 벌으니까
확실히 딴 데가 있네. 그런 게 아니고.
그거는 진짜 아닌 게 왜냐면 그걸 하고 있잖아? 다 올라.
맞아.
다 전염병처럼 진짜.
내가 그래서 걔 때문에 돈 날렸어. 이런 게 뭔지 알게? 나 연애나 이런 거 진짜 귀엽다고 생각.
들어보니까 네 분 다 선수 시절에 여자친구가 있었잖아요. 네. 좋았던 경험이나 나빴던 경험 이런 것 좀 알려줄 수 있어요?
근데 나는 미안했던 에피소드밖에 없었던 것 같긴 한데 당시 이제 여자친구가 이제 저 보려고 일산까지 와서 기다리고 있는데 당일에 전화해가지고 나 오늘 못 나갈 것 같아.
진짜 나쁜 놈이다.
너는 다 나가니까. 다 나갔으니까.
그러니까 이게 진짜로 프로게이머라는 직업이 스케줄적으로 뭐 정해진 게 없기 때문에 일단 만나기 힘들고
무한히 기다려야지 그냥.
연락하기 힘들고 요즘에는 그래도 카톡 이런 거 PC로 하는데 우리 때는 우리 때는 PC 카톡 이런 것도 안 되고 핸드폰도 이제 연습할 때 따로 이제 모아두고
그것도 있었어요. 아이돌처럼 연애 금지 이런 거.
연애 금지 저희 있었어요. 연애할 수 있는 조건이 우승하고 연애하라였어요. 그래서 저희는 바로 풀렸죠. 저희 프로스트 블레이즈는.
그게 너무 빨랐던 것 같기도 하고.
나 근데 진짜 모르겠어. 이게 롤드컵 우승한 선수들 중에 여자친구 있는 선수들이 거의 대부분이었거든? 그렇기 때문에 프로게이머면 연애를 하면 안 된다 이런 거보다는 그냥 사람에 따라서 연애를 했을 경우에 뭐 본인 컨트롤이 안 되는 사람이 있을 수도 있는 거고 뭐
나는 그래서 좀 더 좀 반대를 하는 것 같아. 내가 이 사람한테 뭐 잘해줘야 되겠다, 뭐 못했다 이런 거를 계속 계산을 해야 된다는 것 자체가 방해가 되는 거야.
그럼 얘는 지금도 그러겠네. 뭐 핸드폰 걷고
근데 실제로 내가 학원에서 가르치잖아. 학생이 물어봤어. 코치님 점수 많이 올리고 싶고 뭐 하고 싶은데 제가 여자친구를 사귀는 게 맞을까요? 라는 말을 진짜 맞아. 나는 너 미쳤어? 너 왜 그거 물어봐? 당연히 안 되는 거 아니야?
나 이런 선생님 만나기 싫다고.
근데 걔 그리고 챌린저 찍었어. 오. 아니 진짜 찍었어.
약간 생각이 바뀌는데.
근데 대신에 그 스트레스를 내가 좀 다른 쪽으로 풀어줬어. 그런 거를
너가 풀어줬어.
위험해.
지금 얘기 들어보면 게임 하는 것과 연애와 부딪히는 경우가 많잖아요. 연애하면서 일어날 수 있는 갈등을 사례로 가져와 봤거든요.
근데 이거는 이미 불만이 있어.
이미 게임 때문에 불만이 있어 지금.
평소에 얼마나 옷을 안 사 입으면 저러겠어.
그러니까 여자친구가 참고 있었는데 남자친구의 그 멘트로 인해가지고 터져버린 거죠.
마지막에 진짜 꼴 보기 싫은 말을 한 거지. 근데 스킨이 예뻐서 사줄 수 있지 않나.
이 사건의 전제에는 일단 남자가 옷도 안 사 입고 게임에만 돈 쓰는 그냥 게임에 미친 놈이에요.
그치. 그래서 무례하지 않다.
무례하지 않다.
여자가 화낼 만했다.
저도 그냥 무례하지 않다.
만약에
게임은 다 해야 되는 거 아닌가?
아니 저게 이거 이기면 드디어 골드 탈출임.
얼마나 중요해?
나 이거 한다. 나는 나 이거 약간 막 진짜 지진나도 할 것 같아.
저는 좀 이제 남자 쪽을 되게 높게 평가하는 게 롤을 중인데 바로 답장이 왔어요.
그 미니맵 볼 시간에 카톡을 본 거예요. 얼마나 여자친구를 생각합니까?
근데 100일이잖아요.
남자친구 승급전인데?
근데 여자친구가 20분 안에 안 오면 헤어지자 그래.
근데 20분 안에 끝내봐야죠.
난 진짜 정말 궁금한 게 진짜 그 사람이 너 그럴 수 있어?
되게 과몰입해봐. 진짜 과몰입해봐. 전화 왔어. 안 가죠.
네, 전화.
삐삐삐삐.
여보세요?
여보세요?
자기야 뭐 하고 있어?
나 지금 옷 입고 갈 준비하고 있어.
근데 키보드 소리 뭐야?
아 이거 바람 소리야. 나 지금 옷 입고 지금 나갈 준비하고 있거든. 문 열고 나가면 될 것 같아. 택시도 불렀어.
아 그래? 그럼 뭐 20분 만에 오는 거야?
근데 지금 오늘 교통이 좀 막힌다고 하네. 조금 내가 다시 연락 줄게. 미안해. 아니 근데 이 얼굴을 보고 가발을 썼는데도 나도 남잔데?
그럼 만약 저라면은 하나라도 일단 지켜야 되지 않을까요? 승급전?
저 상황에 어차피 늦었으면 마무리 짓고 간다.
승급전 하나라도.
아, 여사친.
승률이 80%나 돼?
아 나 모르겠다 이거.
나는 당당하게 말할 수 있어. 친삭하는 게 맞아 이건.
오.
친삭하는 게 맞죠. 왜냐면 친구잖아요.
다른 듀오를 찾던가 남사친으로.
승률이 80인데?
그러니까 남자랑 하면 승률 40이야.
아니 그거는 그냥
막 그냥 유미 잡았는데 2대1을 해. 그리고 네가 개똥 싸는데 뭐라고 안 해.
근데 그럼 그게 너의 실력이라고 말할 수 있어?
나 실력 아니어도 난 절대 친사가 아니야. 이 사람이 롤 접을 때까지 같이 할 거야.
여자친구는 포기할 수 있지만 이 친구는 포기 못 한다는 거네.
아 여자친구도 따로 이렇게 챙겨주면 되는 거지.
아 여자친구가
아니,
지금
이거
헤어진다는데 헤어진다는데
계속 듀오가
말라 했는데.
그럼 내가 닉변할 수 있는 돈을 주고 미안한데 나 닉변 할 수 있는 이거랑
거짓말을 하겠다는 거네.
이러면 너무 아니잖아.
아 이러면 민수야 하면서
신상을 안 한다 하면서 그거를
설득을 한번 해봐요.
안 해.
이건 설득이 안 되는데요?
이거를 한번.
질 거야?
빠별아, 너 왜 얘랑 계속 듀오해?
잘하니까.
자꾸 너랑 붙어 다니는 것 같아서 내가 좀 기분이 좀 그렇거든?
우리 승률 보면 잘 나오는데.
우리?
아니 보통 이제 우리라고 표현할 수도 있는 거 아니야?
너 얘랑 친하게 지내는 거 싫어?
나 얘랑 별로 안 친해. 그냥 우리 듀오만 하는 거야.
너가 얘랑 듀오하면 얘랑 되게 친해지는 것 같고 나랑은 안 놀고 나 좀 불안해. 이럴 거면 너 얘랑 사겨? 오해할 수 있잖아.
진작을 해야겠는데.
다 친삭하는 걸로.
진삭해야죠. 네. 너 누니?
진석해야 된다.
팬들이 또 여러분들한테 되게 질문을 많이 해주셨어요.
네.
팬들의 질문.
프로게이머들 일과 시간이 오후에서 새벽인데 연애는 언제 어떻게 어디서 하나요? 부족하긴 해. 평범한 커플보다는 보통 만나는 주기 생각하면은 한 2주에 한 번? 한 달에 한 번? 한 이렇게 볼걸요?
또 그리고 일과 시간이 오후 새벽이라고 또 말씀을 또 해주시잖아요. 근데 할 건 다 합니다.
데이트는 어느 장소에서 하셨는지 궁금합니다.
근데 저는 보통 숙소 근처긴 했어요.
근데 그때 웃긴 게 이제 휴가 같이 나가서 돌아다니면은 가끔 마주칩니다.
맞아요. 인사했어요.
그리고 이제 뒤통수 보이면은 뒤에서 이렇게 봅니다. 하하. 데이트 잘하고 있구만.
빠른 별은 모태솔로인가요?
저는 근데 모태솔로로 지낼 줄 알았어요. 얘가 딱 봤을 때 뭔가 좀 무서울 것 같은 그런 느낌.
저 나름 인기 많았어요.
그건 맞지.
롤을 잘 아는 여자친구 vs 롤을 아예 모르는 여자친구 어느 쪽을 선호하시나요?
나는 롤을 아예 모르는 여자친구가 좋아.
이유는 뭐야?
롤을 알고 막 나를 아는 사람이면은 헬리오스를 좋아하는 건지 신동진을 좋아하는 건지 몰라.
헬리오스나 신동진이나 별 차이 없잖아.
그건 맞긴 하지.
근데 저는 완벽한 그 롤붕이로서 롤 아는 여자친구, 정확히는 게임을 모르는 여자친구를 만나기가 저는 어려운 것 같아요.
근데 저는 롤을 모르는 여자친구가 좋아요. 그냥 굳이 또 연애까지 하는데 롤 얘기를 하고 싶진 않았어요. 네, 굳이 그냥 저한테는 이제 롤이 1이니까 그냥 좀 다른 쪽으로 얘기를 좀 많이 하고 싶었어요. 네, 다른 분야.
본인들은 연애할 때가 성적이 더 좋았나요? 아니면 나빴나요? 근데 이거는 우리 CJ 패밀리에게 물어보기에는 좀 그런 게 CJ는 항상 내리막길을 걸어가지마.
저는 이게 아까도 말했던 건데 롤드컵 우승했던 선수들 중에 연애하고 있던 선수들 되게 많이 봐서 연애가 성적에 막 엄청나게 안 좋은 쪽으로 영향을 미친다고는 생각이 안 들어요.
맞지.
이거는 그냥 연애하는 본인들의 당사자들의 문제다.
자, 오늘 이제 선수의 연애로 한번 주제를 다뤄봤는데 여러분들 궁금증이 좀 해결되셨나요? 다음에도 좀 이제 궁금한 것들 있으면 댓글을 써주시면 야심차게 한번 토론해보도록 하겠습니다. 협박 안녕.
LCK 파이터들의 불꽃 튀는 대결 스틸 롤 파이터로 들어온 저는 빛 다니엘입니다. 지난 스프링 롤 파이터에서 저희가 또 이 강다니엘님의 샤라웃을 받게 되는 영광이 있었기 때문에 진짜 강다니엘님을 오늘 모시게 됐습니다. 강다니엘 나와주세요.
네, 안녕하세요. 오늘 MC를 맡게 된 강다니엘이고요. 진짜 강다니엘님한테는 정말 죄송하지만 오늘 또 이렇게 함께하는 만큼 재밌게 놀다 가겠습니다.
자, 저희가 지난 결승전, 스프링 결승전 때는 이제 T1과 젠지의 대결을 이미 보여드렸기 때문에 오늘부터 LCK 8개 팀들의 대결을 차례로 보여드릴 예정입니다.
그리고 최종 승자가 되는 팀은 저기에 보시면 이제 명예의 전당이 있거든요.
와.
아무나 이름을 올릴 수 없기 때문에
이야.
저거 명예의 전당 이름을 올리기 위해서라도 오늘 이겨야겠죠.
그렇습니다. 자, 그러면 오늘의 파이터들을 소개해드리도록 하겠습니다. 자, 먼저 소개해드립니다. 원조 광기는 바로 우리다. 담원 키아!
화이팅! 자, 이어서 우리의 계절 여름이 왔다. 서머에 맞춰 스롤파까지 접수하러 온 KT 롤스터!
서머에
화이팅! 맞춰온 것 같은데?
준비한 거예요?
네, 준비한 거예요?
준비 안 했는데 정민이가 센서가 좋아서 정민이랑 호응해주는
아, 이거 합이 좋네. 오케이. 자, 갑작스러운 이니시의 도움 좋았습니다. 자, 그럼 저희 출발해보도록 하겠습니다. 스틸 롤 파이터 지금 시작합니다. 자, 그럼 오늘 저희가 먼저 펼칠 파이트 바로 몸으로 하는 스피드 퀴즈입니다. 제시어를 보면서 몸으로 설명을 하게 되고 나머지 선수들이 맞춰주면 됩니다.
그렇죠.
근데 뭐 이런 거는 뭐 근데 우리 전문이니까.
담원기아부터 시작하겠습니다. 첫 번째 문제요.
사랑의 추억해. 정답. 트위스티드 페이스.
오, 정답!
정답!
와. 저.
아, 이거? 라칸. 패스도 있습니다.
패스.
오케이.
바로 패스.
세나의 폭.
정답!
정답 리신.
스킬명을 말해주세요.
용의
분노 정답!
빠르게.
자, 다음. 야, 이거는 맞춰야지. 오, 정답! 야, 역시 스킨 보유자. 이걸 어떻게 맞췄지? 아니, 벌써 정말 아니야? 아, 네, 패스 됐어요. 다음.
이거 패스.
이제 패스 없어요. 이제 패스 없어요.
뭐야? 패스 한 번.
자, 담원 이거 못 맞추나요?
옆구리.
정답! 자, 이제 시간 얼마 안 남았습니다.
콩콩콩.
정답! 이거 본인이 맞추네. 왜 이렇게 잘 맞춰, 담원? 이제 패스 없어요.
패스 없어요?
덕담.
잠깐, 그걸 뭐라고 부르죠? 덕담이 맞긴 맞는데.
강?
깨물모.
깨물기.
기?
아, 이거 깨물기한테?
깨물한테 정답! 아, 진짜 힘든 문제 맞췄네요.
진짜 위기다.
야, 이걸 어떻게 표현할지. 그냥 눈 이만해졌어요. 배불뚝이. 네.
운동화.
사람이, 정답 인정하겠습니다.
이거를 맞춘다고요?
자, 여기까지 3분.
정답은 롤드컵이었습니다.
근데 너무 잘 맞춰요.
이야.
이번에는 그러면은 저희가 이제 KT도 한번 준비해 보도록 하겠습니다. 자, 첫 번째 라이프 선수부터 KT 로스터 시작합니다.
슈리마야, 너의 황제가 돌아왔다.
시어라. 리신. 용의.
설명 잘하는데? 와, 정답 빼고 다 나오네요.
이 정도면 잘하는 것 같은데? 저기 뭐야?
낙한?
왜?
아이.
와, 진짜 정답 빼고 다 나옵니다.
밀어낸다. 신들아. 야소 요네.
일부러 뭐 쓰는 거야?
아니,
설명 좀 잘 좀 해.
말해도 되나요? 아니 이거 어떻게 패스할 거예요? 이쪽으로? 패스. 네, 패스.
패스.
아, 이거 너무 쉽다.
바이게.
정답! 이번엔 에이밍입니다.
마음대로 불러.
한계치.
정답! 야, 우회기 포인트네. 와, 이것도 쉽다. 왜 정답!
애쉬.
아니,
바로스.
이지를 AC 미스포츠
자, 굳이 챔피언이 아닐 수도 있어요.
신비한 화살.
자, 나왔어요.
영조준 일격.
정답! 아, 역시 또 에이밍이 맞추네.
난 최강이다.
세트. 정답! 그렇죠, 라이플 세트죠. 야, 이거 어렵다. 엔지. 자, 힌트 드릴게요. 사람이에요. 사람이.
강남님.
정답! 잘했어. 정답!
아리.
자,
리산드라.
아리아 요리모.
아리아데스.
정답!
바이 말파이트. 바이 말파이트.
이거 어렵다.
시바나.
오른. 시바나.
두꺼비. 레드.
아, 네, 어쨌든 치열한 승부 끝에 첫 번째 라운드 몸으로 하는 스피드 퀴즈 승자는 KT 롤스터입니다.
강원이 형 여기서 쓰러질 것 같아.
아, 너무 선수는 안 들어가는데.
이거 아니야?
와서 침묵질.
The night beckons while you dream. A life never lives in peace. As you stand upon the edge, woven by a single thread,
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, back to LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf. We're up to day 3 of week 4. Kwangdong Freaks now taking on KT to break the tie, or what looks like a tie. It's only game score that is differentiating these two teams in 6th and 7th.
That's right, but this is the race for that 6th playoff spot. Now, we normally don't talk about playoffs until we get down to like the last 2 weeks of time, but this really does set the stage for what the head-to-head could look like between these two teams later on, if it ends up being a 1-1 and stuff like that, where they are in terms of map score. Yeah. Because these are two teams that are very close in terms of their skill right now. I think most people would, of course, favor KT Rolster going into this series, but Kwangdong bouncing back a lot these past few weeks.
Yeah, exactly right, especially in Keen's performance as well. So I think eyes are going to be glued towards the top side of the map. Rascal versus Keen has always been a fun one, but I think it's going to be even more pivotal this time around now that they've pitted against one another. I believe we can go into points of the match, though, as we start this one off as, 6th upon victory, 7th upon defeat, and that's just how clear-cut it is.
Yep, it's pretty basic, but it means a lot. And this is a matchup that, it can put you ahead in terms of that head-to-head. Because right now, the teams that are ahead of them outside of our big 3 are Live Sandbox and DRX. And I think there's quite a tier divide between those teams and these teams. So, yeah, there's a chance that KT actually ends up being a top 4 team this season at the end of the day. But that's not our expectation right now. This is a realistic win you could hope to get, but it's so valuable. Because Moham is going to be playing again, but he is still positive for COVID-19 now, so he's going to be playing online. So 3 of the players will be absent again today.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shame. Moham was, punching the little teddy bear of Hoyt, and he was punished for it, and so will now have to play from home as well. Bot Carry won their last match, and who will today's carry machine be? Teddy or Aiming? Of course, Teddy has been spoken about as a machine for quite some time. Victorious LCK 500th game with Lucian, and looking for some unanimous POG votes. As Aiming, 26 out of 26 for their couple of POGs in their most recent series. So Aiming definitely popping off, and it's reminding me of a few years ago, where we used to see Aiming versus Teddy all the time here in the LCK, although on different teams. It was, in fact, when Aiming was on Afrika, which is now Kwangdong.
And let's take a look at the objective differences here. You see that in terms of First Herald, Kwangdong has found a lot more success topside, whereas First Drake has gone more the way of KT Rolster here. They're not dominant percentages in terms of leading to big gold leads and stuff like that, which is why those stats aren't shown. It's like, oh, okay, First Herald, first percent here. That's why Kwangdong is actually the number 3 team at gold difference at 14. Nope, not true, but they haven't been able to get as much out of these objectives is what I'm saying. And these stats are just showing basically what the objective focus point has been here. Not a lot of early action for Kwangdong Freaks. First blood percentage, second lowest here in the LCK.
Yep.
I really do think that what's so exciting about this matchup, not just the top lane, is the bottom 2v2, because both Teddy and Aiming have been hyper carry players for their teams. It's just evolving.
We've got a little basket full of players now. This is absolutely adorable. As, Fate and Teddy, the only ones here. Moham is crying as well. Oh, he knows that that's what he gets. That's what he gets when he punches the teddy bear with his Hoyt.
Updated Keen picture that he asked for. He's gonna get a better one. Last time in his POG interview, he said he didn't like the picture they gave him. He was hoping for a new one. And he's got a nice updated one.
Yeah, at least he gets that one updated. Unfortunately, he's not going to be here in LOL Park, as just to give you guys the confirmed update, Kwangdong Freaks has a few members that are still diagnosed with COVID-19. They do feel well enough to play, so they will still be playing. However, they won't be here at LOL Park, just to make sure that we don't spread the infection. But playing online from their team house, and everything should be A-OK. Of course, it was Def that sort of debuted this new style that we have going on, being able to have players play remotely if they are diagnosed with COVID. However, KT, everyone's here.
That's right. And I was getting into before we had those really cute walkouts there, is Teddy and Aiming have both been put on late game 80 carries, very similarly to how Live Sandbox has at the end of things, started to empower Prince in the same way. And yeah, these are three players that you think about as not players in top teams of the LCK, although Teddy of the three has had the most success here. But three players who are absolutely fantastic at carrying when they've been given the resources to do so. And I think this series is probably going to be about that. I think we might have some more Aphelios, Jinx, Ezreal gaming here in this best of three, because this playstyle has been so fun to see evolve for teams that have a great AD carry player, because it's like suddenly all around the LCK, these teams realize like, wow, yeah, we have these great players. We have Prince, we have Teddy, we have Amy. We don't actually have to play around top side. We don't need to go for mid-prio. We can actually just look for a slow, long-paced game where the AD carry pops off and has a huge damage share.
Yep, not to mention the fact that KT have also been playing around that bottom side a lot based on the jungle as well, with, you know, Cuz playing a whole bunch of really cool stuff. But this is going to be the key player matchup, as you alluded to there, Wolf.
Look at that damage share for Teddy and Aiming. And these are, again, teams on the east side of the bracket. They are bottom 5, but still both of them in the top 4 here. Just really goes to show how these teams play around their AD carries. And look, I think a lot of people would have expected to see the key player matchup against Keen and Rascal, but their stats have not been as impactful. They have not been as important this season. Rascal, the solo kill machine playing tanks, hasn't looked great, and Keen, definitely not in perfect form right now, to be totally
no, I would agree,
you guys.
And also, the bottom lane has been where it's at. It's just how the meta is shaped up. You know, 2020 existed. That was great for the top side of the map, but that is long gone now. And the Fountain Laser and Aiming as well there, who both of these players have certainly done their time here in the LCK, and Aiming even going over to the LPL, finding some success there, coming back again. We do get back some of our players, you know. Imp went over there and we never saw him again. Viper might come back maybe at some point.
People are always trying to get him back.
Yeah.
Scout.
I just don't think that that'll ever happen.
Passion always
Kramer
wins.
as well, another Afrika player.
Yeah. Great character in Seinfeld as well.
All right. Well, topside matchup, yeah, it's going to be less exciting. However, I think any matchup between Rascal and Keen is one worth watching.
Yeah.
And we'll see what they're going to be playing, because that dictates how interesting it's going to be.
Because even though we expect this game to be about the bottom 2v2 and where the resources go there, we could see some unusual and spicy drafts where things do change. As Guangdong Freaks will have side selection, they choose blue. We're seeing this kind of return to blue side priority right now.
Yep.
Especially because Lucian, I think, has fallen out a little bit here, and so there are a lot of more options on blue side. You don't have to go, okay, well, we got the boring jungler pick, or we got the Lucian. Our draft is now defined by this. You could be a little bit more flexible. Speaking of Wukong, by the way, that last series was one game where he wasn't involved, so we now no longer have 100% involvement on any champion this season.
Oh, wow, there we go. Although Garen has been 100% not involved.
True.
So that's still 100%.
Still waiting for him to be included.
Yeah. Garen and Teemo, both of them. It's a real shame. All right, Senna going to be banned. Her husband also going to take the day off. It's very cute when husband and wife get a day off at the same time. But I am expecting some Lucian and Zeri priority here, as the Corki taken away on the blue side, which is curious.
Yeah. Does kind of spark a potential Azir priority here for Fate. And Zeri, Wukong, you know, sometimes the last two you see in this slot, but I think not really necessary here. 100% is they'll take away the Aphelios too from Aiming.
Yeah, Aiming's Aphelios has been absolutely fantastic, so you can understand why it's getting banned. Seraphine going to be taken off the board.
This feels like an Azir angle for Fate.
Or just a Wukong for LM, theoretically. He has been a very Wukong-style jungler, but Kalista will be locked in here for Teddy.
Very face-up. Of course, the Renata is still available here. Wukong could be taken with anything because the AD carry is locked in this early. You still have a lot of options as KT Rolster here, and don't even necessarily need to show your AD carry in this first phase because there's so many available for Aiming to play. He's got a very wide champion pool of late game scaling carries.
Yep. Could also jump on his Ashe if you'd like to.
Yeah, exactly.
They could pick that up. It's the third time of asking if they would like to. But Renata going to be picked up instead, yeah.
Yeah, Renata is so good into Kalista Kench and is just really strong into the low range of the Kalista later on. And It's just been a great support in lane, generally speaking. It's a tier list pick where you're like, okay, anything that pairs with the Kalista is going to struggle into this. And if they just pick Tahm Kench, you can just straight up go, all right, cool, we're cool with Renata Ashe, that's fine. And you feel pretty good about how that matchup can go. If it's Kalista with a range support, then things get a little bit trickier for the Ashe counter pick. But I think that's what Kwangdong are looking for right now. Unless they're trying to play something like a Mumu here, which I got it out right before it started getting hovering. And there it is. This has only been really successful with Vista and Beryl. And both of them have, even though having individual performances looking great, hasn't always worked out for the team comp or their win conditions. It's been good in lane, and out of lane, not so much.
And it's often been paired with these Gnar compositions as well. So we'll see whether Kwangdong Freaks are going to lock that one away as well. It is going to be the Trundle first. And so LM is going to take that one away. A bit of Croco flavor in this draft with how high the Trundle priority is.
And it's blue side where you're trying to win lane that you feel really good about Trundle being able to bully the enemy blue buff and also put some pressure on in the 2v2. I think that this is not necessarily a spot where you have to lock in a specific AD carry. If you want the Ashe, you have to do it here, but you didn't have to. You weren't priced to do it, but the opportunity is just too good to pass up here for KT. And they will lock it in here for aiming. Yep, very traditionally a counter pick to the Kalista. With range supports with Kalista this season, we have seen it go the other way a little bit, but generally speaking, it's a pretty safe pick.
Yep, I've always really enjoyed aiming to Ashe as well. Just before he left for the LPL, it was a bit of an Ashe meta, and he was absolutely fantastic on that pick. Gangplank going to be taken away here as we look towards the top side of the Rift. We'll see where Rascal is going to go. I would expect that he will probably get counter pick here. So looking for Vicla's pick.
Well, the Azir's gone now.
Spot. Yeah, but it's not going to be Azir, like you say.
I was going to sort of go down the other route here as Kwangdong, as where is Fate going this game? With Kalista, we've seen teams find a lot of success with putting the power bottom side than playing a slower scaling mid like Corki, but that was banned. The Azir could have been like, all right, we've got scaling opportunities plus Prio probably set up in mid, but they ban it themselves, which almost makes me wonder if they're just looking for a Victor pick here, something very boring. The Lissandra ban is like very face up here, I think, for what KT might be looking to do. If that is going to be the case with the Ahri still available. Might just bait that ban out here.
Do you think that there might be an Ahri in our future?
I think so, but not anymore. It's going to pull that ban in.
The Ahri was in our future. It was just it's one step earlier than we were expecting, as that ban does come through. Vikla, I mean, maybe it's just Victor for Vikla.
I think as Vikla, you want to wait and see first before you make a decision here. And the problem with this Gragas pick is it does allow Keen to play Gnar into it very comfortably. I like the Gwen a lot more. It's a little bit more damage, and you have great lockdown with the composition of KT to make sure that Gwen can do all that damage. Gnar going to still be the choice here, I think, for Keen. We've really kind of hit the bottom of the tier list right now in terms of relevant top lanes.
I love this. Fiora Twisted Fate. Do it, Kwangdong Freaks. Don't be scared.
Fiora Twisted Fate? Taliyah would be really fun, but also quite risky here.
All right, Taliyah it is.
And that is probably going to be played in the mid lane. Could be a Trundle flex here, but Trundle into Gwen on the top side sounds miserable. And so it is going to be the Taliyah mid, but it's blind.
Keen, do the Fiora thing. That's way more fun.
Or Jax, or something. I mean, the Gnar is fine here. I think the Gnar is the most standard. I think Gnar is possibly suddenly the strongest top laner next to Gangplank right now, especially after watching that last series. But and we'll pick the tier list option instead of going for the Fiora. And let's see what Vikla is going to respond with here into the Taliyah. Swain, I think, still a pretty good option here for this composition, considering how sticky it is with the Wukong, Cyclones. Yeah. It's going to be boring Victor instead, which is also great. That's where I expected to see Kwangdong take this draft, especially when we saw the Azir ban there. I was like, oh, okay. And ban away the Ahri too, and then you feel like Victor could just pretty much be safe against anything you have bottom side control. Instead, we have this kind of weird X-Factor pick in this Taliyah mid, which is going to have some power in lane, obviously, and can push and be very obnoxious and can be very powerful in terms of roaming, can even make impacts around these Trundle plays, bottom side, post 6, to really push aiming and life out of the game. Okay, I was gonna say maybe we have a swap bug, but no, it's
I
moving.
hope not.
So we're all good, but I really do think that this game is going to be about snowballing the bottom 2v2 here on the side of Kwangdong Freaks, and it's not as guaranteed, I think, of as a setup as what we saw earlier with the Pike and the Draven, where you're just going to bully really hard no matter what. You're playing Kalista into Ashe, you have a melee support in the Amumu. The Ashe feels pretty good about this as long as there aren't any positional mistakes. But we'll see how Moam does. It's his first time playing the Amumu. We've only seen Vista and Barrel, as I mentioned before. Yep. I think overall, though, better, well-rounded composition here to KT Rollster.
Yeah, I like what KT have. A lot of answering picks that do work out very well, plus the blind Gwen, which is difficult to punish, especially not when the obvious top lane choice was going to be the Gnar. So I think KT did get pretty much what they wanted. However, it's very, very standard, and if the snowball starts rolling for Kwangdong Freaks, they might run into some trouble. Let's see what happens. All right, here we are.
Chat's favorite Amumu skin.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's very, very cute.
Someone immediately just gonna like try to at me in the chat. Do it in real life. People just always say that whenever I'm in the chat. I'm like, I'm not gonna do that in real life.
I don't understand.
I'm not even in chat right now.
I don't know. I just want pot spam. That's what I want. There's a bit of that Elden Ring pot spam.
What? Yeah.
Oh no, Amumu. He was already sad, and now he's being killed by his lane partner.
Wow, man. Amumu's been doing his crunches, though. He popped right back up. He's got some strong abs.
Damn. Maybe Amumu's actually a cat under there, you know? And it's like, ooh, 1 life down, 8 to go.
What I do want to say about Kwangdong's comp here is we just kind of further the win conditions. It is going to be unsealed spellbook here for Fate. Is that it's very much face up and binary. It needs to snowball early. It has to. It must. And it has ways to do it, but it's very easy for KT to like kind of say, well, I think you're probably going to gank me right now, or, oh, okay, Fate's got level 6. Maybe he's going to make a roam down to the bottom side. As long as you play defensively around this and don't make mistakes, KT should edge out. Now, obviously, there's a lot of power in the early game in this draft. Even with Kalista and Ashe, lots of damage down there. LM has strong early ganking. So, see how this one works out in terms of the execution.
Yeah, I think that LM is going to be extremely important in how this composition works. Moam is going to find himself a Q's, finds the next one as well, as Life's going to get rendered and pushed completely out of this lane. He's going to have to drink through as many potions as he can find, but he doesn't have any in his pockets anymore.
He's just wondering why on Summoner's Rift you're not allowed to share. He's like, Aiming, can I have one of those? Like, no, it's the rules. I can't give you this one. I'm sorry. You didn't buy that. You didn't make the contract with Boris. You can't touch my potion.
Imagine if like you could do that and like supports like just had to buy 1,000,000 pots for their 80 carries.
That would be miserable.
It would be very, very sad. I'm glad that that's not a thing. As Hawkshot is not actually going to see LM here.
Yeah, no, not going to actually get that information, but nice try there to actually see if it's going to be a follow-up level 2 or 3 pillar gank here very early on.
Yep.
Not going to have that information, but, I mean, again, reasonably can assume that it's coming soon, and they're under turret here. They're very safe.
Yeah. I think, yeah, they definitely got the information they were looking for with the fact that those camps are gone, so they know that that's where he's probably headed. As, yeah, Gwen, 7-2. As Vikla in a bit of trouble here with the way that Talia now works.
Yeah, she...
Threaded volley really starting to rip through the Victor.
Those empowered Qs do start to add up.
Yeah.
The early game, especially for the Victor, is...
I think it's got a new name now that you just get the one that consumes the worked ground.
Yeah, I don't remember what it's called, though.
Neither do I. I apologize, everyone. I'm sometimes okay at remembering the names of abilities. Sometimes I realize that there are like 6 billion trillion.
It's like it's just called Reddit volley because threads and forums were killed by this website called Reddit.com, and now we don't have threads anymore. Like there's no discussion anymore. It's like only discussion on TeamLiquid.net, like which isn't even called that anymore. It's TL.net now, and nobody talks about StarCraft anymore.
Is this something you need to get off your chest, or are we doing okay now?
No, I just enjoy the old times.
Yeah, you are a nostalgic man.
Although not for old Talia, I like the new Talia a lot more. I'm ready to move forward with that one. I'm ready to say, you know what, I'll embrace the new times. Talia back in the mid lane.
Seismic Shove, actually, as Vikla taking a fair bit of damage here from the Talia. Fade actually showing that he's very happy on this pick, as that's some volley value to come through from aiming.
So early trade was good here for Teddy and Moham, but since then, Ashe is getting her Ashe counter pick value here now in this matchup. As got life with him, and healed up now. Ready for a little bit more aggressive trading as they will push this wave forward so Cuz can rotate down. So far unseen.
Yep, nice little pierce there onto aiming for a bit of extra damage. And like you were saying, Cuz in the area.
Nice ward here.
You want to know a fun fact about today? Every jungler that is in today's game is either currently or previously played for T1.
Ooh, true.
It is the full T1 jungler day.
Especially owner.
All right, well, we've got a bandage toss. It's going to interrupt our thought, and Life is in a whole bunch of trouble. Moham's the one that has to flash first, though, as the bailout almost comes in, but it isn't quite there. Aiming's flashing forward, though, and Teddy's real dead. Aiming's very close to being able to kill Moham, but it's Ellen that's the target right now, and they'll get the double. Aiming picks up 2, and this Ashe pick working out real nice.
Yeah, and, you know, I didn't think that they were necessarily going to go for it here because it can be vulnerable if you mess up your counter engages or if Cuz isn't active, but it just worked out so well for them despite that early trade going well for Teddy and Moham. As, you know, Ashe does extremely well against melee supports of any kind, and then Kalista who just cannot escape or run away.
Yeah.
So lots of value here in this early game for this pick. I thought perhaps we'd just see aiming on a stronger late game carry like the Ezreal here with this Renata pick, but nope. Just going to go for the good old textbook counter.
I like it, as Ellen's going to find Vikla here. Gets the flash very comfortably.
It's been a pretty rough game for Vikla so far. He's just been constantly under pressure. Losing the flash here is quite significant.
But stays equal in farm, as the waves do equalize, so not too bad. And we'll just be, you know, kept down. Won't be able to move away from this, but still, I think KT are pretty happy to wait this one out. As Kwangdong Freaks with a bit more onus on them to make things happen earlier on, given the way Kalista kind of works. She sort of falls off a little bit.
Yeah, definitely true.
Her win rate here in the LCK is extraordinarily low. This is something that has been brought to my attention many times
yes.
By people on the internet, and I appreciate that. You know, more information.
Why they keep picking Kalista for perma prio and like blue side power. I can't believe they picked this pick that actually gives you a lot of value, and you could see it in each and every game it's played. Just doesn't.
Well, no, not in each and every game.
In most games.
Some games.
I mean, even here against a counter and after a death, like you could see that Teddy is able to push this lane, which gives him prio. Like that's the point of the pick, especially with something like Trundle.
Well, and something like Amumu, as Life is real dead. There is absolutely nothing that he can do about this. Fate's Call has been picked up, and that means that the Amumu will survive. And there it is. That's the value. And I think that Teddy is another one of our players that we definitely trust to play the Kalista aggressively enough to find the value.
Yeah, I mean, so many metas it's just been perma-banned against it. Even when Kalista is like not the top tier pick, Teddy's been given the opportunity to show why it is so strong. And this is just like my whole view on Kalista is if you have a great player with it and the enemy slips up even for just 1 second, or if you have a strong early game jungler like Trundle, it is going to get value unless you're, you know, not a great AD carry player. And Teddy, he checks the box in great AD carry play. Yeah, he's got that one.
Yeah, he's doing pretty well there. It's only Def that has a positive win rate on the champion right now. We'll see whether Teddy can do something about it, as Keen is going to Naruga away. But that is going to mean KT guarantee this Rift Herald, as they had full priority of the area, and also aren't going to lose too much bottom side either, with the fact that that minion wave was pushed in by aiming. As Arrow going to sail by majestically. Seismic Shove not going to find the target. However, Fate not under too much threat.
Teddy is just happy to sit down here and push this wave in. As we're going to watch this fight one more time. This is all about the initiation. As Moham comes through, ground gets put down. And there's just so much damage here. Moham flashes over, Life is able to buy time. And then you're trapped. You've overextended into the Ashe. And the Ashe gets value in these longer fights. If the Kalista doesn't get the kill instantly, then it doesn't work. And if she, because like if you watch it here, she actually gets the kill instantly, and the blow-up damage is there, and she's level 6, and that's just that. Fate's called just for safety here, and that is... I think we saw the dichotomy of Kalista Ashe there. Like, if you get the kill right away, it's great, but if you have to run away because things are turned, the Ashe will always catch you. There is no escape.
Yeah,
There's only win or die.
Yeah, it's when you're trying to run away that she really gets you. That's absolutely right. As Life's bailout did actually get a fair bit of value. Getting Fate's Call is definitely a good thing, even though that one is almost back off cooldown. Speaking of cooldowns, Cuz just really does not like having the Rift Herald in his pocket. He is just going to put it into... What? Hang on a second.
Yeah.
Did he accidentally put it down? Because it was definitely not running out.
It definitely had a lot of time left.
Yeah, it had heaps of time. So, I mean, what? Why?
Yeah, we'll have to... I want to see exactly the timer, because maybe I'm crazy and didn't have that much time, but it you know... I don't know the exact time of the Rift Herald, but if he picked it up around like 8:30ish, which I believe he did, he should have about like 30 to 40 more seconds left of it, so...
Yeah.
Well, anyways, the bottom line is, whether he made a right call or not, is the Rift Herald is just 25 extra gold into the pocket of his enemies.
Ooh, and the plate of his opponents is denied as well here on this bottom side, as Teddy and Moham are going to miss out on that. They do get themselves a back timing, though, and they have a 5 CS advantage, even after aiming picks up that wave. So things going okay for the Kalista lane thus far.
Yeah. But the fact that Ashe has 2 kills here means that aiming has kind of moved past the hard times.
Well, okay, Weaver's Wall comes through, and Vikla, yeah, not a lot of options here. Curse of the Sad Mummy is actually the Curse of the Happy Mummy.
His flash...
As Moham's just going to easily help pick that up.
His flash was about 10 seconds, maybe 15 seconds away, and they calculated it from when he last flashed over the wall, had that one written down, basically. Constantly calling out the flash cooldown in comms means they know that he cannot get away.
Well, Moham might be in trouble again, as Arrow is not going to find him, but it will find Teddy because he Fate's called to make sure that his Amumu is safe. They're going to even out the Drakes here. We've got a Infernal Soul as well, which is very, very fun. Odd interaction there, as Keen nod while Rascal was dashing, but didn't really see too much happen there. But Keen's about a wave ahead on this Nar pick right now.
In the wave prio here for Kwangdong Freaks has really set up some of these nice advantages for them. The pick onto Vikla, the subsequent Drake where they had that control. The Fate's Call was nice against the Arrow attempted turn. Rascal's gonna get that wave. Vikla has got to be so careful. If he gets shoved in, then it's a disaster. Let's take a look at this one more time. Look at his flash in the bottom of the screen. I think it's even plugged. It's much closer than that even shows. I think he had like maybe 15 away, and he's just locked in, has no mobility without it.
Yep, it was just really good capitalization by Kwangdong Freaks. Man, are we just back in the replay again? Moham back in position, but doesn't have his Trundle alongside him. Fate's Weave as well, about half the cooldown before that play is possible again.
Yeah, that's a very long cooldown on that ultimate.
Yep, especially these days, as that copped a few nerfs after it was just a little bit too powerful.
Remember
quite some time.
Remember in 2021 spring where Talia was in like every game and she had like a 10-1 win rate? People just didn't ban her. It was crazy.
Yeah, it's just a thing that happens sometimes. You know, do you remember when Gwen was just an instant win and we also saw her in a lot of games?
Yeah, she's still in a lot of games. Still has a pretty
she is.
win rate.
Yeah. She has been nerfed a little bit, hasn't found the same amount of success as she has in the past.
Some champions are hard to balance.
That is true.
Senozeri.
Well, Cuz is going to avoid that, but still going to be taking a lot of damage here. Good gravity field from Vikla as the threaded volley is going to dissuade this monkey. Life's moving in and aiming's there as well. Keen's going to flash. That handshake's really good. And also he's going to have to stick around here as well because the hostile takeover comes in. And Keen saw them and just did nothing.
Yeah. Flash is on cooldown for him now. Teddy will get a plate here on the top, or rather bottom side of the map, but I think that might be answered, of course, by the pushing Ashe top side, especially when we consider where Cuz is on the map. Now, they're setting up for a gank of a player who isn't here. Like, Rascal is just on his way back to the turret. He's nowhere near, so a lot of time is wasted here. Meanwhile, Cuz is actually getting camps, and they're going to be able to get a little bit of push on top side. Don't know how much was given there before that turret plating fell, if any, but A lot of free pushing here.
Yep.
Yeah, a significant amount it looks like here for aiming, perhaps a plate and a half.
Yeah, the plate, yeah, these remaining theoretical plates are not going to be here because we are past 14 minutes. That is still going to be that tower answered, and there was a, you know, free wave or two pushed in by Vikler as well, so definitely would give it in favor of KT.
Yeah, and also Cuz got a lot of plates. It's
Ah,
just an Ash arrow.
Okay, so we missed the arrow, and it looked like Keen just stood there, but he was actually stunned. So I'm a moron.
Well, no, you're
Either
right.
I missed it, or we like panned up there as it was like just stunned.
I don't think it was shown.
Oh,
I don't think it was shown.
Now I feel terrible. I did him dirty.
Well, I mean, the truth is, like, after he got hit by the arrow, he was just standing there. That's what happens when you get stunned. So I mean, you're still correct. You're still correct.
Well, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. Anyway,
it's going to be a second Herald going over to Kwangdong Freaks here. With the better group up, but with plates down, not as significant of an objective as they did get 2 plates topside here. You can see that.
Kwangdong. Keen just trying to push Rascal away from this turret. And yeah, he has more to deal with. It's all right. I'll look for the arrow this time, Keen.
This is just kind of, it feels like it's a ring around the rosy game where we're having turrets being traded. Nobody wants to fight. They're like, oh, if you're not at this point,
it's
we'll
just
take it.
cross map, cross map, cross map, cross map. And the players just don't really want to see each other anymore.
There's
The arrow is not going. It just, I love it when it just flies by, looking pretty. Cuz will help deny the second charge of the Rift Herald.
This Taliyah pick has been really nice, to be honest. And when the Azir was banned, it was like, okay, well, I think it feels like a strong Victor angle here, but the Taliyah into the Victor, you know, we haven't really seen this interaction yet in the LCK, but worked out pretty well for him in the early parts, did pick up that early assist, but isn't able to now threaten the Victor in side lanes very well, hasn't been able to keep up with him, so has fallen a little bit behind in CS, and we'll see how much of an impact this Taliyah makes in upcoming team fights, because they have 2 different functions. The Victor does a lot of sustained damage, the Taliyah, a lot of burst damage and CC, so very different roles here.
And also, like, trying to hold on to the battlefield, make sure that they do get all of that control, which Moham should be able to help with. And especially when you've got the Weaver's Wall being able to add to it as well as Teddy hopping around Cuz, but he's still taking a lot of damage here. Divine Sunderer completed, so the procs hurting alongside the Q.
Yeah, this is a pretty guaranteed setup here for Kwangdong Freaks. I don't think KT should really be testing the waters here, although they do have a Rascal flank now.
Yeah, Teddy is sitting at half health as well, so it is going to be a little bit more difficult for him, but the
Keen bar.
shield bow is still there, and yeah, Keen's Narbar looking pretty red right now, alongside this red Drake that they're looking for. Keen does hit Mega Nard, Rascal's over the wall looking for his opportunity, in goes Moham, finds 3, and now they're going to ignore this Drake completely. Keen decides that the Gwen is not immune, ladies and gentlemen. Moham just, I don't know what that was about, but it looked like a whole host of fun as Ellen's real dead. He's going to run away for a little while longer, but the volley will complete that kill.
Everything about that fight was beautiful until Moham decided that they were winning. They were like, he basically just decided with that bandage toss, we are winning the team fight. I'm like, no. You won the fight. You won the neutral exchange. You got the objective. Everyone is trying to leave now. You're not supposed to go back in. As it was a really nicely set up Taliyah wall there that both isolated a target and then allowed a retreat, because Teddy gets to Fate's call Moham out, so he escapes over the wall and there's no more pursuit. They get the Drake and it's time to evacuate. And Moham, I think, just a little jittery there, perhaps misread the situation, went back in by himself.
Well, maybe it was just the bloodlust, you know?
Yeah.
It's just the kind of player Moham is.
So Keen has Gnar here. Taliyah wall comes through. Moham is here, and then
the arrow.
Look at Moham by himself over here. Then he gets pulled out, and then the wall isolates Rascal while the rest of KT can't chase. The Moham like,
oh no, Moham went in and guaranteed the Drake wall.
All right.
He did. That was a hero's sacrifice right there. He'll be in Valhalla. All right.
Where Hoyt already is.
Yeah, no, hang on, wait. It's just an extra. He's back on the Rift. He's still got 7 more deaths to go before the end, according to the cat reference we made earlier on.
Yeah, he's on number 2 if we count the Fates call contract there. Look, it was a beautiful team fight though, set up by him and the Weaver's Wall to guarantee the Drake. Just going back in there. helping secure it.
Yeah, no, guaranteeing that
Guarantees.
he's zoning them away with his little body.
I did really like, though, how they were able to isolate Rascal. Keen's Gnar was great. It was really well done. Like, it gives me hope that this comp for Kwangdong Freaks, with only 13 gold, the advantage does have some longevity to it if the coordination can be this good on subsequent team fights, because it gets harder and harder from here, but still, at least the first one was a go.
It definitely was. But the problem is that KT have every one of their kills on aiming.
Yeah, that is it's a big problem. It's got a Kraken Slayer to kind of sign it all off.
Yeah, that's a big Ashe situation. Aiming also has the Phantom Dancer and is just sitting pretty right now. This Ashe going to be doing a heck of a lot of work. That's all right. Let's see what they're going to be able to do about it. Isolating a single target, something that Kwangdong Freaks should be able to do, right? You've got seismic shoves, you've got all of these bandage toss that are flying through. As Keen has got a lot of friends. Just hops out of the way of that arrow. Ha-ha! Can't do it a second time.
Keen's playing Dark Souls right now. He's like, I know the pattern. I'm just gonna roll at the right time.
Yeah, he's done this boss before.
He's not going to kill the boss, but he did avoid the attack and will continue to kill these small minions. But yeah, that was really well handled by him. He knew it was potentially coming and reacted very quickly. As this Fate stopwatch is kind of really signifying, I think, that Kwangdong Freaks are going to, again, hard commit on this next fight, look for that soul point advantage. They absolutely need it. We're, 90 seconds away from it now, as KT don't have their big spikes yet. The Gwyn isn't able to win side lane yet, only has the one item. Victor sitting on the Leandries, which, I always love to criticize, but I think it makes sense in this comp, especially against Amumu.
Yep, there's a lot of big health bars as well in Trundle and Gnar. Absolutely.
But he doesn't have, with just the Leandries alone, the ability to fight against all the burst damage and CC consistently yet, so I don't think KT wants to give over a soul point, but Kwangdong Freaks absolutely will force the fight, and they will try to force it on their terms. And they should be able to win it decisively if they have the same sort of coordination we saw in the previous fight.
Yeah, and I also believe that Kwangdong Freaks need to fight for every single Drake this game. Like, getting this triple stack of Infernals and denying them from KT is going to be a big deal, just with the fact that they have this sort of mid-game power comp with the Callista and with the Talia that really wants to win now.
Yeah, interestingly, with the extra farm that Teddy has picked up, the Ashe, even with a 400 gold bounty, is only slightly ahead in gold, 150 or so.
As Keen, he's in the gravity field, but he is still going to get out. Death Ray flies over his head, but he will be all right. Rascal got the call, and he's moving back in. But there's 12 seconds now, and look at this. Kwangdong Freaks just move KT away from this Baron Pit. Seismic Shove avoided there by Kaz as Keen. Narbar in a great spot for just holding out and waiting for KT to step forward.
Hey, Rascal looking for a nice angle here on the backside.
Yeah.
Remember how quickly Fate can seal a
arrow. Going to get cleansed immediately. That's a bigger cooldown in the Summoner spell than the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, so you'll take that as KT. But without the arrow, this fight right now is going to be difficult, and without Life's Flash, it's going to be even more difficult. He does have Hostile Takeover, as there's the Weaver's Wall. He wants to use it just to zone them away, but Kuz is in here. There's the Cyclone. Can he get it? No. Elam's going to lock that one down, and the fight is just a disaster for KT. Life will go down as well, and Vikler is running away with a spear in the knee. And Aiming's killing a Grump. He knows that this one, there's nothing he can do.
Last time the fight was won by really nice finesse. A great Weaver's Wall with an Amumu on the other side who gets pulled out the last possible second. It was like, Moham, return!
And then goes back in.
Yeah. And I know you guys like to meme the Pokemon trainer there for the Callista, but it's just so true in this case. But
yeah.
For KT this time, they just chose to walk in down on members trying to steal a Drake away. Ended up both giving the Drake, but also massive
Moham, don't. Oh my goodness, King's Tribute, very powerful.
Very good.
LM didn't have Smite, so I was a bit scared there.
So when this Weaver's Wall comes through, KT should have decided, like Vikla should have gone on the other side. Like, you don't have the items to fight this yet, and when they take this,
Oh, and Keen just decided that Rascal wasn't allowed to play the video game as well.
I mean, the thing is, even if they're all 5 here, it's going to be a tough fight, but they were not, and they were split in half, and aiming was not relevant to this fight in any way, shape, or form.
My favorite part was the Fates call.
Yeah.
It was Teddy like, no, Moham, we're stopping now. No. We're stopping now, okay?
What happened last time?
Yeah, we're coming. No. No, you don't. Come back here.
But it leads to extra kills in this comp that's wanting to snowball and a Baron, so therefore even further map control. And KT have really limited their abilities now to come back in this game. And they could have just said, all right, well, at least we have one more Drake of buffer, which is what their comp is hoping to do, is to survive until later. But they forced this fight around a hopeful steal, and it was just a bloodbath.
It was, and it's only going to get worse from here, right? Because this is exactly what the Quandong Freaks composition does extraordinarily well. They snowball situations like this. Teddy now has a Wit's End on top of his Ginsus and his Shield Bow, and it's just great times for Quandong Freaks. For the next 2.5 minutes, they will just be getting more and more map control, pushing this advantage ever further, then grabbing themselves an Infernal Soul. And it's going to be so hard for KT to make anything happen, especially considering the fact that Quandong will have this Baron for another 1.5 minutes as well.
Rascal 0 and 2 doesn't have that much farm. Bought a stopwatch here. His Nashor's Tooth is probably just not even going to be a thing. Looks like he's going to build Zonia second, and like, it's he's not a threat. He's not in anything, unfortunately. In half of these team fights, he's either pushed away with a Weaver's Wall or trapped inside of one. As he does finish the Zonias as I say this, but just going to have to use it to hopefully force a team fight into his favor. Didn't get value out of the stopwatch previously, and I mean, this is just so off the rails now here for Quandong Freaks.
It's beautiful. Beautiful execution of a mid-game composition, right? We saw this in our previous series. I wasn't expecting to see it here, as the Amumu is going to soak an Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and that means that the Weaver's Wall is going to be slightly nullified, but also KT are unable to get any kills back.
That was a pretty optimistic Weaver's Wall, but I like it, you know, just push them away.
It's been a while since we've had the mid Talias, and it was, when you press that Weaver's Wall button, you were just guaranteed a turret, but not this time.
Yeah, not this time, and also, this wasn't enough follow-through. The siege here for Quandong Freaks is not amazing, because they have a Callista, and that is about it. Does have a QSS, Teddy does now, and it's going to be very difficult to kill him in any scenario.
Yeah, man, he has QSS and Cleanse.
Yeah, exactly. I didn't even notice this happened, but the observers just want to make sure. He said sorry, but it's okay.
Yeah, he broke his stopwatch.
We'll forgive him. He got a QSS afterwards, so
yeah. That's why we were confused. I actually saw that it was broken, and I was like, oh, I must have missed when he used that, but he must have used it in the last fight. Was going to give him the benefit of the doubt, as Volley going to go wide here. Vision has been picked up. Teddy unable to quite find that ward, as the Marshal pose trolls him a little bit. Almost jumps into that fireplace.
Okay, this fight here is Infernal Soul for a comp that I was going to say really needs it desperately, but with the lead they have, it's just a cherry on top of an amazing game here for Quandong Freaks. They're just trying to set up for this prio. 20 seconds to go.
Look at that. Ellen's like, I can do it too, Fate. Look, my pillar just goes into this choke point and they cannot walk past.
Rascal has teleport. Looks like he's going to back here instead of picking up that extra gold. So does have a ward he could teleport to on the bottom side of this Drake pit. Of course, also has that ward there that was not swept.
Well, Keen the same thing, as Moham is going to get hit by that arrow. And Teddy says, nah. Don't need to press my Fate's call button. You'll be fine. And it looks like he absolutely is. Keen is going back to base. He's going to teleport to the mid lane as well. Weaver's Wall comes in here as now LM. The Drake is on the other side of the... Wait, what? It's just floating in the middle. That was very weird. And it is going to be taken away by Cuz. Immediately, Cuz's clone explodes as the hostile takeover distracts him for a little while, but it's not really going to be enough. Moham is flashing to get himself out of there. Vikla is the one that eventually goes down. They've just got the Amumu for now, but Rascal, he goes golden. Keen does the same thing, and now Fate dives into his rescue. The handshake's decent, but Life has nothing that he can do. And this is what a Callista comp's supposed to do. It's supposed to win right here, right now, and that's what Quandong Freaks are going to do.
Yeah, even with Cuz's steal, it doesn't matter. They can't win the subsequent fight, and it was such a good fight for KT Roaster. Like, all things considered, They got the maximum value out of the bailout with the stopwatch, hoping for a reset. Rascal doesn't have items, but he still did a lot of damage. But they're just so far behind, and this is how you close the door on the scaling comp. Pre-30 minutes here, right as we hit 29. Guangdong Freaks are going to take game number 1.
Yeah, beautifully done by Guangdong. I love seeing Talia make her way back into the mid lane as well. Fate really demonstrating some actual mastery on that champion. Huge stuff here from Guangdong Freaks, making a statement against KT. The team that I think a lot of us were expecting to take this was KT, and Guangdong Freaks said absolutely not.
It's a very, I don't know, it's a very picturesque game, again, for the kind of talks we were having earlier. Is sometimes you don't have to play meta as long as your comp makes sense, and I wouldn't call this a comfort pick situation like it was for T1 earlier, because this is Fate's second time only this season of playing the Talia. But how well coordinated this game was for Guangdong just shows that no one expected this comp to be put together, but they scrimmed it a lot. They were super ready for these combos. Minus Moham's adventure, the way that he played the Amumu to aggressively bandage toss in, ult the enemy team, zone them out with the Weaver's Wall, then just be pulled out was great. And we've seen a lot of Amumu with the Callista, but never quite like this with the Weaver's Wall combo. And it's just kind of an evolution of what Beryl and Vista are already showing us.
Yeah, I think Fate was Fate the only one that has played this Talia one other time. So there's only been one other Talia mid that we've had. She was very strong at the beginning of the season and was then subsequently nerfed in some recent patches. Still serviceable, and as you can see, you get that wall in place and you're feeling pretty good about how the pick works, especially when Teddy is so accelerated.
I love, too, that at the end of the game, the overall damage for Guangdong Freaks is way lower than KT's, but they didn't actually play longer fights. They got specific kills or just completely zoned the enemy. They were a very almost pacifist style of getting objective controls rather than winning team fights here. It was beautifully done from Guangdong.
Yeah, and also it wasn't just like random volleys and death rays flying out of here and there, right? And those inconsequential damage, the actual team fights, fantastic stuff. The the damage graph at the end of the game doesn't really tell the whole story. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to go to a short break. When we come back, we might hear the end of that story.
나 오늘 머리 피가 안 통해. 큰일 났다. 아파요, 머리가. 아메리카노를 마셔줘야 돼, 그래서. 아, 뭔 상관이야, 그게. 카페인은 중요해.
너 아메리칸 방패야, 그러면?
피가 좀 닥쳐, 제발.
조합에 나쁘지 않은 것 같은데? 신지들 뽑자, 그냥.
그래, 뽑자.
왜 이렇게 자주 보냐.
또 보네. 볼게.
왔다. 치주면 좋고.
좋아 좋아 좋아.
먹어도 돼.
나이스.
바텀 다이브 아니야?
내 더블 못 써.
딜 안 나오는데 끝내.
신지를 본다.
신지도 키아나. 나이스. 이미 안 되고. 여기까지. 키아나 노플. 각 좋다. 자야도 녹아. 애들 죽었 쌈바. 나이스. 죽었 쌈바. 제아가 천천히. 애들 앞으로 가는 게 나이스. 뭐야?
저희가 말안 했어. 나이스. 너무 좋아요.
야 스마이트.
나이스.
야 김준호 왜 한마디도 없냐?
원래 없어요.
또 긴장했어? 또?
아니 긴장 안 해왔어요.
야 어제 우리 각성했잖아 뉴 샌드박스로. 어제
도움 결의했어?
네 도움 결의했어요.
나 이거 타고 나 뒤로 돌게. 얘들아 어때?
괜찮은데?
나 돌았어. 위치 봐. 각 어때 보여 얘들아?
야, 나
이거
누가
이거
있거든? 내 분노
가자.
죽이는 못했다. 나 먼저
어때,
뺄게.
어때,
여기
어때,
맞아.
어때,
여기 한번 빼봐.
어때?
밀렸어. 우리 딜러 밀렸어.
아쉬운데?
바로 못 터뜨린 게 좀. 웬만하면 코르키 쪽으로 봐야 될 때. 푸방 타고 있을 땐.
나 자리 좋은데 나 자리 진짜 좋아 얘들아. 돌아도 돼? 살짝 내려.
천천히. 나 호응 안 돼. 여기 살짝 봐.
아니야 빼만해. 야 쿠팡 빼서 빼봐.
야야 뒤에 갱 보여.
아나 갈 뻔했다.
야 이거 좀만 빼면 돼. 앞라인 쳐줄게.
야 들어갈게.
앞으로 이제 이제 봐줘. 미드 나라가 마크해줘. 나이스.
타쳐 봐.
내가 이제 볼배 나온다. 볼배.
상관없어. 카르마 죽여도 돼.
잘했다.
아 미안해.
굿.
아 정글. 아 나 이렐리 할게. 형 조이해. 나 사일러스 한다. 아 그냥 너무 못해 혁경. 너가 손해봤잖아 뭔 소리야. 아 너무 재미없어. 손해봐줬어. 나 포지션도 있는데 뭐 하는 거야. 너가 졌어. 건우야 사이리를 못 들어. 도랄링. 야 건우야 사이리를 못 들어. 보조 못 들어. 그 CM을 아이 종해라. 상대 뭔데요? 이래. 아 뿅한패 들어야 돼. 야 제바 들어야 되냐? 뿅한패 들어야 되냐? 아 잠만. 뿅한패 소생. 아니 나 알려줘 나. 뿅한패 소생. 아 건우야 이거 내가 지잖아. 들죠. 와 1렙 때 어떻게 이겨?
저희 세팅 시간 종료되었습니다.
너무 못하는데 근데? 이것 때문에 져준 거다.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, LCK Summer 2022. I'm Atlas, this is Wolf, and we're up to game number 2 between Kwangdong Freaks and KT. Kwangdong came out swinging with their mid-game composition and picked up a pretty comfortable, approximately 30-minute victory.
Yeah, it was just under 29.5 minutes or so, but it was really about the coordination that was required to pull this off and how well they did it. The Pokemon trainer meme with Moham just ended up being very true, but his execution of how he started off those fights was really clean. And Fate, he pressed Weaver's wall a lot and pushed the Victor out of lane, and that's what he needed to do. And every time he set up a Weaver's wall, I think those fights weren't about him, but about what the team did with it, and they always made the right choices.
Yeah, they absolutely did. And also, all of these fights went their way, and then afterwards, they got everything that they possibly could. This was a fantastic, just execution of a snowball here for Kwangdong Freaks. As player of the game will be coming up. Very interested in who's going to take it here. My vote would have been for the Amumu.
I went for Teddy because I thought that his positioning was really good. He pushed advantages really well.
I think there's, I think in all seriousness, it's probably going to go to either Teddy or to Fate on the Talia. I think his Talia was fantastic in this particular game, especially when we haven't seen very much Talia in the mid lane. Even when she was very strong, she was getting banned in the majority of games, and when she was played, she actually lost. And it was Fate that was playing it as well. So let's bring it up onto your screen. It will be Fate that picks it up 107 on his Talia, and 27.3% of his team's damage as well. He did the most on his side, as Teddy was the Callista, so a little bit short range.
Yep. This is the first catch onto Vikla, knowing he's not he doesn't have flash. Vikla's reactions to both this and subsequent Talia walls were questionable. It's another one of those ones where he's like, better get in. I'm like, But yeah, this was the really famous moment for us, early sleep moment we remember very well because Moham, he had a great moment, and then yeah. So let's see where we go. I'm surprised there's only one other vote for Teddy, and there are a few votes for Moham as well scattered through, but a very Fate-focused one for this.
Yeah, no, actually, I appreciate it. I think that his Weaver's walls were fantastic, and I think it should have been spread a little bit more even, just because I felt like Kwangdong Freaks played as a team extraordinarily effectively. So very excited to see whether they can continue to do so as we move towards game number 2, because I have a sneaking suspicion that KT are going to choose red side one more time. Earlier in the week, they elected to go towards the red side when they had side selection in game 1, and I think that that's a thing that they're enjoying at the moment. Maybe just tidy up some of the drafting so you don't fall into some holes, and then perhaps things are going to go a little bit better.
Yeah. I think that the draft was not bad by any means, but it just certainly needed to be played a lot more slowly. Like the fact that they tried to force that Drake fight with the Weaver's wall up and then forced the subsequent fight and gave over kills just allowed Kwangdong Freaks to snowball. I think the coordination on some fights was fantastic for Kwangdong, and then on some fights it was just so easy because KT just kind of threw him an underhanded pitch, right? And
yeah,
KT will pick blue
they
side,
will. Okay.
Actually. So yeah, I think that we could see a draft that gives a lot more priority here for KT this time around. And I think that's really important in this meta. It's been one of the things that teams have focused on so much in this latter half of our first round robin.
No, exactly right. Keen to see how it goes, but here we are into the draft for game number 2. Potentially the final game of the night, or the game where KT will once again ascend to the top of this roller coaster. See whether that is how it's going to go. They have decided that Callista is not allowed in the video game, and she was very, very strong in the hands of Teddy last time, so I can definitely agree.
Yep, just don't want to deal with any of that bottom 2v2 shenaniganry. We'll also take away Fate's Talia, so just not going to be part of the equation. It's a very Hirai thing to do, to react to specific power picks in the second game draft.
I really like this idea of if you just lost to something, make your opponents do something else.
Yeah.
Because I think that if you catch them unprepared to, bring a different style to the game, then that's a free win. That's what you're supposed to do. So Corki going to be taken away, and there's the Seraphine band on blue side this time from KT, not wanting to deal with her whatsoever.
Yeah. I mean, an alternative way to deal with the draft is to just kind of counter it or play differently around it. But if you're not sure, if it's a draft that's kind of thrown you off a little bit, like this Talia that we've only seen literally one other time, but never with the Amumu, then just say, you know what, I need to scrim this more and figure it out. I'm just not going to allow it.
Yeah.
As a third ban here will be the Aphelios again.
Okay.
This time on the other side, of course, but Zeri.
Why ban Aphelios when Zeri's up?
Especially when Kalista is banned. Maybe in Ezreal and Yumi/Karma angle here, that was their response. But it also could be like the hard Caitlyn response if you're Kwangdong here and you're like, okay, I wanted to play against this Zeri in the 2v2.
Maybe it's like Wukong Yumi lock in here, and then they play the Twitch. But no,
or just
it will
play
be
Jinx, which is going to be, you know, obviously another late game carry, but isn't going to be as powerful as Zeri at starting engages. Extendo beam, poke damage is crazier than zap damage, and it's like longer range. It does AoE.
Yeah,
does feel like a quizzical choice here.
I would definitely agree. Fate is thinking about a Victor.
Yeah, I don't think that...
I got anxious for a second.
Yeah, I don't think that one deserves the prio that it was at least hovered for. As KT here now do have the Yumi, because that was also not picked at all. If they want to play the Zeri Yumi, Zeri Tahm Kench has also been a very strong lane. You have that. Like, KT are ready to just draft Kingdom here. Because I think you could just take Yumi and take Azir and be like, yeah, got all the scaling.
Yeah, I think Yumi is... absolutely free. I was expecting at least that to be picked up, but nope. So Yumi is going to be locked away here for KT. Azir,
yeah,
very easy as well.
I mean, this is just one of those drafts that drafts itself. You're like, wow, you gave me all the parts to a fantastic draft Kingdom, and I will just accept them slowly while I try to figure out if there's a trap I haven't seen.
Yeah.
No, don't think so. Yeah, I'll just go ahead and take that.
And also picking Wukong, so now you can't pick Poppy, is just a little bit weird. But Lulu is going to come through. Lulu we've seen as a decent answer to the Yumi.
Yeah. In terms of the picks pressure and how you can, you know, just basically push lanes really well with her and harass the Zeri in this case. A lot of other laners we've seen, even into the Lucian, it's been not so bad. Trundle taken away. I think we'll potentially see the Poppy to follow here for those early game dives bottom side that can really frustrate a Jinx, Lulu that are trying to put the pressure on in lane. Don't want to get punished by that wraparound, so they can have a little bit more freedom of prio.
Yep, also Poppy does have just a pretty good matchup into the Wukong. Denies a lot of what he wants to do. There's crying Moha.
Yeah.
Oh dear.
That's how he felt when he was Fate's called back.
Yeah, he was like, I just wanted to bench toss again. Well, not actually crying in real life, as it turns out, as the Ornn that I was expecting Kwangdong Freaks to actually pick is going to be banned on their side instead.
I have a sneaking suspicion that Gangplank might be the angle here.
Ooh, I'd like that.
And I wonder what KT's response will be. They may just ban it here because they don't want it to be taken away from them. Because KT want Gangplank in this draft. They would be happy to have it, but take away the Gnar, which further encourages that pick to potentially come through here.
Yeah. Gwen's still available as well. That was what Rascal picked up when he was in this position on the red side, but didn't really work out. There is no Gnar to worry about, though, I guess. So there's that, although I don't know whether it's necessarily something you should be super on edge about.
This is one of those times where, yeah, we're going to see a weird pick, and it's the Rise. I thought it might be the Twisted Fate angle, too, because you're like, we need to really get ahead of this. I expected the Jace. The Jace was the weird pick I was really going to go into because it's such a deterrent pick to the Gwen, and I thought Gwen was going to come through here first, and I was like, all right, we're going to have to see a weird mid here. Anyway, Jace, I think in this matchup, or into the matchup we are expecting, and also Jace into this comp that KT have drafted is fantastic because it allows them to poke with Extendo Beam, Azir, Sand Soldiers, the scaling they already have so incredibly well. There's no front line here for Kwangdong, but it's just going to be Sejuani instead. And I was really excited about the Jace and the preempting and the shutting down of the Gwen, but not going to be the fun times, just going to be the standard times.
Yeah, just going to be the Sejuani times. As Gwen is being considered for the pick into the Sejuani. Not a huge fan of it, personally, but we'll see how it does go here as
Quandong Freaks now have a heck of a lot of mobility, and Weaver's Wall for Fate did some great things in the last game. Realm Warp is capable of doing some very similar shenanigans as far as getting around the map at a moment's notice. So the tempo plays what they're going to have to really go for.
It's very similar in that it's a semi-global champion, and much more global, I think, I would argue, than the Talia, and everybody can ride the Realm Warp together. However, it cannot lock the door on an objective, nor set up for Fate's Call, which is, of course, banned away from this game. It's going to be a very different look for him. And Ryze traditionally has a lot of prio in most lanes. Not as much the Azir lane, where the Sand Soldiers can trade a lot of that back. So, yeah. It's also Gwen into a Sejuani where, you know, there's not a whole lot of kill pressure on the Sejuani in this draft. Plus, it's Sejuani Viego, which, you know, might even force some defensive setups here, but the Ryze cannot really leave lane as easily in this matchup as he can in so many other ones he's been popular in over the past. So you gave the Zeri over to KT Rolster as Quandong Freaks here. I don't think any of us are really satisfied with the answer.
Well, one bit of good news here for the Ryze is the fact that Fate is the guy that's been playing it this season, and he hasn't lost, nor has he died. So definitely showing that he does have some skill on this champion. They've been scrimming it, obviously, and I'm looking forward to seeing whether Quandong Freaks can make this draft work. All right, making our way out onto the Rift here. The Pirate Ryze is the skin that Fate has elected to go with. I do like it. And Quandong Freaks, just in general. Let's have a bit of a discussion about how this comp is supposed to function. As I think 4-1 is the likely strategy here. And if anyone wants to go over and try and kill Keen, you press Realm Warp into the Baron Pit.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that's the angle, and then it's so easy for Keen to side lane very far forward because of this, but also Realm Warp allows you to then catch the players who are trying to gank Keen or punish him. So you can also just Realm Warp behind KT Rolster and then kill all of their players. But how do you lock down aiming in this composition? We can talk about all the ways. So there's Cyclone, Everfrost, right? And then Chompers, probably not going to happen. Wild Growth knockup, if that happens, something has gone very wrong. Or LM already knocked him up with a Cyclone, and he'll get an additional proc, then do it a third time. That's the dream scenario. But in all likelihood, with a Yuumi on her back, and Emperor's Divide, and a Sejuani the front line, locking down aiming is going to be incredibly difficult, if not impossible. So that's my biggest concern with this draft from the outset, especially when we consider all the layered damage the Azir is going to add in for Zeri to finish off.
Yeah, I kind of agree. I don't really know what the answer is going to be. And we've seen like drafts similar to this into Zeri's. Just ignore the Zeri, and then it's almost like they realize too late that she's going to be a huge threat and it's going to be a problem. And yeah, looking forward to seeing whether they actually have a real answer.
So many times in the last 2 weeks, but in this week in particular, I feel like we've had these perma-banned red side picks make it through the draft, and like a lesson is always learned. It's like, ooh, like maybe that one will be banned next time. Maybe we will not allow this very first pick next time.
And it's like they're testing. It's like, well, I mean, if I just don't ban it, will they even pick it, right? Yes, the answer is generally if it's very, very strong. As Cuz is walking over a ward.
This is the Azir prio issue, but LM's here.
Yeah, exactly. And Fate's going to come on through. Vikla is going to find him as well, as Cuz is going to try and turn it, but it ain't going to work. And now the flash comes through from the Azir as well. Quandong Freaks taking everything just because Cuz decided to walk in and take something that wasn't his.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the idea here from KT is, yeah, even if they see me here, we should win this 2v2, but it was not set up properly, and they absolutely did not win that 2v2. So a flash is forced out of Vikla. Cuz loses flash, so it's 2 flashes expended across the board, but it will be the kill going over to Fate. And now Vikla has no flash.
Yeah.
Is he dead?
Well, LM is going to chase after him. He shifts some sands a little bit late there, but Fate's not able to catch up. Doesn't proc the phase rush quickly enough. And Okay.
Luckily,
Freaks are just going to push him away.
Yeah, luckily for Vikla, he is going to be able to probably clear this wave, and he wanted to back anyways because he has no mana, so not the end of the world, but very close call there. Without the phase rush, he does survive. As this fight, I mean, the idea here is, okay, I have an Azir, but he's left alone for so long before Vikla actually comes through. His health bar is like 20% before Vikla even throws the first punch. And then he has to flash out. So, like, I'm giving them the benefit of the doubt that that was a plan. Is that, okay, the Azir is because if that is not the plan,
Yeah, it is a bit of a I will definitely give you that.
It didn't work out even if it wasn't intended.
Yes.
So.
Well, Amy's going to get zapped. And Teddy and Moham have definitely been pushing this lane effectively. Life is thinking about prowling over, trying to kill Moham here, as there is the extendo beam, but doesn't actually connect. As Kuz gets some control vision down here, notices that both of the Rift Scuttlers have been taken, and that is going to mean a pretty decent advantage here for Elam, who then goes back, clears his own jungle, and then everything's feeling pretty good there. As Aiming has decided that playing extendo beam gaming is his tactic.
Hey, it's very strong, you know, and some of the damage nerfed on this patch, but not all of it.
Well, here's the roaming of the Rise. Rascal,
3-6.
yeah, Rascal's going to lock him down there with the Rune Prison and then hold on to this turret for as long as Keen needs. Oh, wait, never mind. Oh, he burns down. The last tick of the Ignite going to help the turret out there. As Fate will now just tidy up the wave for Keen, but still, not exactly the greatest of news for the Quandong Freaks.
Yeah, I mean, it was all good until it wasn't. I mean, it was very close, and he narrowly is picked there, or rather traded back, as he almost survived, but the Sejuani does take Ignite, and so Rascal is able to, with that final buffed turret shot on durability patch here, get the kill.
Yep. I was actually surprised that Keen even picked up turret aggro after that. I actually thought that the shot had, registered that there were no champions after Fate.
It was
the last one.
It was very close, and Fate held it so well, like you mentioned in the play-by-play. But he just walked up, put down the damage, and then he was like, "Now Gwen will do all of the damage really quickly because that's what she does, while I eat turret shots." And just 1-2 few, and he took the maximum amount he could. If he had actually stayed one more, then it would have been 2 dead on the side of Kwangdong Freaks. Vikla, again, still flashless here. They're trying to bait something.
Elam and Kuz fighting one another. Phase Rush going to get Fate into this one a little bit sooner as Kuz is just going to get queued to death. Emperor's Divide avoided! Oh no, Elam not going to be hit by that damage as now Fate is chasing after Vikla, who still doesn't have his flash, and Teddy from over the wall has auto attack range long enough with the rocket launcher, and they'll just transition into a Drake.
And this has not been Vikla's night here in the LCK. I mean, on the Victor, there were some serious issues with how he played. Is just a plate casually picked up by the roaming Sejuani. What?
Moham also gets himself a Rift Scuttler. There's some weird stuff.
Weird stuff going on, but Vikla made the call to go over there with Kuz. Again, this is what we assumed to be the case, because if he didn't, then we're just all a little bit puzzled about what was going on in that first 2v2 in the mid lane. Yeah, but then he lost his flash. Then he looked for this engage here, which was very sloppily done. The hold on his Emperor's Divide to the last possible second. Then it misses, and he loses a lot of damage in that fight too. And then he goes down. It was very messy. Kwangdong Freaks have a massive lead. That was basically everything about this has nothing to do with the fact that it's early game Zeri, and Aiming is having a fine time. It's just the rest of his team is falling apart around him.
Yeah, this is the problem, is the fact that, Kuz was caught on a roam and then is trying his best to get himself back into this game. He's going to do the same thing here towards the top side as Keen. Let's see whether he can escape. Stun is going to come through with the Permafrost. There's the ulti as well, and so Kuz will be able to lock down this kill. And maybe, just maybe, this will be enough to get KT back on a bit of a tempo advantage.
Okay, Aiming in a really nice spot to look to fight here.
Yeah.
Eddie has 6, but that's not as significant as the Yuumi on the back here is once again.
Yeah, Vikla now in trouble even more as Fate comes on over, and Shifting Sands and Flash going to get Vikla out of here. Kuz on a ward, but might be able to take this. Decides nope, as there's the final chapter, and it might be the final chapter here for Moham, who is going to go down. Super Mega Death Rocket. There's the flash out from Teddy. The Q's not enough, but the flash will get him there.
Yeah, just not a lot of respect shown there, honestly, to Aiming. I mentioned it right before we went over to look at the Vikla flash, which just came back up, which saves him. But they completely walked into that, then stayed for the wave. And Aiming was like, yeah, I think we just ult this, and Life was happy to oblige.
Yeah.
They end up getting the double root there, and then the follow-up from Aiming's ultimate means so much damage, as they will grab a plate bottom side here, as Kwangdong Freaks do have the fast track to this Herald, but so much extra gold just given back to the carry here. 2 kills on the Zeri is the most important kills of the 8 in this game, because she's the one who's going to be the hyper carry later on.
Oh, precisely. I think a few kills going over to Fate. Like Fate, 100% kill contribution right now, sitting at 2-0 and 2. Definitely a big deal for this early game.
But way less important later on.
Yeah, this is the thing. Like, none of it really matters if Zeri just gets online and wins.
Exactly.
Right?
When Zeri's in the game, we don't call it late game, we call it Zeri game.
Yeah.
As the ults here both connect, and Teddy does get rocket value here, and somehow just is barely out of those Qs, but will force the flash. He still dies. So 2 dead down there in the bottom 2v2, which gives Zeri 10 CS advantage and a plate.
Yeah. And look, it was going bad enough when it was even. So this is definitely way worse. KT now with a 1,000 gold advantage as Kwangdong Freaks just look to take down these minions one step at a time. Let's see what else they have planned for us here, because no Drakes have been taken. Remember that Drake that I thought was immediately just going to get taken off the map was never really touched.
Yeah, Aiming was, in control of that bottom lane, and they decided not to force for that after the trades there. Subsequently is Rascal.
Yeah, because up here towards the top side, gets the flash in, and that's the Heartbreaker to secure it. All too easy.
Keen's got to be playing a little bit more respectfully against this Sejuani pick. It's Sejuani Viego. It's the oldest trick in the book, and it's got a lot of CC and a lot of damage. If you end up walking into this, you will just be chain CC'd forever, because it's going to conquer, in those longer fights, and you're going to die.
LM's just living on top of wards almost this entire game, because Extended Beam's going to spot him out, knows that there is definitely vision hanging out there. There's Kwangdong. Now move on over here. They should be able to grab some plate gold with the help of Shelly. Aiming and Life are here, but it should be 3 plates. She does get the charge through, and there we go. So
picking them up.
Yeah, Teddy and Ellen going to secure a bunch more money.
It was a pretty safe call, because the Azir was being tracked the whole time, and the only way Vikla could have come down here was to teleport to the turret, because he doesn't have Unleashed. It's pre-14, and would have been a very aggressive call to make, because he wouldn't have been able to turn anything around. So he stays, kind of duels with Fate there, and some extra money going down to Kwangdong Freaks in the bottom side of the map. Not going to be anywhere near the money or value that Aiming was able to pick up, unfortunately, but still, every little thing helps. They do at least get value out of this Herald.
Yep. Teddy goes back, or was thinking about going back, is going to stay here because this wave is about to crash forward. And so he will collect that, deny some potential plates, but it looks like Aiming and Life are happy just to go home. And Rascal holding the wave up here on the top side.
Look at what Cuz has been able to do the top side despite that early deficit, the early death, and the weird 2v2 in the mid lane. Only value gold lead here for Kwangdong Freaks is on the rise, but like we pointed out, it's the least impactful place for it to be, other than Lulu, of course, in this game. And you could say LM might be a similar situation because he's on the Wukong, but this means that Kwangdong Freaks don't have any way to snowball this game. There are some scaling aspects to their comp too. We've talked about this so many times with the Jinx, of course, over the years, but the fact that the Gwen is so far behind makes that 4-1 composition that they probably will try to use in the later game so slowed down, and it might just be by the time we get to that stage, Zeri is just zooming around the map killing people.
And speaking of zooming around the map, that's exactly what Cuz can do now that the cat has been unleashed. Aiming just going to take as many plates as he can in the last minute and 10 seconds. Will be an extra one. Still a couple more plates do remain on this turret for now, as the Riftmaker is going to be picked up by Keen, and Rascal just continues to keep holding waves as best he can.
Holding them closer to his turret so that Keen cannot farm. So the Gwen is significantly behind in CS. Does finally have her Mythic, of course, online, but it's going to be a long time before the second one comes out here, and that's when she's, of course, going to start to be more relevant in terms of side laning. 2 levels down, probably almost 1. Yeah, you could see on the bar there, he's almost at 10, but still significantly behind in every regard right now as Rascal is just trying to make his life miserable.
Yeah, and it's working. Working very effectively. And Keen, he was laning very aggressively before, has now realized that there is a tent. You know, unfortunately walked into a campsite towards his top side. Finally, this wave will crash towards the turret, but the turret is in shambles right now. A couple of seconds left before plates fall down, and he had 4 more left that he would have liked to have collected. As once again, Vikla possibly in trouble, spots Elim, who hops over the wall. Shifting Sands gets him out, holds onto the flash this time. As Fate is even behind in CS.
Yeah, and the early part of this matchup can go very well for the Azir. Obviously, I don't want to throw any more shade, but not for Vikla for various reasons. But he's obviously started to shore that up now, and with the power they have bottom and top, he can just do whatever he wants. Like, Vikla doesn't care about that early death or his lost flashes early on because he's got a new one now, and he doesn't care. He's just going to push these waves in and then guarantee setup for subsequent objectives. 30 seconds to go until this Herald does spawn, and Fate isn't going to be able to realm warp to 2 losing lanes on the other sides of the map, so his ultimate gets very little value. He also went for the Crown build again this time, which we saw from him last time too, but just not going to offer any lockdown realistically against this Zeri. I mean, obviously, Ryze does have that somewhat baked into his kit, but it's double lockdown or just one.
Well, Keen is now going to be caught in the river. There is the Glacial Prison, as well as the Permafrost, and Keen just nowhere he can go. Not enough needles to save him from this situation, and it is just a disaster. Cuz living in the top lane, and Keen constantly overextending
into him, yeah. And Keen was, for so long, the most consistent top laner in the LCK. This season has not been the case, unfortunately, and I think perhaps playing from home, he's a little bit disconnected here.
I mean, the majority of the players are playing from home.
That's true. Like, I'm just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, but like something has changed for him this season. He's not his old self. He's now 1-4 in this game, and his deaths have given Cuz a new route back into the game.
Well, Elim, Aiming's popped his ultimate. He's going 1 versus 3 right now. Well, I guess 2 versus 3 because the Yuumi does exist. Prowling projectile to come through there, and he's just skating around. Look at this. Like, they just, where's the answer?
That's a mid turret, and the fact that we can watch this Zeri basically 1v3, essentially, with the Yuumi on her back, because she's permanently going to have that, means that this comp has gone completely wrong for Kwangdong.
No, it has. And I was trying to, you know, oh man. Anyway, the Cyclone's going to come through. Yeah, Cuz going to blow up. Vikla over the wall, though. And Aiming is still very large. They did wait out the ultimate, though. They have now got his cleanse on cooldown. Emperor's Divide scoops up both of the bottom lane members, and Teddy is going to fall first. Moham is, yeah, a bit of a formality here as it's a double kill for Aiming.
Well, you know, he didn't get it in game 1. They ended up losing game 1, but he might be looking for the unanimous angle again here this time on the Zeri, because he now has 4 kills, and you know, some people like to vote for the boom boom damage. Some people like to vote for who sets up the boom boom damage, whatever. As we just watch Keen like greed for a scuttle here with no vision in this area whatsoever at all, even slightly. He's down. The thing is, this game is now about the Zeri. Like, it was always about the Zeri when we saw it in the draft, and we were like, ooh, does the Zeri come online? Oh, he came online. Yeah, he's been there for a while, and people are just not respecting him. And this is a really nice turn from Elim, by the way. Yeah. Like, without this and the wild growth, like, this is a doomed play where basically everybody on Kwangdong dies, but at least he was able to get that double play there. But doesn't matter because Flash. Yeah. Emperor's Divide. The first time Vikla flashes aggressively, it ends up being a double kill again here for Aiming. And now he has, is it 4 or 5?
4.
Just 4. Okay, well, I mean,
it's making me think, right? They banned Aphelios instead of Zeri.
Yeah, and then they picked the counter to Aphelios. I mean, soft counter, obviously. Zeri's not just a, or excuse me, Jinx is not just a straight win, but like,
yeah.
It does make you question the draft style here a little bit, as we were not big fans of it.
Yeah. I don't know. They just don't seem to have much of a plan, and it's once again one of these things where Zeri just does whatever the heck she wants, and Kwangdong Freak's like, oh, well, I guess we can't do anything.
Well, it's so weird to say this, but like Fate and Elim are like where's my team? I'm doing my job. Like, they've 2v2'd that early game, and Fate's around the map. He made that play happen. He held the aggro almost perfectly there for Keen on the top side. He's 2-0-3. LM had a great Cyclone play there. Got that early kill. Like, they're doing fine, but it's the losing 2v2, and Keen's overextensions, let's say, to put it nicely and correctly here.
Well, Cuz's camp, right? I think it started off definitely with a Cuz camp. Ellen's been standing on wards all game as well, as KT have just known exactly where this Wukong is at every turn.
I do think that Cuz's camping here has made it worse, but Keen hasn't respected. He hasn't been willing to give up CS, and okay.
All right, well. Elm and Fate are still here as, all right, he just scoops them up. They knew the entire time as the Warrior Trickster is not tricky enough. They are going to be able to get the Rise out of here, but aiming's through. The Extendo Beam, can it actually work? The answer is absolutely yes as the Rise explodes. Teddy looks for Rascal, but he's a huge tank.
That's the hilarious part about Extendo Beam. It's so big that you're like, ooh, like, do I die to Extendo Beam or walk left and die to the fast Zeri? His Teddy is going to get Wild Growth.
Yeah, Cuz taking a bit of damage here, but the top unit turret is going to fall down, and this game is basically over here at about 20 minutes in. KT, they got the God Draft, and they used it beautifully. Decent cleanse there from Teddy to get out of the way of the Glacial Prison, but it bought space to destroy two inner turrets, one after the other. As Keen, yeah, he's finally managed to push out a lane. But we're in bounty territory now.
Yeah, we certainly are. Well, it's a 7,500 gold lead. The Zeri is fed. And if the Zeri gets fed at any game state, whether it's at 8 minutes into the game, 20 minutes, or 30 minutes, we know usually how those go. As this was some really scary observing here, but they knew based on where they were standing on the wave, they must have shown on a minion right before, that they were in one of those bushes. Blue Trinket checks the one on the right first, and then they go for the kills. Yeah, Extendo Beam means you either walk left and die, or you get hit by Extendo Beam and die. Yeah. It's pretty big, it's pretty fat, it goes pretty far.
Choose your own adventure.
Imagine if you had like a Talia ult as your W, but it did damage also.
Whoa.
I mean, I'm being facetious, but...
She doesn't skate over it, unless you put it through a wall, and then I guess it does work exactly like that. It's kind of cool.
Yeah.
5-0-0. It's exactly where Aiming was sitting on his Ashe in the last game. As look at this gold graph. That is beautiful, isn't it?
Yeah, it's very cool, very cool.
Yeah. You don't need to do very much calculation to know where that one went, you know?
Yeah, it's been about a 9,000 gold swing.
Yeah. Went from a little bit in Quandong Freaks' direction to just linear to the top right for KT. His composition working out very, very effectively. I think the way Cuz picked himself back up by just getting towards that top lane and making sure that Rascal can get back in there, deals with the Gwen, gets himself back into the game, and then in the meantime, Aiming and Life just 2v2 win their lane, and Vikla having to use his flash early never actually became any sort of issue whatsoever.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he had to flash twice didn't matter because he only was killed and punished for it once, and then has subsequently been able to hit 2 great Emperor Divides, which, I mean, they basically locked down Kwangdong when it looked like Kwangdong might have a hope or a prayer in this game. Like, when the Cyclone came through from Elm, it was like, oh, wow, like, actually, Kwangdong turned that around. They've got tempo again. And
yeah.
Vikla was like, I'm sorry, no. No, not really, actually.
Not today. I just really liked his, I'm just going to kill you inside the trap that you've set up for me as well. That was my favorite Vikla moment so far, as Aiming is just freely pushing out this wave. As you saw, Cuz stole a Bramble back just by wandering past.
That's Infernal Soul for KT Rolster here.
Yeah.
Whenever they want to take it. I mean, they don't have to get it on spawn. I mean, I guess they're like considering, should we do it with the jungler, without? Come on, Cuz. Okay, all right, we'll smite it. Okay, all right.
Yeah, he'll just to do it right.
You guys want to do Baron too, as Vikla says, as he clears these wards? Because I'm pretty sure they can't be within 2 miles of it right now. So this meta is so oppressive. It is often, we are seeing in the LCK, the late game carry versus the early game carry in the bottom lane, or a later game carry versus one that needs to have more tempo. In this case, it's about the Rise trying to get ahead with that. The Zeri getting fed here just means that, unfortunately, Teddy can't compete. It's not because Teddy played a bad game here. He only died twice, and both of those were aggressive plays from the bottom 2v2. Yeah, maybe could have been a little bit safer when they got Flash Yumi ulted, but beyond that, like, there's not much Teddy could do in this moment where we're like, man, like, Teddy's really just fallen off in his career. I'm like, no, I mean, the game state just doesn't allow him to actually literally do anything. The same is true of Fate, who has had a 2-0-2 start to this game and now is just really trying to hope for there's a Realm Warp angle somewhere, anywhere, but he doesn't want a Realm Warp anywhere near KT, and he's just kind of side laning to build items that aren't going to be relevant because he's just going to be out-damaged in every fight by Azir and Zeri.
And outranged. In every fight by everyone. Sort of how it works as Rise, unfortunately, in this instance. That's why Azir has been picked into it so many times. Because setting up here, looks for some stabs, doesn't really get too much, as Keen accidentally avoids the Blade the Rune King. Very nicely done.
I do just miss my Aphelios Jinx games and my Kaisa Aphelios games because it felt like there was always at least a late game condition and an even 2v2 matchup.
Yeah, well, Quantum Freaks are just getting bullied out of their topside jungle. And it does look like they don't really have much of an idea of how to get back into this game. They see that the Rise is on the bottom side of the map, and KT will start off this Baron.
Yeah, Fate has teleport, of course, but what's he going to teleport over to do? You know, his Rise doesn't even have Everfrost. It's not going to be easy. He doesn't even have his crown up.
Yeah, and now LM, he's going to have to try and get out of here. Oh my god, the damage here from aiming. He can scoot back over the wall if he'd like to. Keen in position. He's a little bit immune. But now you've got LM trying to find the Cyclone damage, but it doesn't work out. The Emperor's Divide, just gigantic from Vikla, who's had his full revenge on this game. And aiming is now just going to chase down Keen. There's the Prowling Projectile. That's going to help grab the kill, and this game is done.
I wanted him to get him with the Extendo Beam. That's what I like. That's what my favorite ability, Bat Chest. That's what I like to see. 7-0
like that ability too, yeah.
7-0-3 is the aiming scoreline, and there's a lot going on in this game. Cuz and Vikla both had their redemptions as Rascal was the vassal for the top side of the map, the punishment of Keen. But we are going to a game 3 here. KT Rolster on blue side will bring us there.
Yeah, beautifully done here from KT. They drafted fantastically. They played to their win conditions, and even though there were some hiccups in the early stages of the game, from about 7 minutes onwards, it looked pretty cut and dry here for this team. Alex Ish?
Keep it up, guys.
All right. Thanks, everyone. What?
See, it's KT.
Yeah, no, I get it. But
do you? Because I'm still a little bit behind.
I mean, like, I get that, you know, keep it up, guys, and then like that is KT. But like, why Alex? What was he doing there?
Yeah, I don't know.
It was kind of cute.
Sometimes we just like to put windows to the past up on these fan signs.
Yeah, I guess so.
Like every now and then Froggen disappears and we're like, yeah, I mean,
he was in Korea.
He was a legend, yeah.
Yeah.
he was.
He played that 5-game series.
Yeah.
You know, a million years ago. All right.
She's got a T1 sticker on her arm I saw over there as only KT fan. You can't play both sides.
That is not.
Even if they both play tonight on 2 different series. You're banned from the telecom war. Yeah, I mean, this game there's not a lot to break down about it. Although I think the real unsung hero was really Cuz, because like you said, he doubled down on just trying to force the top side to work, and Keen didn't respect him. And then once the top side wasn't an issue anymore, aiming was like, well, I've been winning the whole time, so I'm just going to keep doing it really hard here, and now we have both sides of the map ours. And then once the pressure was off Vikla, he just was his ear, and he flashed for some really cool ultimates, and KT looked like a meta comp that's super strong that Quantum Freak gave to them, and they were like, yeah, we will win with that for sure.
Yeah, and you know, I guess maybe the Jinx Lulu had been working in scrims or something like that, but it wasn't enough here to get over the extraordinarily strong Zeri, even after a couple of nerfs. We are going to go to a short break. When we get back, it is the 6th and final game of the night.
왼발 잡고.
네, 바로.
자,
오공 생각 있다.
하나만 여기서 우리가
오공 스턴.
오공 달피.
오공 개피.
나 1초. 가만히 있어 아직. 이거 볼게요.
싸마자 앞으로 가야 돼.
나 2초. 하나 너 안 죽어. 나 2초.
앞으로 갈게.
가면 끝난다. 탑이 라인 너무 많아요.
탁가자. 나이스. 다음 판 잘해봅시다.
잘하자. 굿.
그만 말렸네. 괜찮.
좋았어요 형.
굿. 잘했다. 다음 판 잘해봅시다. 너무 오랜만에 들어가는 거랬네. 괜찮아.
다음
잘했다.
뱀픽 잘 생각해보자.
깔끔하다. 나이스 강희 형. 강희도 나이스. 아프긴 하다.
나이스.
다음 판 잘해보자.
Running low on mana and things like this is Hum alive. Trying to get in here, but it's going to be a 50-50 at best here for these guys. 3 versus 3 right now as Rascal's getting on amongst it. Dudu does have his Narbar at a decent spot, but Karis dives on forward. He doesn't ult himself, and therefore he's just going to go down. On Fleek, I think, was able to take the eye. As, well, no, he wasn't. He was able to kill the Rift Herald, but couldn't take the eye.
안에 봐줘. 안에 넘겨주는 거 해줘.
넘길게요.
좋다. 좋아. 못 먹게 할게. 오케이, 전령도 못 먹겠다.
And as you can see, with Sandbox know what's going on.
They have such great turn too. They are so ready for this.
Yeah, I don't think you should flip it though, as Bubble is going to connect. Definitely high value target. Is Zeka going to get exhausted as well? The bailout comes on through. Can he get a kill? The answer is absolutely not. The Renata's also dead as Kingan's over the wall, and it's a disaster for TRA.
야 이거. 다 죽여.
Genji will respect it, but now there's no Meganon. As the arrow comes out onto the jungler and they say, nope, here comes the Rakan, but a little bit too little. So a massive R into the wall. Toby gets it down. And they were just waiting for the one moment, and they get it done perfectly. Yeah.
네이스. 나 진짜 이것만 보고 있었어. 인정.
Now everybody's over here, and this is a Callista as well.
Oh, no, KT. I don't know about this one.
Very risky, and it's Lissandra! Showmaker gets in, and he's going to be the hero once again to pull off the fight. KT, they take a risk, and it's absolutely not going to pay off. Someone will wipe the floor with them all.
5,000원, 1,800 쓰마.
바로 빼긴 했어.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to LCK Summer 2022. We're here for the final game of the day to see whether Kwangdong Freaks can find that Zeri ban this time around, or whether they even have to, as they have the ability to choose the blue side.
That's right. In the earlier series, I was like, wow, this is so refreshing. We're not seeing games decided by draft. And then I had to say something, you know, and then we ended up with that game.
It's all you, Wolf. You cursed it. Cast to curse the whole situation. As POG, let's see who picks it up. It is going to be Aiming.
Yeah, 400 POG points. And see if it's unanimous this time around. I know that Chronicler voted for him too, so at least 2 out of the 13 are on the way. I think there was an angle for Vikla potentially because his ults were good. His early game was not, but we could forgive it with how much he turned it around. As, yeah, this was just the first start of the snowball, and then, you know, LM, we're not going to picture the part where he actually almost saved the game here for Kwangdong, but it didn't matter because this is actually an aiming highlight that is, it's really a Vikla highlight, but that's okay. Aiming did the boom boom damage and got the kills, and that's where he was fed.
Well, I mean, he didn't actually do the most boom boom damage, as
True.
Aiming moves up to 400 points alongside Owner, Prince, Showmaker, and Zeus, so in pretty good company is he towards that top side. Chovy making it to 500 earlier in the day. But man, Aiming now with an opportunity of grabbing another one, and I think he got back-to-back POGs in the last series
he did.
that KT had as well. So pretty impressive stuff, especially when at the beginning of the season it was in all of KT's wins, Aria picking up all of these POGs. And now that we've got Vikla back, it is actually Aiming that collects it 13 out of 13.
There he goes. That's his 3rd time, so he's now had a 39-39.
Yeah,
in
and I actually feel like a vote for Zeri is a vote for the draft being a win, because you pick Zeri and you win the game. And honestly, it's beautiful. Unanimously a draft victory here, as Aiming feeling pretty good. However, they're going to have to do it again. And I think all of us predicted that KT were going to win this series. And we'll see whether that is going to come true, because in game number 1, it looked like Kwangdong Freaks were playing a beautiful game of League of Legends, where they understood their win conditions, they'd taken apart what KT were trying to do with their game, and then just played better. In game number 2, it was a mess.
The bans on Talia and Kalista were KT's way of saying, I'm just not going to deal with that anymore. And then for some reason, Kwangdong Freaks decided that Aphelios was the problem.
Yeah, and
despite being absent in the previous game entirely, it was also banned.
Yeah, and also, like, we recognize that Aiming is a fantastic Aphelios player, but it doesn't work the same way inside a draft, right? And the amount of takeover of a game that Zeri has, if she is ever, you know, left alone and not put extraordinarily far behind in the early game, is just ridiculous.
I would like to see priority here for Kwangdong Freaks on some more different types of early game control, while also not allowing the enemy to have hyper carries that if you do not completely smash early game, you just straight up lose. I'd like to see Kwangdong say, all right, let's remove some late game options and then also draft around mid game, so that we can at least use our mid game comp in the late game too, without having to go, well, Zeri and or Azir exists, so we just are outscaled. They've banned away the Azir, which was a good call.
Definitely step 1. It was Senna, Corki, Aphelios last time around. Well, last time Kwangdong Freaks on the blue side. So Corki is once again going to be banned. I think Senna might be the one that sneaks through, as Zeri Seraphine should be banned away here next. And they do feel like the obligatory bans, the Lucian, Zeri, Seraphine. Lucian maybe not quite as much, as we have seen Kog'Maw work relatively well into the pick outside of some fumbles towards the later stages of the game.
This will be the Aphelios again, but this time it makes more sense. This feels like a Kalista priority again here for Kwangdong Freaks in first pick position. I'd love to see KT just ban it, because normally you have to ban the Corki. You've been given now a free slot, and you just can say, no, I'm just not going to deal with the Kalista. Once again, I just don't want to do that. I don't want to have Teddy potentially control a 2v2 and then have a lot of power around the map. I don't want that. Say it to me, KT. Say you don't want that. Yeah, they said, you know what? I don't want that. I'm going to take that away.
Well, Seraphine has got through the bans for the very first time and will immediately be picked up. Remember, this is the team that debuted her here for this season's LCK.
Yeah, and Seraphine with Senna is super strong, but there are a plethora of champions she also works well with, like Ashe, for example.
Yeah.
And we've seen Seraphine Ziggs, we've seen, I mean, there's so much, but KT here might just go, okay, well, we'll take away Senna Kench, excuse me, and go that way, but then you lose to so many of those different Seraphine lanes as the Senna Kench because she has so much pushing power.
Yeah.
So I do think this position is kind of awkward here now for KT. I still think the Kalista ban was correct, but now they're kind of wishing, okay, maybe we want to pick the Kalista ourselves, but we can't now. So what's going to be the answer? I'm really excited to find out here for KT.
Yeah, let's see what they are going to put forth, as it could be just a jungler. I do like the Trundle instead of the Wukong. I think the Wukong's been a trap all day.
Yeah, it really has.
Really has not found the same value. It was, of course, nerfed on 12-12, and not really finding the same value. It was already a low win rate here in the LCK regardless.
Yeah, and I do want to point out to everybody who didn't see that T1 series, I think probably most people tuning in watched that series, as Ezreal will be the pick. It was Guangdong Freaks who were the first team to really say, I think we get this Seraphine style, and they found success with it. So it will be the Ezreal.
Wait, that means they give Senna.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's not. I mean, it's not like unwinnable. You could definitely end up pushing pretty hard with Ezreal Karma, Ezreal Renata, which is available. And Guangdong Freaks are like, oh, they just gave this to us. Let's think about this for a second. But they will go with it, and that's what they wanted all along. As this is tons of damage and sustain, shielding.
Yeah, sustain everywhere, poke damage everywhere. Likely it's going to be Moham doing most of the farming here on this Seraphine.
Yeah.
Teddy will be just the fasting center situation.
So is it Renata here, or is it Karma, or are we looking for something very different? Like Yuumi can definitely lock this down a little bit better, and we'll be able to match the Senna sustain in the lane.
Xerath. Give me the Xerath.
I mean, I would love that. That would be really exciting and fun, but I think it's just going to be Yuumi.
Yeah.
And that is what we're going to see here so far. So that does counteract some of the healing of the Senna, both in lane, but also in neutral fights with the Yuumi going for Moonstone Renewer. If the Yuumi gets ahead early, if there's a big error, you don't have to build that, but I think it's a good option. And you have lots of setup CC here with the Trundle. So this lane has to play respectfully around the early game jungler. We've seen Poppy do this, we've seen Volibear do this, but Trundle has been the best, I think. So you can't just be like, oh, okay, we win this, we push it hard as Seraphine Senna, because you will get punished if you do.
I would really like to see Quantum Freaks ban Poppy, because of the Lee Sin, you can avoid a lot of issues with Steadfast Presence denying your ability to kick an Ezreal plus a Yuumi into your team, which could provide you with 2 comfy kills if you can lock him down.
I think the Trundle they've got early here is going to still stay in the jungle, and they'll be happy with that pick.
Oh right, yes, that's true.
But like, if
Max's brain is like game 6ing pretty hard.
But like, I would say the same thing if the Trundle was not locked in like 100% the Poppy. Once the Ezreal's been shown, your thought process is absolutely right. Okay, let's see what is going to be this final ban here. The Sylas ban after Gnar, kind of a puzzling one here. Seraphine ult is very valuable to be stolen from a Sylas, but still kind of a weird option, as it will be the Ahri.
Yeah, Ahri going to be taken. So
we don't know what Fate is playing just yet, and these bans don't give us very good hints. As the Swain is the most strong option, the one we've seen so much, the one that's been so impressive.
Wow. Okay, yeah. The Swain is available, isn't it?
Yeah.
And that's the classic. That's the Senna Seraphine Swain situation.
I mean, I just figured that was not going to make it through, but then we saw a Gnar and a Sylas ban here, and then I got kind of confused because these two teams definitely have different ideas about where this comp is going. Fiora will be a response to the Gwen, but what is going to be Fate's pick? Because when we saw the Ahri ban here and the Sylas, I was like, this feels very much like it's trying to be an aggressive version of Swain, because Sylas could be a better Swain. Obviously, Sylas can counter the Seraphine ultimate. We've seen this in the past, but it will just be Lissandra, who can go in from long range, engage, set up roots, then follow up with Seraphine ult, Senna ult. There's a lot of power there, but
it's all about the setup.
It
and
is.
It is definitely going to work with the Lissandra. I think Swain, without being able to see whether Vikla has picked, say, a Zoe, for example, which could theoretically get around, but Yone is going to be locked in here for Vikla. And it will mean that they'll be lacking a bit of magic damage, I guess, but Gwen's will account for a bit of that, plus Yuumi does more damage than a lot of supports.
And Kwangdong Freaks have a very low damage composition here. The Seraphine will later on start to really burn through with the Leandries, as it will be played by Moham as expected here. We sometimes do see the AD carry play this in this matchup where you're doing Fasting Senna. But anyway, Fate is not going to be doing a ton of damage this game, and Yone is going to give KT so many options for engage, as well as the ability to threaten this squishy Seraphine while she's trying to move around the map and set up for vision and potential traps and CC. And when you are playing the Seraphine comp, you need someone in the front line to actually extend your ultimate. So for those who don't know, Seraphine's ultimate extends if there are allies that she hits with the first part of it. And so someone like Fiora, someone like Fate's Engage here on this Lissandra is going to have to be at the front, or maybe even Elim. But that means that you have a great Yone target. And I think this is one of those amazing moments for the Bork build with the Sunfire, because you're just like trying to be in there all the time.
Yeah, I do like the idea, in theory. It does just answer what Seraphine tries to do. I'm glad that you iterated that for us, because Yone loves it when you line up against him, because he gets to line you up right back. KT, they're trying to answer this Seraphine that's got through yet again. Let's see whether Kwangdong Freaks can make it work one more time.
The other cool thing about Yone too, Alice, is like he can go so deep without committing with both his ultimate and his Unbound Soul. So he can threaten Seraphine. If Seraphine has to ult him, he just pops back and doesn't care. He's like, all right, cool, thanks for wasting your
It's like AD Zoe.
Yeah.
You know, except his portal jump is on his E instead.
And also, you know, Zoe can sleep people and burst them down if she sets that up, but he can actually just CC your whole team and burst somebody down solo.
He's pretty good. Pretty good champion, this one.
Bit of a longer cooldown on his jumps, but you know, he is 80 Zoe though, basically, pretty much. Yeah.
Keen to see how this top lane works, Wolf, because Fiora has been a really fun matchup into Gwen internationally, not necessarily here in Korea as much, although I believe we did see Zeus do this one, and it worked out quite well. Keen now on it into Rascal, and that is, in times past, would be a very fun matchup, but so far this time around, it's been either Keen getting obliterated by Cuz up there towards the top side, or it being kind of a gentleman's agreement and not a whole lot happening. This time, we might see a little more from it.
Yeah, I think that there's a lot of power in this lane because of the fact that Cuz is probably going to be more bottom side focused this game, and so if Keen can lane this really well, as he gets a really nice penetrate there, but trying to hit the backside of this, it's just getting a little bit trolled by the weak spot.
Yep, you have to check to see whether Summoner's Rift is for or against you when you play Fiora. So if you get the majority of them behind, then really the game just doesn't want you to win. That's how it works.
The vitals are getting a little bit annoying for him. But look, that's one way where if he outskills Rascal, there could be a lot of pressure on the map here for Kwangdong Freaks. As notice on the bottom 2v2, the Ezreal Yuumi is pushing super hard, even though it's Seraphine Senna, there's a lot of sustain. Doesn't really come online until, you know, you hit all of your abilities. But the timing here for Cuz to be around the bottom side of the map is when those are coming through, so Teddy and Mom are just going to have to play defensively, and that's exactly what this Trundle pick is designed to do. And then obviously protect you and set up team fights later on. You have a lot of pick potential there, but in the early game, that's what he's designed to do.
Yeah. You see whether Cuz is going to be able to play towards that, as you can see. He is probably going to path towards the top side right now, finish off his Krug camp before he does too much more. And Ellen will be down towards his bottom lane a little bit earlier on. But we shall see how it all eventuates. A slow situation in this game probably does benefit Kwangdong Freaks just because of the fact that, you know, Seraphine Senna does scale very, very effectively. But KT are probably okay with it as well. You know, Gwen in a side lane, not going to be answered by many outside of, I guess, the Fiora if she gets into the right position. This is certainly a lot of volatility here in this lane.
as that Vital was in the right spot.
Yeah.
So is the rest of Keen's team as well. As in goes Fate, and there's the Circle of Frost very comfortably. Elm is able to pick up the kill, and yeah, doesn't actually pick up Turret aggro afterwards because his opponent died too fast.
Yep. Flashes the pillar, Fate gets out, and that's going to be a teleport back here to lane. And Keen, they're playing around him instead of the bottom side. I really do like this. Cuz was prepared for this possible eventuality, but he just wasn't there in time as Root.
Ooh, yeah, Root is going to connect there onto aiming. It was delivered by Life. Whoa, it's not what you want, but they are going to survive. And Zoomies will help get the health back.
Even though we've seen this style permeate the LCK after, last week's play and that upset win, I think we can give credit, at least in the LCK here, for Kwangdong Freaks popularizing this style. And
oh yeah, absolutely.
They pulled it out against T1 and gave them that upset win. You could tell they're just so incredibly well versed on it, which is something that we talked about earlier on in the series, and we talked about the Seraphine angle and stuff like that in the first few drafts. But I think we have to go back to the fact that this is extreme comfort for Kwangdong in terms of recent scrims they've been doing and how much they prepared for that tough match against T1. So they know how to say, oh, okay, Ezreal Yuumi, we're going to play topside instead. And this Fiora pick, I didn't want to get too excited about it just yet when I first saw it, because we'll see how the execution is. But you can see they're already playing around it, completely pivoting away from Seraphine and saying, all right, it's just going to be stronger late game anyways. Let's go for topside instead.
Yeah, and this also, I think this topside is extraordinarily pivotal for how this game is going to go. Because if it's Rascal that's drawing the attention, then it becomes really, really hard for Kwangdong Freaks to play out the 4-1 effectively. But if it's Keen that's the pressure point, and Fiora absolutely, if she gets ahead, I mean, no one can match this champion. And then Kwangdong Freaks have all of the control, all of the power. They set up in an area and you cannot move them because they have Senna Seraphine. And it's crazy. As, all right, Control Ward comes on through there from Ellen, but immediately they do get out as Vikla is going to ult forward. Ellen going to be able to move up here towards this top side, and the Unbound Soul will deny Vikla any sort of free entry, and Cuz is then left on his own. He's just obliterated.
Well, what I will say, Atlas, is Vikla has had a lot of really good ultimates tonight, and that was not one of them. That was not on the list of really good ultimates he had tonight. So you could tell he really wanted it. He just hit 6, and he goes for the Unbound Soul, and then he's just not in range, completely whiffs it, and they're like,
and then Cuz is like, I'm still with you. I'm still with you. Let's go. Yeah, and then he's like, wait, where'd you go?
Yeah, Cuz is like, I mean, you can't just leave me out here, man. There's still gonna come for me. Please don't go back to your, please don't put your soul back in your body. Like, I need you out here.
Did you have to leave right then? You know, it's like I haven't even prepared dessert. I'm like, oh, it's not very fair.
I just don't have my subjugate or anything. Not even fair. Yeah. You just because you have your level 6 doesn't mean you get to just miss your ult and walk away. Like, my ult doesn't even miss. It's like not even fair. Okay, so this is really hitting 6. As you can see, the level up here. Fate is level 5, so he's flashing for this, and then they just immediately disengage. Like, bye-bye. Flash from Elam, he's out. Fate's got Claw, and then they're like, oh, suspiciously, Cuz is he's still around here. And yeah, Vikla just left him out to dry there. Now, the idea is fantastic. He gets 6, flash field. Could be cool, but he doesn't hit it.
Well, Needlework comes in here as now Cuz will join as the Grand Challenge was issued, and Keen's still lunging forward. It just shows that the man is starting to feel it. Rascal held on to his Ghost. Keen had to use his, spotting Cuz moving on forward. Cuz going to make sure that Keen doesn't hold the wave to give a good back over to Rascal. And he will now be able to go back home, grab some items.
Yeah, a lot of pressure relieved. Got a Ghost. He'll take it.
Yeah.
Not the worst situation ever. It's down here on the bottom side of the map. You can see pretty comfortable 10 CS advantage or so. Obviously a little bit more than that, but Senna's picked up some of the gold. She's got some of these stacks coming through, so it's not really an easy comparison to make. But aiming is sitting down here comfortably because the resources have been top and mid. Yep. So that's going very well for KT right now.
And generally, Senna lanes, you're allowed to have the partner of the Senna behind a bit of CS, and you're still okay. Souls do give gold, and therefore, if you're even as Senna Seraphine, for example, into this Ezreal Yuumi lane, then you're actually ahead.
Yeah, exactly.
Is how that one works.
Yep, 100% true. And LM's over here with level 6, trying to steal this one away.
Vikla unbinds his soul, and I think they just realized, yeah, KT realized that there's no way that they can actually secure this. Aiming taking way too much damage from that high note. As piercing darkness as well. I mean, look at this lane. It is just repugnant.
Yeah, once the ults come through and once you start to get some items online as the Seraphine, she has her last chapter here, you do a lot of damage and you can just repeatedly spam your abilities, then get the extra autos and get the empowered double Q, as Vic was having a rough time.
Man, they're just
He's killing plates. Aiming has to flash.
Oh
He cleansed as well. Oh my goodness. They're dropping the beat as well.
That was, I mean, that's just so much damage. Okay, well and truly online.
What is up with bottom lanes today, man? Like, last time it was just unanswered Zeri Yuumi just causing a complete ruckus, and now it's Senna Seraphine trying to demonstrate, no, this is what real broken looks like.
I still think the Teddy Kalista ban, like the ban towards Guangdong by KT Rolster here against Teddy, was correct, but this answer so far hasn't looked amazing, but it hasn't been that terrible either. I mean, this will force him to back and flash and cleanse, etc., but it's not like it's over for Ezreal, who still scales very well.
I think not picking Senna was the mistake,
yeah,
in my opinion.
They definitely could have gone that way.
Oh, there's a teleport preparing for this. The Q is going to miss, though, from LM. As Fate in this area. Another Q going to go wide. Aiming. Moves on over. The Rift Herald is a bit frustrated that it's an Ezreal over the wall.
Okay,
it's bothering him.
Volam's rotating over. Does not have ult.
Yeah, Teddy is going to be on a ward, though. Unbound Soul from Vikla. He does immediately snap back, though. Snare not going to connect. As now, the Rift Herald starts feeling like Kwangdong Freaks have the good stuff. Dash forward with the Q, but Vikla doesn't find too much more. Oh my god, they managed to catch them. Rascal is trying to be as immune as he can, but it's not quite working. Vikla ults his way forward. Fate is his target, and he will find it. But that is the only thing that they're able to find as Cousin Vikla do go down.
And that will be the Rift Herald.
Oh dear. Yeah, Rascal now as well going to have to try and do what he can against Teddy, who flashes after him. Teddy is playing real aggressive. Melee range into the Gwen. She is definitely not immune against this particular center.
I like how he's like, not going to look at Kugai's not going to look at explosions, but hold on, let me grab that stack real quick.
As Kane's like, that was rude.
Yeah, just a little bit of first strike value here for Aiming.
Yeah, Aiming sending a parting gift to his ex-teammate.
That's going to be the Drake at least going over to KT here, but the way that Kwangdong set up for this, because they don't have Seraphine ult, but they have the setup for the roots for Fate, and he just flashes in looking for the engage, and then they set up the follow-up there with the Seraphine, which is so beautifully done. And yeah, Vikla's like, I think I got this because I have my ult, but unfortunately...
Man, Fate is playing this mid lane very effectively. Let's check out this fight one more time.
Watch Moham and Fate do this together. So Fate comes through, big stun, and then the follow-up, damage, roots, and then the final chapter here for Yuumi is just not that effective, unfortunately. And Vikla gets one kill, but he sacrificed his life for it, and this is just not, unfortunately, the time to fight here as KT Rolster versus Kwangdong's comp.
Yeah, it's not really the way that it works. There's a Frozen Tomb. Dawning Shadow comes in, and Vikla, you might want to keep that soul bound.
Yeah, he got a kill, you know, obviously in that fight, but he's very far behind otherwise, and be careful. But I think the real problem here for KT is that Kwangdong's early game is so good around layering ultimates on top of each other. Like, the Lissandra is great, the Seraphine is great there, and then KT's mid game is fantastic, and the late game is a problem, but they fought early, and they absolutely did not have to.
Yeah, well, this Rift Herald is going to grab some plates. Keen still picking up the money. LM did not. So it goes to both of the solo lanes here for Kwangdong Freaks, Moham and Teddy. Now, they deal with minion waves so fast. So if you leave them in this lane, then this turret will just die. True Shot Barrage is going to get a bunch of value, but look at this. Just pop the surround sound, you know, some piercing darkness, and then everyone just gets all of their health back. It's no worries at all.
Yeah, I feel like Senna's music taste is very different from what Seraphine's genre is, but you know they can work it out together down here on the bottom side. Like they put their differences aside for the good of music or something. You know, it's like what this lane is about in terms of lore, I guess. But in terms of pushing power, like you said, it's very strong. Grabbing a plate, putting some threat on the Ezreal, forcing him to ult it there.
Do you reckon that Senna skin is like
Like, it's pretty metal, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
It's good. Like, she rides a horse, though. Like, maybe maybe Taylor Swift is like that's the middle ground between the two. She's pretty pop and started off pretty country, and it's kind of country to ride a horse.
Yeah.
So maybe that's what it is. Maybe we can just call it Taylor
Chronicler's
Swift
like
bottom lane.
Yelling about Carly Rae Jepsen right now.
No, I think he'd agree with the Taylor Swift.
All right, well, this turret is done. Hit it. Yeah. Oh, he wants to deny some stuff.
Yeah,
so
he'll deny this one as well.
I wanted that cool slap of the turret where it just disappears, but he wants to get the minions deleted and then slap it. The minion's going to take it away from him, though. Don't slap it. There we go.
Gets the lunge kill.
6-10.
And that is first Heartblood going over to a Fiora as well. As Fate is going to ult Vikla. That is very aggressive. And yeah, Ellen managed to hit the Q. And therefore, that is a very dead Yone. The bait was just amazing here from the Kwangdong Freaks, as Teddy Senna is played very aggressively in this game.
It certainly is, but with the lead he has, he can afford to. He is 1-0-3 now this game, picked up the Umberglaive after getting the Executionist calling early to deny some of that Yuumi healing.
Oh, the flash respect there from Fate. He actually, you can see him giggling. Yeah.
He's like, no, I was just jumping over it. That's why I was walking back down like that. Good flash respect, but this is going to be another turret now off of the map here. Kwangdong Freaks with bottom side turret down, top side turret down worth of gold. First blood for turrets, lots of plates under their belt, and you know, Vikla's turret is not long for this world if they get the second Rift Herald, because they just have no control over the map, no control over this game, and this is just once again so well baited here. Yeah. They commit the ult, Fate's like, haha, I ulted, so you think I'm vulnerable. No.
And Teddy immediately gets the snare, and the Q hitting from Ellen was just beautiful. Knows that he just has to hold it, wait for him to go back.
이주공 있어? 이주공.
Does Ezreal have ult? Does Ezreal have ult?
Oh!
Flash.
진짜 있었네.
He was just asking the whole time, like, oh man, does he have ult? Does he have ult? And he's like, oh, I wasted my flash.
Oh, that's very cute. I like that he was giggling while he was saying it as well, because they are up like 7,000 gold here at 15.5 minutes.
Yeah, this is not, it's the good old early Seraphine Senna comp, early game Seraphine Senna.
Yeah.
I mean, their laning is good. They were doing fine, and then suddenly the whole map went into their favor because Vikla made some questionable decisions. Topside went very sour, and Keen was given so much extra gold. He's now 1-0-2, and will just crush this side lane for probably forever, because I don't see any way Rascal comes back into this game unless there's a huge error.
But that's precisely what the Fiora matchup is, right? Fiora into almost anyone, right? But Fiora Jax was where this kind of originated, which was whichever one of these split pushes is ahead, it's just over for the other one, because you then just can't stand in that side lane.
Yeah.
And so they get to dictate the tempo of the entire game from that point onwards. And Fiora is so oppressive if she gets a lead.
And with how
you just can't chase her down.
And usually the Yone with this build, with the Blade of the Ruin King into Sunfire, is about the Yone having a nice tempo advantage, which Vikla, like, he was fishing for it, okay, but it definitely didn't go his way. He's very far behind, and this build, you're too late into it to change now. You've already gotten the components for Blade of the Ruin King, but it's not going to be very successful or good in this game anymore, because he's not going to be sticky onto anybody. He's just going to blow up in team fights before he gets close to anybody. That one trade back kill he got onto Fate might be the last kill this game he actually picks up, as he's now being hunted.
Yeah. He will move his way out as LM's like, nope, not going to happen. As there is the Frozen Tomb, Dawning Shadow to make sure that Teddy gets in on the action, and they are going to secure it. Keen is just monitoring this Rift Herald, and Cuz is like, throws down his pillar of filth and has to leave.
The other thing about this build, too, for Vikla is, in terms of components here, it's absolutely trash and worthless in this situation where he's behind. He's like, well, I have to buy this Bommies, which will literally do nothing for me. and like that's the way to the Sunfire Cape. That is the build. That is the key component, which is not going to give me any value whatsoever. So for the next 5 to 6 minutes, Vikla is not actually gaining power. Meanwhile, Fate picks up a stopwatch, has 3 stacks, so he's going to be much more relevant in these fights. And surprisingly, he's had so much power this game, he hasn't even ulted himself to survive. He's just ulting Vikla.
Yeah. he just hits the enemy. And I was actually thinking that, you know, Fate's sitting there with relatively low health bar. I'm like, oh, ulting yourself is a really cool move here. And he's like, no, I can guarantee that Dawning Shadow hits this target.
Yeah.
And their coordination is just absolutely fantastic. And it's really interesting. It's exactly what you were talking about, right? It's like draft has dictated so much of what has happened in this series.
Yeah, really has.
As Rascal, once again, is just going to find himself with a bunch of friends, but the needlework does manage to keep him alive. Okay, so he will be able to back away. We'll likely lose that turret eventually, as the rest of Kwangdong Freaks doing a whole bunch of work here. Shirley gets another one. Beat drop comes down onto Cuz, but as the Rift Herald dies, King's Tribute will get that health bar back up. But this is what we're talking about. Keen will just be able to be over here and collect another turret for himself.
Biggest spike of items across all the mythics in this game, which we only have right now, what, 4, 6, 7? Okay, Life got his Moonstone Renewer as well.
Yep.
He's the Leandries that Moam has because he could proc it so easily with his Q, and every single fight that he sets up here or helps defend his teammates in, he's going to be doing so much long-term damage. He stacked his tiers so early that mana is never an issue for him. As, yeah, I mean, Vikla, he was greeting for this. He was hoping that if he hides here, maybe he just isn't, like, maybe there's no one else coming and he just will get another wave, but no. They found you, they killed you, you're dead.
Yeah.
Luckily, he picked up a Bombies.
Oh, no, you can't do him like that.
I mean, the problem with the Yone picks is if you're not actually going to win super hard and your draft is not extremely dominant, it usually isn't working. We've seen BDD find success with this, we've seen Chovy find success with this, but you need to be ahead. Otherwise, your components just feel so bad.
And also, it's not even, like, I don't know. Compositionally, you sort of got the idea of picking it up and then hoping that you can win that one of those first team fights and then snowball the game. And hopefully, Rascal has an edge over Keen, and so you're winning in the side lane as well, and you don't have to worry. But the problem is, if it goes wrong, it goes really wrong.
Yeah, exactly.
As I think they attacked Fate a little bit there. He went up into the sky, came back down again, and then he was K.
Yeah, it's I want to say almost win more, but KT's comp was so reliant on being ahead early and taking a tempo advantage that the comp made sense, but the execution wasn't there, and Vikla's individual performance this game was not his greatest, right? And
yeah,
the early games of his Azir last game too was not...
Keen?
Okay, he's fine.
He's going to lunge away. That will do it.
But even his Azir early game last game wasn't great, but he was Azir and he was given a few opportunities to actually turn things around. Then he had a fantastic mid game and was part of the reason why they were able to take it. But on this Yone, he doesn't have Emperor's Divide, he doesn't have damage items, he doesn't have range. He is a CC bot that doesn't have a lot of health. So, yeah. I don't want to beat this dead horse anymore as Keen. Can he get out of this one? Yes.
Yep. Cuz puts down a pillar and decides he doesn't want to go near it. As Keen is even happy to walk back to the wave. Wow, he does not mind. Vikla's here as well. As all right, Cuz, where is the next pillar going to go?
Look at Keen's player cam too. He just looks so uninterested in everything that's happening. He's like,
I mean, that is a bit of a Keen thing, though.
But he's like, I pulled 3 of them. Like, can you guys get a turret over there? Like, they keep bothering me over here. Like, please push that one, Fate. You're so close to getting the bottom inner. Mid inner's under threat. Like, I think we can get 2 turrets of them trying to kill me. I'm basically immortal. All I have is a Gorge Drinker too, but I mean, they can't touch this.
Yeah, no, they can't. Rascal's going to come on over and look and see whether he can stop this, but that means that now Keen is unleashed on the top side, and yeah, he was winning against Rascal. He's definitely going to be winning against Vikla in these side lane fights as well, especially with that Ravenous Hydra now completed. Alan's going to come on over and casually take the second Drake for Kwangdong Freaks, and it's really feeling real elementary. 7,000 plus gold here for Kwangdong Freaks in the lead, and KT are going to need a miracle.
They certainly will. Aegis is done here for Vikla, which again, I mean, this part of things is actually going to be a useful component because it'll keep him alive while he tries to engage as Rascal.
Yeah, there's another Frozen Tomb. Man, Fate has just been everywhere this game. Rascal's trying to throw out this needlework, but the Q connects. And Rascal's going to go golden for a minute, but he doesn't have flash. Can't get over that wall regardless of what happens. Kwangdong Freaks will net themselves another one. Element Fate have been playing together really nicely this game.
That's also a broken stopwatch, which gives Gwen a secondary immune in this case, but is not going to save him or buy time for anything relevant. So he broke a stopwatch here too, which he's going to need a little bit more time to farm before he actually finishes Zonia. So that's another tool gone for potential Baron take. Because Guangdong, we're 23 minutes in. Yeah, it's a Seraphine comp with the Senna, but the Seraphine with a lot of AP and a Laundries. And
I mean, even the Lee Sin's huge. 6-0-1. LM is just an absolutely massive jungler right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Guangdong Freaks, like, they're really just trying to decide among themselves if now is the right time or if in 1 minute is the right time after the clear vision, because KT don't have realistic ways to set up a fight. The Gwen is so far behind. The Trundle is going to pillar down and run away like he did last time. The Yone has no relevant items to do damage, can only be a CC bot and then die afterwards. And Aiming's like, I don't know, I'm doing okay in this game, but we just don't have enough. And they're just going to shield everything. Like, Aiming, in order to even hit Mystic shots, puts himself at risk of being engaged on by Lissandra. Could be charmed, right? There's so many ways he dies to even hit his poke, which is being deflected by shields and sustain in this game.
And I don't know whether Keen actually saw Vikla there, but I think that if he ever does, then Guangdong Freaks just go and take Baron. And their Baron damage is not exactly the highest, but you best believe that if they try and run over there, Keen will take the base.
Oh yeah.
That is the Fiora guarantee.
Rascal is like trying to kill wolves. He's like, oh, please just give me my Zonia's gold. I'm so close. And like, Keen is over there taking his wolves away while side laning.
Well, there's the final chapter that does get a flash. He does respect it, as it's just aiming, cuz, and life.
And they almost set up a trap there on the other side of the pillar. It was so close.
Yeah, cuz still in the area. Vikla moves on over as well. True Shot Barrage doesn't do a whole lot here, as the pillar is a lot of value. Let's see what Teddy can do here as Vikla finds the ult. Teddy flashes to get himself out of the way. Piercing Darkness is kind of working. They've traded 1 for 1 so far, but that teleport is a dangerous one. Exhaust immediately onto Keen, who lunges his way out. Fate looks for a claw, and this time he's going to have to ult himself. And as this fight continues, it's better for Guangdong Freaks, because look at how much healing. This is just revolting. The Ezreal's starting to pop off though, and Aiming is looking for Moham now, who does put the surround sound down, but has to flash to get himself out of the way. The beat drop, the flash forward, and Aiming picks up the triple kill.
And right as Vikla actually completes the Sunfire Aegis, he does a lot with it. He's able to force a flash out of Teddy, push him out of the fight, does tons of damage, is sticky on everyone, so difficult to kill.
What?
Wait. Question mark?
Wow.
Like, can we see that again with the vision?
Look at Elam's face. He's exactly like us. He's like, what?
That's why you don't touch it. You just wait. You just don't stop your back until if you're not sure it's going to hit you, just wait. Just wait. But that fight was really well set up. After a pillar trap attempt, look at this setup here for Vikla. He sees, okay, they're so deep here. Pillar set up. I have an ult opportunity finally this game, right after he gets Sunfire Aegis. And he does so much damage to Teddy. Teddy is out and deleted. Had to flash. They get the second kill there as well onto the Trundle. But then you're like, okay, so how does Guangdong lose this fight? They have so much healing. They have so much healing, but health bars are too low, and Vikla is unkillable. He's doing so much damage. His Sunfire is stacked, and he is just on top of everyone. Every time they try to turn on him, he goes back. And Aiming in these situations on the Ezreal with the Yuumi on his back will carry the fight. It was on a nice edge there for a little bit, but Vikla's itemization, you could see the value of it in this fight when it finally goes his way, and he can have that miracle ultimate. You said they needed a miracle. They got one.
They absolutely did. And now Kane has found the ground challenge. Rascal is going to be able to utilize his needlework to get himself out and will dash away. So the gold lead is still 8,000. Guangdong Freaks still have a big advantage. However, the win conditions are starting to come alive here on the side of KT. Aiming 3-0-2. And the Ezreal is going to be the target. And you had to look at that replay, right? There were opportunities like Fate threw the claw out, decided not to press the button again, then ulted himself. They're not spending the time locking down the Ezreal. He has cleanse, yes, but now it's on cooldown, and they will be able to put that one on cooldown again. And I'm looking forward to seeing what the adaptation is here for Guangdong Freaks to try to make sure that that does not happen again, or whether KT can just get on this aiming train and just start winning.
One of the really strong things to have with a Seraphine and Senna comp like this is the Hex Tech Soul, which they are now 5 minutes away from starting a fight for. A lot of standing gold on the map with the bounties still up here for KT to pick up to shore up some of this, so that's going to be one piece they grab here.
Yep.
Mid turret's still pretty easily accessible for them. But my biggest concern is that fight was premeditated on a pillar setup for Vikla's Miracle ult, where he actually got value out of his item build finally for the first time, because he's like, okay, I have my 2-item spike, like this is the whole point of this pick, and I'm going to do it, and aiming is going to carry, because if they focus me, then I will live forever and then just go back to my soul, or put my soul back to my body. If they focus aiming, then I'm just going to be sticky, and I'm going to eventually delete them all. But I don't think they're going to get that same Miracle engage again, unless they can set up vision on an objective and start the fight first and then turn. They have great turn and setup if they can get that Miracle engage, but otherwise, Guangdong's side laning is just so oppressive. As you can see, once again, Fiora's headed back to the bottom lane. Look at where the wave is. Look at where Rascal is. He doesn't have teleport, so he's just completely out of the fight here for vision.
Yeah, Cuz now going to have to move back towards his other vision as well. A lot of defensive tools here for KT put down on the top side, as Vikla really wants a place to farm. As Rascal defending against Keen. Doing so pretty well, but he's a 0-4 Gwen.
They just start this up. They know the Gwen is on the other side of the map. They can lock her down there, and if she leaves, Fiora can also join or just keep pushing. So Guangdong have so much agency here, and there's just no way to get Vikla's angle, right? Like, if he doesn't have the perfect angle, how do you start a fight? And if he doesn't have vision, he has to go in blind, and didn't work out for him in the past. And I love that Guangdong rather could just start this up, and if they have to cancel this, heal through the damage and keep pushing.
Yeah, well, information is there for KT. True Shot Barrage did spot out what was going on, but do Guangdong even have to move away? Baron's down to half health. Ellen was looking for a way in. Fate off to the side as soon as aiming makes any sort of play. You best believe that Fate is going to be on it, but we'll need to have a few options available. Does have Everfrost, Circle of Frost, and Frozen Tomb. Very frosty here as the Lissandra.
Okay, Keen decided to walk back towards that Baron instead of continuing to push there, so gave Rascal the opportunity to push this wave actually down to the midpoint. Is finally getting closer to that Nashor's Tooth, which is going to give him the ability to duel against Keen to a certain extent in the lane. It's not going to be perfect, but at least it won't be just complete Fiora domination. It can trade back and deal with these waves a lot cleaner. Vikla always looking for top prio here so we can have that flank angle on the Baron. There's so many wards and then zombie wards here stacked up for Guangdong Freaks to make sure they know where he is at all times. And when he showed towards the top side there, that's when they were like, all right, we're out of here. I don't want this Yone ult to come through and rip this team to shreds. Play it slow, play it safe. We've got great wave clear, and our comp is getting stronger and stronger by the second.
Oh, LM looking for that hero play. He's 7-0-2. Gonna have to put his money where his mouth is, I think. That last fight wasn't able to contribute all that much. It is one of the woes of, you know, later game Lee Sin. If you don't hit that kick, don't do a whole lot. But aiming, dashing forward once again.
Look at the heals, look at the shields. I mean, aiming's poke somewhat irrelevant here.
I think aiming, what was that, is what you're supposed to say.
Yeah, sorry. We'll have to call Joe to get the rights to that one. But, okay, Keen.
Yeah, here's the grand challenge. Underneath the turret, Rascal does have the Zhonya's, and he is going to use it here. But a teleport comes out from Vikla. That should spell Baron.
I just like how he casually procs Demolish on the turret on his way out as well.
Yeah.
I might not kill you, but I will take about a third of this turret's health down with one auto of my lunge and get out of here. They just push another wave. This is the power of the Fiora that's ahead. Yeah, constantly push and then start a Baron. And if the Baron, it looks like, okay, they're going to commit there, then you send a heal back. And you're like, all right. Moam is level 15, is getting more of those upgrades to his ultimate, and we'll start to get a few more points in his W, which will allow him to then like even heal his team in moments where he has those empowered setups, where if you're just shooting a Baron, you can always use to your own benefit there, because you don't need to fight anybody if you're just walking away from a Baron. And this keep checking is like they have no vision. That's the True Shot Barrage is a really damaging blue trinket right now for KT.
It is. However, it's working out relatively well. And as you can see, aiming is actually building a serrated Dirk. It might be a mythic to come through here, as now Keen is just going to dash on top of them. Let's see whether they can kill aiming. That's the real question here, as he does get encored, but he immediately cleanses it. Now Ellen trying to do battle, as Vikla will turn up as well. He's going to go down low, but they managed to get the Lee Sin first. The Yone has also gone down, but Keen is just massive in this fight, and they're keeping him alive forever. The Frozen Fall to threat. The flash from Fate was just beautiful, but aiming is still keeping himself alive until the very last moment, where the game just ends. Triple kill for Keen, and he took matters into his own hands.
He certainly did. He was tired of killing minions and hurting turrets. He wanted to just straight up 5v5. And in that last fight, Teddy and Moham completely untouched. Never anywhere near Vikla. Vikla is dueling with this immortal front line that has Seraphine shields, heals, and speed boost, plus Senna heals coming on top of him. And an angry Fiora is getting into the back line. Guangdong Freaks take the Seraphine pick. They get ahead early, and the snowball just keeps rolling. And he gets so heavy by the end that even though Teddy's late game Ezreal is, or excuse me, Aiming's late game Ezreal is a thing, and we do have the Yone get those 2 items. They got 1 miracle engage with him, and they got 0 more. They got never any opportunities to set up a fight, and their comp so desperately needed to have a tempo advantage, they just never got.
Yeah, it just wasn't quite enough there, but it's once again one of these stories of compositions and drafts are very, very important for how easy winning is. Fate and Teddy are going to take a bow on behalf of the rest of the Kwangdong Freaks members that are unfortunately not able to be here.
It's a tough call for me for POG, man. Like, I feel like there's the Lee Sin that got a ton of kills, the Fiora that side laned so well and won that last team fight, but also the Senna Seraphine angle. Fate also played a fantastic Lissandra game. I think I'm gonna go with Keen on this one. I think his side laning was really what was really the defining factor of those last parts when they were just kind of starting Baron, the walking away, his side laning in that last team fight were the winning moments. As
Ellen also had a very, very good game.
He really did, and he's been the most heavily criticized player on this roster outside of Hoyt, of course, and he's starting to show up. He really is.
Yeah,
especially in that last game.
No, it was definitely very well played. He was left a little bit wanting in game number 2, but I think games 1 and 3 really did demonstrate that Kwangdong Freaks were the better team. I think game 1 was the most honest game that we saw, and it was really well controlled. And Kwangdong, even though they got crushed in game 2, they came back and they did exactly what they needed to do with their composition. And yes, it was a draft gap, guys. Like, that's a thing that happens maybe a little bit more often than it should here in the LCK. But they utilized the tools that they managed to pick up, and they did it beautifully. I think Teddy's very aggressive center play was also really, really fun.
And I will go as far as to say I think this was an upset. I think KT were by far heavily favored from the English analysts, and most of the Korean analysts, if not all of them, also predicted KT to win this one. And KT, in some aspects, came to play tonight. The drafting was pretty good for them overall. But Vikla's inconsistencies in the early game were, I think, really exposed on this Yone. His early game is here. Yeah, not so great, but it doesn't matter in the end because his mid-game ults were amazing and his late game was great. This game, he had that one pivotal fight, but otherwise was really just not able to make a lot stick here, unfortunately. And Kwangdong, on the other hand, they were like happy to play Seraphine, you know, just happy to be like, all right, we're going to change it up. And the bans they put out in this game, too, allowed them to play the Seraphine if the Kalista was banned so easily.
Yeah.
We were, like, yelling for the Kalista ban in the draft, and they were like, cool, Seraphine, though. And it worked out.
And I think that if the Seraphine was banned, it would have been a lot more like game number 1, right? Which would have forced Kwangdong Freaks to play better League of Legends, I think, and I think it would have given KT a few more options into the game. However, you got to test out these things. Last time it was Hoyt that was playing the Seraphine, and Moham, I mean, he wasn't the be-all and end-all of Seraphine players, as well as Aiming 100% outplayed him in this moment. This was absolutely huge for KT. But in the end, it was just the setup here. Keen just, I don't know, he got bored or something, or angry, and just took him down.
The charm onto Aiming means that he's just not doing damage to Elam or Fate here in the front line.
Yeah, the Encore was great.
The Encore was so perfectly placed, and then Fate is up here. Yeah, he lost his partner in the Lee Sin. Elam goes down, but so much damage was focused there. And Moham and Teddy, again, untouched in this fight as Keen is getting heals and shields running at them.
Moham actually hit every ability in that last team fight. The one prior, he didn't land a whole lot, but in that last one, he hit everything he needed to. That was, I think, a huge difference maker.
Oh, for sure. His ult, then his Q follow-up, and the beat drops were really nicely done. His laning was also pretty good, to be honest. Aiming and Life had a nice start to the lane, but once the jungle got out of control and Cuz wasn't relevant anymore, they started pushing. They got those 2 early turrets, top and bottom. And Vikla, I think it might be a while before we see his Yone again, unfortunately. KT took a big risk with this draft, and it did not pay off.
No, it certainly didn't. And I think they might have thought that maybe the Yone was going to be a bit of an answer here. We saw Chovy when he debuted this build in particular. It worked out quite nicely. However, after that, I didn't really like it as much when BDD piloted it, and now Vikla is once again falling prey.
Made sense for the comp, but when you fall behind, it's just unfortunately irrelevant. But you can't like build half a Blade of the Rune King and be like, I'll go Immortal Shield Bow here now. Then like there's no real pivot actually with this. The Immortal Shield Bow is going to give you similar problems, and then what do you build after that? You're like, this is a rough time.
Yeah, and I don't know. Not entirely sure. However, we can check out the standings to see exactly where everyone fits after that. 4-4 here for Kwangdong Freaks, and if Damwon Kia lose their next game, they're dangerously in the realm of being Kwangdong.
That's true. Also, we talked about it a lot before this series, but the relevance of this win for Kwangdong for putting themselves again forward in the run for that 6th place spot, assuming that Live Sandbox and Damwon Kia don't drop off massively, there's kind of one slot available here on the east side of these teams, and Kwangdong puts himself one big step ahead of KT. They will rematch in the first week of round 2, so it's not going to be a long time before we see this rematch between the two of them.
No, it's going to be really exciting, actually, to see who's going to be able to do that. And also Nongshim, seeing them again as well. See whether they can now possibly catch up to a KT that are looking like they're struggling just a little bit here. Kwangdong Freaks to avoid any sort of Nongshim matchup or anything like that, but their next matchup is against Damwon Kia. This is what we were talking about, right? Damwon still have a match to play this week, I believe, but then immediately afterwards, they need to stop Kwangdong Freaks from overtaking them in the standings.
Yeah.
That could happen if Damwon lose their next game.
If they upset Damwon here, then they are climbing their way up. You just notice the schedule is very mixed here with the rematch with KT Rolls to Live Sandbox pretty tough, T1 tough, but I think overall a very strong schedule here for Kwangdong Freaks. They have a lot of tough matches ahead.
They do.
And then on the other side of things for KT Rolster, they have that same rematch in their first match of the 2nd round robin. But they also have DRX and then T1, that telecom war on Wednesday the 27th. That's going to be a really exciting rematch because remember how close that one was the first time around.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to that rematch because it was a really, really fun telecom war, a surprise fun telecom war because we weren't expecting very much of it whatsoever, and then it really did deliver. Up against Nongshim Red Force there as well. We mentioned the fact that KT need to watch their backs, right? And they are dangerously running out of options as far as guaranteeing themselves playoffs. And yes, we're not quite out of the first round robin just yet, but the first round robin does really show you the power level of these teams initially and who is getting to better and better form. And if KT at this stage of the first round robin are starting to go backwards, then that is not necessarily a good sign.
This win right here is what really, I think, sets up where your round 2 looks. And both of these teams could have realistically won this one today. I think it's really important for Kwangdong, especially of these two with the upcoming schedule, that they won this one because their upcoming schedule is much harder than KT's. And if you lose this one, then you go on that losing streak. Your players have COVID. It's, you know, they're not sick, but they're playing from home. The morale can really plummet, but nice win streak here so far for Kwangdong right now, all things considered. Hopefully, it's an upward momentum that will continue forward.
Exactly. Let's check out the POG. It is going to be Fate that picks it up 2-11 on the Lissandra. And Lissandra really is just skyrocketing in popularity. She was used largely as an answer to LeBlanc and Ari, and now is just used for murdering a single target and then doing great things throughout the mid to late game.
Yeah. Really good plays from him all game long. I liked how he aggressively just used his ultimate to lock down targets. Very rarely ulted himself, actually, this game. Very happy to actually trust that his teammates had the follow-up damage and that he had those extra shields and whatnot coming from the Senna and the Seraphine heals, or rather from the Seraphine and the Senna heals coming through. So, really good game from him. I think Keen's side laning is one that's harder to track, but that was my vote.
Yep, and yeah, a couple of votes over to Keen, as well as some going to Ellen, but otherwise, all for Fate. And I actually find it interesting. I thought that Ellen would pick up a few more than 3 here. He probably would have got my vote as well, but it was Fate that was controlling a whole lot of these team fights and getting all of that worked out. As
he also,
see,
he also bodied his lane opponent.
He did. Vikla definitely didn't stand much of a chance, but it's time to throw it over to Ji-sun for the interview translation.
Thank you very much, guys. This is Jisung for the POG interview translation, joined by the solo POG of Kwangdong Freaks, Fate. Congratulations. Kwangdong Freaks break the match score tie with KT Roaster. You have solidified your spot on the 6th place, and this is your first winning streak of the split as well. This is really ironic that we are going through a lot of hardships right now, but we are able to actually start off a winning streak. I'm impressed. Yeah, now today we only had 2 Kwangdong players here at Lone Park. How was it? Yeah, I mean last time we had 3 at least, but today was only 2, so Teddy was even talking to me like, if you get COVID, you know, I'll be the only one walking to the stage, so it was a little bit sad, you know. So I mean, I said that to Teddy because I was the only one that got COVID in the spring split. So I hope we no longer get COVID throughout the summer split. And speaking of, you know, health conditions and preparing, you know, it was not that easy for Kwangdong, right? Yeah, we only prepared or practiced yesterday. And also when we are, you know, talking to each other, we always do video call and ask for others' opinions. I think it's kind of time efficient, to be honest, so I think it's part of it is good, but still it's really sad. Let's get back to game number 1. I'm really curious about the Talia mid pick. So you are the only mid laner of the summer split that played Talia mid. What's so good about it? Talia is really good with, you know, the dive comp. You know, her DPS is also pretty decent. So as long as she can get through lane, you know, she's a really good pick. Because she's really strong in skirmishes early on too. So last time you played Ornn mid, today you played Talia. So I guess you really prefer kind of playmaking, global kind of picks, right? Do you agree? I'm not really sure, but I kind of prefer picks with priority in lane. I hope to see a mid lane prior pick later for Fate in the future Kwangdong match. And game number 3 was so important as you guys dropped game 2. What did you guys focus on throughout the champ select for game 3? So we had a lot of communication throughout the champ select. Usually we kind of decide what we're gonna do with the first phase of the ban, you know, what we're gonna pick after, you know, right after the previous game ends. But this time around we wanted to kind of improvise by having communications throughout the pick and ban. And then KT Roaster answered to your Lissandra with Yone. Did you see that coming? Well, Vikla usually plays Victor or other champions like that, so I was expecting Victor in fact. So Yone was definitely not something I expected or predicted. And how did you kind of plan out the matchup against Yone? I thought our early game skirmish was way better than them, so we wanted to make as many fights as possible. And we had Seraphine let through. And this was first pick Seraphine, or blind pick Seraphine from Kwangdong Freaks. Tell me about the comp you took today. So it's not about synergy, it's more about, you know, just OP picks in general. Are you saying that your comp didn't really have synergy today? I don't really think so. They're not good friends, to be honest. And I can't really tell that Kwangdong Freaks always try a lot of experiments and try new pick. Who's in charge of that? I mean, our head coach is also very open-minded, and also our coaches as well. Alvingo, you know, he's always suggesting a lot of new stuff. So sometimes we also get sold on that. And also, we try that in scrims, and if we have some good results, you know, we give it a go on stage as well. And in game 3, there was a moment where you were able to flash away from the Ezreal ult, and you said, wait, he actually really had that ult. Does that mean you didn't believe your teammates when they said he has ult? So I was like clearing the wave and I thought something's gonna happen, and then I was asking my teammates, does Ezreal has his ult? And then like my teammates were like, yeah, he does, but I was like, but there's no way it's actually gonna ult mid. And then he exactly ulted where I was standing, so I was so shocked. So that's why I said so. So even though not all Kwangdong Freaks players were on stage, still we had a really good synergy with you and LM. Are you satisfied with the LM from the team house? Not really, because he was really sick. So I hope he gets a really fast recovery. And also, I think today we were able to just make a lot of good plays around mid and jungle. Yeah, I mean, that makes me really worry about the players' condition right now with all the COVID situation. So do you have any words for the players playing from the team house? I was by myself when I was sick and got COVID, but we have 4 now. So I think it's gonna be better than last time. You know, they're getting more teamwork. It's getting better. So I hope you guys can have a good time together, locked up in the team house. I mean, they're gonna get better soon anyway. So I mean, I've been there, so I can kind of guarantee they're gonna get better soon. Your next match will be the final match of the first round robin. It's gonna be up against Damwon Kia. I think Damwon Kia was always a very strong team, and now we are on a 2-match winning streak, but still I hope we can kind of extend that to a longer and bigger winning streak. But still, I believe we have to prepare as hard as we can in order to take Damwon Kia down. And also, I hope my teammates are feeling better on that match. And that's gonna be it from Faith, and back to the casters. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Jisun, for the interview translation. Great to hear from Fate as well after he carried his team really beautifully. Didn't have to do any of the call-in interviews either because Fate picked up back-to-back POGs. Let's check out tomorrow's games, because we got more LCK right around the corner.
And again, pending condition, but almost 100%. Chronicler and Valdez will be back for the cast tomorrow on Saturday. You and I will be on the desk, so they will be calling in from home. Yep, and bringing you guys the action. Really excited to see Nongshim versus Live Sandbox in particular. I think it could be a really fantastic series. Nongshim so desperately need that win.
Yeah, Live Sandbox narrowly managed to pick up the win over Harmalife Esports, who will then be facing off against Damwon Kia. That one will be a big test for Harmalife. We'll see what they're going to be able to do. But for tonight, that will be it. Thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LCK.
Standing on the edge of this big